Yo, 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 yo. What's happening, everybody? It's Friday, TGIF. And thank you for jumping back up on in here. Appreciate you guys. Today, guys, we are having a Friday. Let's just hang out and do whatever we do stream. We're going to be joined by Clueminati and, of course, Lies, Not Feelings. And we'll see what goes on from there, guys. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. You never know what could happen. Who knows? Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you very much. I hope you're having a great Friday. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. What up? What up? What up? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, everybody. And Miss Clueminati and Cletus. Welcome to you and Mr. Truth Not Feelings. Thank you for joining me today. Hope you guys are all having a great day. Hope that was loud.
Well, hello, Dago.
Is it lazy or something?
I don't know what that means.
What?
Like lazy, like not wanting to do something?
Who?
I don't know what the fuck it's doing. It's just sitting here blue.
Oh, sorry. I'm not muted. I was trying to figure out what's wrong with my vacuum, my robot vacuum. It's not wanting to vacuum. Oh, it wasn't charging.
Maybe it's tired.
That's why I said, is it lazy?
Welcome, Clueminati and Cletus. And again, Mr. Bullshit, welcome to you.
Wow.
Damn, you're showing so much love today. I can't even explain how happy I am for you to be my friend.
I'm looking at your icon. That's why I called it.
Oh, this is bullshit.
It's got a charge. Oh.
It don't sound like it's got a
vacuum?
charge. It sounds like you're landing a plane in your living room.
I didn't know if that was a vacuum or...
It's a vacuum. Really?
I just didn't know. I was just uneducated.
A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
So how's everybody today? I hope everybody's having a great Friday, beginning of the weekend, basically. All you hard workers out there. Hopefully this is the last day of the week for you. And that's what it is. Guys, we're just trying to just kind of like hanging out today. We're not pushing no specific topics and just maybe having a little fun. Who knows? I don't know. We'll see what happens. Whatever happens, happens. You never know when you get this trio together or quad 4 people together. Jesus. So, first and foremost, let's see who is joining us today from the comfort of theirs, wherever the hell they are. Yeah. Let's see who we got here today. Robert Bell, welcome back to you. Gray Pearl, hi there. How are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Beth Wagner, welcome back to you. 12, good to see you. April Wine, welcome. Miss Sony's in the house. Good to see you. Kathy Tincher, welcome back to you. Walt Harris, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Sally Montage, thank you for joining us. I always got to sound that out before I can say it. Good to see you today. Sassy, good Lord, how much is... Hi, Sassy. I'm going to say Sassy. That's it. Sassy, good to see you, that missing kid. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you. Baby Firefly, welcome back to you. Mittens for Kittens in the house. Miss Deborah Clark, great to see you today. Miss Kiki's Eyes, so wonderful to have you here today. I appreciate you very much. Rissy Marie, welcome. Happy Friday to you. Miss Kimber's in the house. Good to see you, Kimber. Thank you for joining us today. Straight Talker 76, welcome back to you. Aces Mama, great to have you here. Victoria Burgess, welcome back to you. Hey Groot, what's going on with you? Good to see you today. Where we at here? Kathy Tincher, Apple Bottom Jeans, Boots with the Fur. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us today. Odin Girl, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much. Julie R., welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Marie Davis, thank you for joining us and happy Friday to you. Tracy again is here again. Thank you for joining us, Tracy. I appreciate you very much. Andy Rose, thank you for being here, dear. We appreciate you very much. Let me see here. Who do we have down in the bottom? Miss Kells is in the house. Welcome back, Sam. Great to see you today. Priscilla Turner Posey, thank you for being here. Butchafly 71, welcome back to you. I think that's it so far. We got 114 peeps in here, guys. Please make sure you're hitting that like button when you come on in the door. Leave a little DNA for me so we can find you later on when we need to, guys. Come on in here and get comfortable. Ella Blue, welcome to you. Good to see you from Alberta, Canada. That's awesome. Rocky Go Bouts, welcome back to you. Good to see you today. No shit, Sherlock. Welcome back to you. Thank you guys for joining us on this awesome Friday. Today is my son's birthday. He just turned 18 today, guys. It's over. And I'm
Hey, happy birthday, Caden. Tell your dad to stop being mean.
a nervous wreck, folks. That's why I'm in a bad mood today. Truly, that's a fact.
Hey, Caden.
Yeah, he's not here.
because it's daytime.
Okay. I'll go with what you're saying, Cletus. I'll trust you. Oh, it's a bad day for me. I did not want this day to come. It's my last one, so you know how that goes. Welcome, Phonetics. Good to see you. Good to have you here.
It's your last butt.
My last baby.
Oh, yeah, I know. I just went through that. Ugh.
I know you know what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it doesn't matter because per you and Sarge, I'm pregnant with twins, so I'll get to do it all over again.
Hell yeah. Happy.
I believe that.
Shut up.
Uh-huh.
Y'all are causing marital problems.
You got to get married first.
Oof.
What?
How to walk right into one.
Oh, guess what Truth was telling me?
No. We ain't dodging that. Oof.
I didn't say I was starting to cuss, and I realized I was on Dago. Thank you.
He said, no. We ain't dodging that. Ooh, what? That was good.
Anyway, Truth
What's up?
told me to get married online.
Yeah.
That is absolutely something we would do. 100%.
It is. I could see that. I'm telling you, I'd love to live stream it too. You guys can get married online from somebody named Steve or something, you know? So
that is some serious sorry assness. If you won't even leave your house to get married, you might have a problem.
I mean,
Tell me you're a hermit without telling me you're a hermit.
Rach, welcome. Let me see here. Mrs. M, the lovely Mrs. M's in the house. Thank you for that, Mrs. M. Thank you so much. One of my most amazing mods. This lady is something special, folks. She really is. I'll tell you. You don't ever see her too often, but she's always in the background doing such great work. Thank you for that. Appreciate you, Julie. Thank you for that. Lucky, what's going on with you today? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Empty nest, yeah. Well, I got grandbabies, but it ain't the same. Miss Dilly Pickles, it's been a while. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Let's see. Oi, oi, family. Happy Friday from little old me in England. Well, same to you, Sam. So what is it? 3:36 here. It's probably what, midnight there? Depends on where they're at, I guess. Whatever part of England they're in, it's always different. And my friends from Australia, it's like 12, 15-hour difference over there. Let's see. Anybody else? Leslie and Billy's in the house. Welcome back, Leslie and Billy. Miss Kells, I don't know if you heard me say it. Hello, hello. Good to have you here. Good to see you. We got 133 peeps in here, guys. And only 58 likes. Come on now. We can do better than that. It's me, Tiffany. Welcome to you. QRPB in the house. What's going on? Good to have you here today. Yep. More former troll mods. Yeah, this gentleman was a troll, guys. He started in here as a troll. He's the only troll that we kept in here. He's actually my own personal troll. He trolls me wherever I am. If I'm in the bathroom, Walt Harris appears. It's awesome. Let's see here. Miss Nellie's in the house. Beyond the Pale. Hello, Miss Nellie. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hope you're doing fine. It's been a while. Miss Brandy B, there she is. Good to see you, Brandy. Thank you for joining us today. Where is my doodle at? Let's see who else we got here. I love that missing kid. That's an interesting name.
It's an interesting comment.
Yeah. Wait, which one? Where'd it go?
That's on another website.
Clueminati, maybe y'all could live stream your honeymoon.
Yeah, I'm good. I'll live stream the wedding. I ain't gonna do the honeymoon though. That's all y'all. Wrong platform, folks. Let me go get my one and only fan, and we can do that then. Bum.
Aha, see what you did there.
Mm-hmm. Angel of Virtue. Hello. Every time I see that name, I want to scream out. The hell was that Slayer song? Angel of Death. I know it's not your name. Don't take that personal, but it always reminds me. That sounded great, didn't it? That sounded so good. Every time I see the name, though, it's like Angel of Virtue. Yeah. That's what I feel like doing. Don't take it personal. That's just in my crazy ass head. Jethro Troll. There's a troll. Hey. I got me a powerful hankering for a taco. All right, then. Go get you a taco, Jethro. North Carolina Mountain Man. How you doing today? Evidently, according to Brittany J. Truth is yes, we've heard. David Clayton, how are you, my friend? Good to see you, Captain Jenks. Welcome back. Jojo Canuck, welcome to you. Bonjour. Let's see here. Carrito MVP, welcome back to you. AJ's mom. There's another one that makes me want to sing a song. Stacy's mom. My head is messed up.
Going on.
Mm-hmm. My head's messed up, folks. I'm sorry. I'm very musically linked, and I can't help myself. Slayer song. Yes, 12. Angel of Death. That song from the first album, I think. Second album.
Did you say your head is musically waked?
No, not even close to what I said, but okay. Daniela Karayaku. What? Hi, Daniela. Hello, Daniela.
You're
Look
batting 1,000 a day, Dago.
Say the name. Somebody say that name. Say the name. Say my name. Say my name. Yeah, every time Angel of Virtue pops in here, and she don't look nothing like anybody that would listen to a Slayer song, but I see it and I want to scream out that song, Angel of Death. Such a good reference, isn't it? And Daniela Kuriakau. No, it's not cow. Kuriaku. Jesus. Kuriaku. Somebody. I said their
stop
name.
him.
Karaoke.
No, it ain't karaoke. So do I, Kells. It's my first favorite band in the whole world. Toomba. I say it right every other time. Kuriaku. Okay, so why can't I say it today? Little Red Riding Hood. How are you? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Hey, I was at 1987 Iron Maiden concert. Oh, hell yeah. Was it the Power Slave concert, Captain Jenks? I was at that one. I was at one of that, not in Jersey, in Ohio, though. It was the Power Slave concert in 80.
Tomboy, what do you mean?
85. Kimba.
What did I do now?
Did you do something wrong?
Probably.
Oh, let me
With your
see.
chat being down.
Oh, because your stream having problems when you have
Oh, no, it's working now.
You just didn't feel like it today, so we're doing it. Yeah, Miss Heather, good to see you. Marie TN, welcome back to you. Aces said I wasn't even born yet. Best aunt ever. Hello. Welcome. Good to see you. The girl next door is in the house. Thank you for joining us today. Ozzy and Korn. Hell yes. I saw Korn with Slipknot and what is that? Korn, Slipknot. Mudvayne. Korn, Slipknot, and Mudvayne.
Oh.
I went there even with the flu. I would have went too with the flu. Just to see Eddie walk across the stage at an Iron Maiden concert is all worth the ticket price. Sorry. 161 watching and 73 likes. What the hell? Come on, y'all. Make a match. Pretend like you like me just for a couple hours. If you can, please. Don F. Good to see you. Alicia J. Welcome back to you. Groceries and chores done. Oh my. You missed us. Well, we missed you too. Black Veil Bride. Never heard of that group. That's a band, I'm hoping. I've never heard of them.
Yeah, it is.
I'm getting old. Are they heavy, Cletus, or is it like new age metal or something like that?
Yeah, I would say probably new age, like emo metal or something.
Emo metal. I'm gonna look now. You got me looking now. Let's see. Who is Black Veil Bride? It's probably something my kid listens to. My daughter is into that newer stuff. Let's see here.
I'm doing all right, Sam. Thank you for asking.
I asked you how you were doing earlier. You were the first one I spoke to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was paying attention to someone that liked me.
Oh, okay.
Someone said Truth has so many new fans after his live the other day and possibly a few haters. Listen, I appreciate that. And at the same time, I'm not here for fans, to be honest with you. I'm not here for any of that. I just want Sebastian to be found. Bottom line.
Amen. Thank you, brother. Amen to that. Yeah. That sounds like something from the 80s from Flock of Seagulls. Why is he doing a Sweeney Todd? Oh, bleeders. I get it now. I don't hear any metal yet, but okay. Cool.
It's been a long time since I heard him. One of my ex's children listened to him.
It definitely, I like the drum set. It definitely has an emo feel to it. For sure. Run DMC to Slayer to Judy to hell yeah, that's a music lover right there, and a big dude. Damn, bro.
Hell yeah.
That's a big mofo right there.
Who are you talking about?
Captain Jenks. Look on the screen at his picture. Shit.
You actually sounded half redneck right then.
Hell yeah.
Y'all are still stuck on this Truth sounds like CP bullshit. Oh, that's right. Okay, cool. I just want y'all to question your investigative abilities when you think I sound like someone I sound nothing like. But that's fine. Like, the audacity is lovely.
This is a new question. I ain't seen something like this in a minute. T, welcome, says, question. for the panel. After the shitstorm Detective John started, has he learned his lesson? Don't mess with honest working YouTubers.
No.
No, I don't think that was it. Honestly. Thank you for the question, though.
Well,
Great.
if I had any, I'll just shut my yap.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna make a difference, but
I heard he became a clockmaker.
Somebody told me he became a priest.
What?
Mhm.
I hope you're lying right now.
No, I got an email said I heard that Detective John became a man of the cloth, and I went, "Oh, like that," you know?
Good for him.
Yeah, he needs to stand a little closer to God.
Oh wait, here I think it came on finally.
I don't think they allow grandfather clocks in church either. So.
Definitely metal there. Okay, cool. I kind of like that. What did I see here? Listen to a band called Filthy. Do I need to take a shower first or after?
Dog. Stop
What
crying.
is wrong with your doggies? They sound upset.
It's only one, and he's quite frankly a little bitch. So
There's my doodle. Howdy humans, potato. You are stealing my sayings. Who's potato? We got a potato in here. Hello, Miss Noni. McPoppins, thank you for joining us. 157 beautiful peeps in here, guys. Please hit the like button on the way in the door. And if you didn't, run back and hit it real quick, please. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. Just pretend for just a couple hours that you like me. Afterwards, you don't have to, I promise. Angel of Virtue. That's how I'm going to start answering every time I see you now.
Angel of Death.
Great song. Great song. That's best band ever. What's you listen to Slayers, Cletus?
No.
Ever?
There may have been a period of time, like there's a period of time, let's just say, that I went through several concerts and listened to a lot of stuff that I don't listen to anymore, and don't even know what half of it was. So, yeah.
Candy Kitten.
Cletus reminds me of a Merle Haggard kind of guy.
yeah.
You would be absolutely accurate. Johnny Cash more. So.
Johnny Cash. I was gonna say Johnny Cash or Waylon. Those are my two guesses.
Right, we're not even bringing Waylon into this because he by far is the greatest out of all of them.
Out of all of them, him and Johnny hand in hand, but yeah.
I would put Waylon at the top of male vocal singers in country music, all the way back to the beginning of country music, but that's my personal opinion.
Maybe. Well, no. Wait a minute. Stop. You said country music?
Yes.
And you're gonna put Waylon at the top?
No,
Yes.
Hank.
I didn't.
Hank is way better than Waylon. Sorry.
No.
You what?
I said personal opinion. I'm not gonna argue. It's personal opinion.
Listen, I'll hold his arms, Cletus, if you slap the shit out of him.
Need to be both of y'all.
I mean, I'm okay with that title being with that person. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a personal thing. You know what I mean? It's just, and I think Hank's decent, but I don't relate with Hank's music as much as I relate with Johnny Cash's music.
Well,
and
I'm
I don't
talking about
relate
Hank Senior too, by the way.
Yeah. And
wait, Hank, are you talking about Hank Senior, Hank Junior, or Hank the Third?
Senior.
Hank Senior and Hank the Third. Hank Senior for sure in terms of best country male vocalist of all time, in my opinion.
Yep.
Hank the Third, just the style I like a lot. Now
he's so good in concert. Oh my gosh.
Hank the Third, he's very talented. Way more than I thought he would be. Yes.
When Waylon walked out of the recording, "We Are the People," and threw up his hands in the way he did, he forever wrote his history on the wall. And if y'all don't know about that story, you should really look into it. He's the only person who was supposed to be on that album or on that song who was not on that song.
Okay, I'll have to look into that. How about any Cutter Jennings fans in here? I guess not. What's Waylon's kid?
Shooter?
Yeah. What did I say? Shooter Jennings, yeah.
Shooter's an amazing man. Not only is he an amazing artist, he's an amazing human in life as well. I've been very lucky enough to know Shooter and do business with Shooter. He's an amazing human being.
My understanding is he's a pretty good cook too, from my understanding.
He what?
He's a pretty decent cook too, from my understanding.
Well, I never ate any of his food, but he's really a stand-up human, like the most humble, down-to-earth, non-celebrity motherfucker you'll ever meet.
I've heard that. I used to watch when I first started on YouTube. I watched a show called The Angry Grandpa Show, and he was friends with him. From my understanding, he was on his show a few times, and he comes off as a pretty, like you said, down to earth. You'd never know he was somebody of any importance. He doesn't put himself out there like that. He keeps it real, and he just comes off as a really nice guy.
He reminds me of our current day. What was his name? Oh shit! The little Jimmy Dickens. He's our current day little Jimmy Dickens as far as the way he talks and interacts with the public.
Yes. Yes, Salty. I see both of them actually. Are you talking about the interviews? Is that the ones you're talking about? If that's what you mean, yes, I did see them, ma'am. And I thank you very much for them. Did I not say? No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I appreciate
Oh, that's interesting, Clue. Thank you for that. And I can deal with that. What did you say here in JoJo? JoJo Canuck says, "Oh, mandatory self-unaliving." Yes. There's a song that Slayer came out with. It's called "Mandatory." The real version of the word self-unaliving. That's hilarious if they would have had to sing it that way. That's hilarious. Van Morrison.
Yeah, that adds a few more syllables.
It does, doesn't it? I can just imagine him coming out on stage playing it. Mandatory self-unaliving. What did you say? Yes, that would be hilarious. Van Morrison. I'm a huge Van Morrison fan. Honestly, I can't tell you why. I don't know how that even happened either. Die-hard Willie Nelson fan. Journey with Steve Perry. Love all kind of. Absolutely. If you're a true music lover, you'll listen to it all. Noni just said I'm starting to have flashbacks of Hee Haw from the 70s.
I love it, Chuck.
Mm-hmm. Minnie Pearl. What the hell's his name? Roy Clark, right?
Yeah.
Van Morrison rocks. Tammy Craig, hey, how are you? We're still doing it. I'm just mixing it up. I don't want to bore you guys on Fridays, but it's nice to mix things up here and there. We might throw something in here that way too. You never know. It's whatever happens.
Yet here you are online.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? I don't know.
He said he didn't want to bore us on Fridays.
Oh.
Oh, you're so funny.
Ain't she though?
Yeah.
That was a good one.
I thought so.
It only took us 45 minutes to catch on to it, but yeah, it was good.
Put her gold star on the chart.
You said you didn't know what it meant either.
You get a gold star. Wayne Newton or the Partridge Family. Hell, Jethro. That's a damn split there. What's that other dude that sings that song that Carlton likes to dance to?
Oh.
Tom Jones? Is that his name?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not unusual to be.
Yeah.
Yep, that guy. I don't know why when I hear Wayne Newton, that's who I think of, even though I know it's not him. Is the house still for sale in Tennessee? I don't think it ever was. It never was.
No.
That was a rumor. It was a rumor. Private Potato said it. I'm starting a new fad. Oh, okay, Doodle. Do your thing. This is our in-house comedian here. She likes this. This is what this woman does to me daily. She likes to post shit in the chat here when I'm live. She does it in the Discord too. That means absolutely nothing and makes no sense and makes me stare at this to try to figure it out as I'm trying to squeeze what I have left inside my head to get something to come out of this. She's on to the next statement, and she knows that it just completely scrambles my brain more than it already is, and just goes and goes. She has fun with it too. I can see her little ass sitting over there giggling through the whole thing too. It's kind of funny. I was brought up on 70s rock, roots, reggae, and ska. What the? Wow. That's a mix. 70s rock, roots, reggae, and ska. Ska. I know what ska is. Hold on. The Mighty Mighty Boss Tones. Isn't that's ska, right?
Maybe.
Ska. I think that's what it is. Lincoln Park? Oh yeah. Yeah, there you go.
They're so much fun to play on Beat Saber.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Chubb?
If we do a music night, can we do 50s music?
No.
No, like put your head on my shoulder and all that?
What?
He said no.
Put your
Aww.
head on my shoulder.
Why would you want to listen to that?
Because it's comfortable
It's a
and easy.
good song.
I want to listen
It is
not just 50s.
Rammstein. There you go.
There's a couple of other songs, and there's a song that I'm going to play for me and you, but it's going to make sense and it won't.
Okay, that made sense. It's gonna make sense and it won't. Okay, if you say so, you're the man.
Who's that new person?
He is today.
That is truth, not feelings.
Who's that new person?
You don't know him, no.
That's
Well,
Chris.
Happy birthday, Caden.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, Cletus.
Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
That's the longest silence of all damn time right there.
No.
What'd you say?
He's just getting started.
Sun does shine. J for J was replaying a ENF call last night, saying if it wasn't Chris, it was someone very close to. I don't think that's true either, but okay. Sinatra. I love Sinatra.
Sinatra is the best band ever.
Actually, Dean Martin's my favorite.
Sinatra's the best singer ever.
So it's either I'm Chris or I'm really, really close to him. But I sound like Chris, so I should be Chris according to y'all. But if I'm not, I'm someone close to him. Just stop. Just stop.
That was something they were saying last night. Miss Sherry said happy birthdays to you, Caden.
Thank you.
David Allen Coe does
Yes.
that voice.
You can call me darling. Hold on, guys. I have a feeling he's going to start playing that song in the background. He ended up making you sing the other day, Cletus, again.
Probably.
Oh, where can my
Baby be away from me. That's a good song.
Away from me. Is that okay?
Is that okay? What do you mean, is that okay?
Is that okay? No.
It's not loud if that's what you're saying. I don't think it's loud. I don't care. Hurry up, because I'm doing a thing here. So
1, 2, 3, 4.
hold on, folks. He's doing his thing for a second. Hold on. Miss Morty, good to see you.
Absolutely love Kate.
Well, you done give it up, felt it. I tried to be chill, but you're so hot that I melted. About right through the cry. Now I'm trying to get back before the cool done run out. I've been keeping it my bestest, and nothing's gonna stop it but the violence of tension, the reckoning to get my turn to win.
Did you lose it?
A little bit.
Yeah, you did.
So I won't hesitate no more. This cannot wait. I'm sure there's no need to complicate. Our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm yours.
I think you have the cape up a little too high.
That's literally where he had it, but for him, he plays it differently. That's the way I play it.
Okay. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Here we go.
Whoa.
You lost the pitch again. Hold on, guys. Just bear with me. You lost the pitch, didn't you?
I lost the
It's all right. It's all right. You're good.
My baby, Lord, took her away from me. She's gone to heaven, so I got to be good, so I can see my baby when I leave this world. We were out on a date in my daddy's car. We hadn't driven very far. There in the road, straight ahead. The stall, the engine was dead, so I couldn't stop. So I swerved to the right. Never forget the sound that night. The buzzing tires, the screaming pain, the painful scream that I heard last. And I'm singing, where can my baby be? The Lord took her away from me. She's gone to heaven, so I got to be good, so I can see my baby when I
Thank you.
You get the mail.
this world.
Did you pull the cable off? Okay, I see it now. That was good. That was better than the one day that you
Been practicing.
well.
What it's like.
The only thing you got to do, buddy, is find your pitch. Other than that, because when you change your pitch, you just start going.
What is wrong with you?
Today is gonna be the day that we're gonna throw it back to you. Right now, you're gonna stop how it's time to try to do it. I'm gonna keep thinking about it the way I feel about you now. Gonna be the one that sees it.
All right. What are you making your own little compilations now?
If I can't play it exactly like it was that many years ago, I'm not gonna do it. Be my share of broken halos, broken wings that you do shine. They've all gone wherever they go, yeah. broken halos that used to shine. The teacher and the Levi find some other song to sing. Don't go looking for the reasons. Don't go asking Jesus why. When I'm there to know the reasons, they belong to the vine. See my share of broken halos. Shine, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, broken halos that used to shine.
Okay. Hold on, folks.
Good job, Caden.
Thank you.
And I hope I didn't make anybody. Angel.
All right. I need a second here for a minute to look at something. Um Okay. So I didn't expect that to come through today. So if anybody wasn't ready for it, my apologies. Otherwise, thank you for all the words, the kind words for him. He appreciates it too. um all right, I don't think I saw missed anything. Is everybody still here on the panel?
Yep.
Okay.
Nope.
Cleta, he's told me the other night because he knows that Cletus plays
Mhm.
that he was like, has Cletus ever played on a live stream? I said, I mean, kind of, but not like played. He was like, I wonder if he'd play with me one time. I said, I don't know. We'll have to see.
Well, sure.
Have to ask your mommy. Can you play?
I don't
Can
know.
Cletus come out to play?
Yeah, he's pushing and pushing and pushing. He wants me to pick up a new drum set because he wants me, him, and my buddy Jeff to play together. And I'm like, well, I looked at one not too long ago. They want $1,200 for a Roland electronic set, which I mean, I could get a regular kit if I want to. They're still expensive, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. But it should. It's not something I ever thought I'd be doing. Is playing with my own child. You know what I mean? But it happens. So let's see here. So what are we going to talk about? Jackie. He just turned 18 today. Actually. I do butterfly I do music nights in here once a month, sometimes a little bit more, but he's usually sitting right next to me when I do it because he loves music too. Excuse me.
I don't know what's on everybody's mind. Well, what?
What do you think? Probably.
Dolls.
Oh, you want to talk about dolls?
You collect dolls, not me.
I collect action figures. It's Crystal.
Kels, what do you want to talk about?
Chris,
What?
Kels said she knows what she wants to talk about. I was just curious.
what do you want to talk about, Kels?
Damn it! Now he's got that song in my head.
Broken Halo?
Yes.
Me too. I was just sitting here singing it
It's a good
in my
song.
head.
It's a good song. We played it one time at another friend of mine's house. He played it. He's got my buddy's got a drum set at his house, and we played a whole thing with it. It was actually pretty badass. It was fun. I didn't play a whole lot of country music when I was playing. That was like one of my here and there. I did. I think I played a David Allan Coe song one time, Garth Brooks, and I did that once. And then years and years ago, I played a couple other. What the hell was? I can't think of who it was. Willie songs.
Hey, Kels, I know that you probably do want to talk about that, and maybe Dago or Clue will talk to you about that individual. I just choose not to allow him to have any of my brain space today.
What are we talking about? I'm
Ooh,
not looking at chat.
I'm trying to catch it now or find that specific comment.
Kels says,
Oh, Tony.
No.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we were trying to kind of pull away from that a little bit to give everybody a break because there's been so much drama and trash coming from it. I don't know.
I'm not prepared to talk about it. So if that is what the y'all decide to talk about, I will sit in the comments today. Personally, I just can't give people that. I just can't give them that area of my space or in my brain today. If it's not bringing Sebastian home, I don't. If it's not someone telling me he has been found, I don't want to talk about it.
hmm Yeah, I don't want to get into Seth. I don't want to talk about phony. I don't want to talk about or I mean Tony. Wow, that really came out loud.
I was like,
Jesus,
if you're
Dago.
not intending to say that, that was
I was
absolutely
literally not going to say that. I was thinking it in my head and I said it out loud. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Truly, I did not. I don't want to get into that whole thing because there was a lot of crap that happened yesterday and stuff like that. That's why I did let's hang out instead of titling anything. It's nothing against you, Kels. I understand where you want to, but
I'm with Kels. I get it.
I mean, if
100%.
you want to talk about it, go for it, Clue. I just don't I don't see
Well,
where.
we did get Salty, as she always does. Uh, gave me production materials because she does that. If
Well,
you guys want to talk about it,
and I just say that because, like, truth, like we were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
Like, I
sorry.
am just someone who I do, me personally, find merit in the like possible angles and you know what I mean. Truth, like what we were.
Right. I get that. I think my issue is, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, is that obviously people are assuming that for some reason that I'm Chris, which is fine. You have the right to believe whatever you want to. I would have to insist that you're not right, but nonetheless, I don't give a shit what you think. The problem is that what it does is it adds more absolute bullshit to the conversation that's unnecessary, right? So if that's what you think, even now, then that's your problem. I am not Chris. So but I mean, I could say that 1,000 times, and you're still going to have people that are running saying the same thing.
I
So at
will
the end,
personally vouch. We have talked to Truth and we've talked to him like on camera.
We've looked at him, we've seen him. It's not him, I promise you. So that's why it's
Like on
Well,
my child, on my daughter, it's not Chris. I
yeah.
thought the same thing. Like Chris
We did in the beginning,
sounds,
yeah.
yeah, Chris sounds like Truth. I except
Uh,
there's something missing. It's more like a
there's the thing you just said right there. Chris can sound like Truth. Truth don't
right.
sound like Chris. That's the difference.
Exactly. And well, to the opposite, Truth at times can sound like Chris. But
I sound like Truth. I don't sound like anybody else.
Yeah,
well,
he's him. That's for sure. That's fact. So
But
it ain't.
but
It
I
ain't
guess here's
Chris.
here's what it is. You hear two men with strong minds,
mhm.
with strong mouths, who not only can be respectful but also meet you with the same, disrespect you meet me with, and all of a sudden I'm Chris. It's really just the juvenileness of it. You understand what I'm saying? We are taking time up talking about, oh, this person must be true or must be Chris. Well, at the end of the day, T Rev confirmed that that's awesome. Here's the thing. I hope y'all are ready to stand on that business. All right. Because
Hold on.
I've
What
heard what we
happened?
said.
Wait, what happened?
Who said what now?
What did they say?
Oh,
That
Walt
T
said
Rev
that
confirmed.
you have confirmed that truth, not feelings, is. Oh, interesting.
I'm sorry,
That
but let me
that
tell you
is.
something. I got to stand on my soapbox for a minute.
I'm gonna
If
have to
any
laugh.
of you, if any of you morons, and I mean that, if this applies to you, if any of you morons take anything, and I mean anything that comes out of T Rev's
Look what
mouth,
Walt said.
you're an idiot, and I don't
he's
feel
he's
bad.
You
he's
see, this is
trolling.
what people are doing right here. Look, Coffee said that. Laugh out loud. Seriously, someone said truth is Clue's fiance in JLR's group. This is what I'm talking about. This is fucking insanity, you
Dude,
guys.
I mean, it's all over the internet that I'm Chris's cousin. If you really believe that, good on you.
That's
I
what.
don't care.
That's why this case has turned into what it is. That's why I didn't want to talk about it today because there's so much stupid shit attached to it now. It's ridiculous.
Here's what I don't care. I don't care. Okay, there's the point. But also, if you're going to make statements like I know 100% that that's Chris, and you know he threatened a military officer, get the fuck out of here. I tell you what to do. I tried to be nice about it earlier, but it just kept on. So I will handle my issues the legal way, which is the right and respectful way. And you keep with that same energy of lying on someone's name and accusing them of something. And first and foremost, let me be very clear with you. You are not on military time right now. So you are not a military police officer. So get the fuck off your high horse.
There you go.
It's gonna cost.
Everybody heard my conversation with that young lady. Everybody was in there. It is recorded. It is not broken up. We will play it again if we need to. But ma'am, I would suggest you leave me the hell alone. I was very respectful with you yesterday in that live. I mean, very, very respectful. And I was questioning you about the police radio of the dog search after Sebastian went missing. And I specifically said I was respecting you because you're an expert in your field, and somehow you had no idea about the contents of that radio communication, yet you are the professional dog handler out here representing yourself. That is questionable. You didn't even know any of the details. You were asking me. And then when I told you the details which came off of that radio transmission, you had the audacity to say that I knew too much about the case. Well, the problem is, ma'am, with all due respect, you don't know enough about the case.
Amen.
By the way, a
Talking
couple
about
weeks ago,
Julia.
he's talking about Julia Valenti, the dog handler that was brought in to the case over there. She made a big to do about him and this and that, and thinks she knows that's him. And like he said, guys, this ain't me, but he's gonna have to handle it legally because that's what it's become now, and it's a very sad thing that these people have done these types of things. It's ridiculous.
Well, Truth, I would tell you that you should go the legal route and sue T Rev, except for he doesn't even pay for his own kids, so you probably won't get any money.
Well, I don't know that T Rev said anything. I have no proof of that. A troll said that respectfully, so I'm not going to jump down T Rev's throat. But I know who did say those things. And you said it on a social media platform, which maybe your attorney and my attorney need to have a discussion about what defamation of character is. And on top of that, you said you wouldn't put charges against Chris for it, which I really hope you do, because if you do, then that's falsifying a police report on someone who didn't do anything, and that's not going to look good for you. So I would just suggest leave me the hell alone, period.
Yeah,
Because respectfully, I've done nothing to you. Anything we talked about your production, it's real funny you're attacking me because I brought up your production company, yet you insist your production company has nothing to do with any of this. Why in
And
the world are you getting so upset from me with me for promoting your movie that has 2.3 million views, right? Telling people it was a good movie, asking you your professional opinion on what happened with the tracking dogs, and in return, I'm Chris and I threatened you. Do you see where that's a problem? And understand, all of this was on a live, so I have no reason to lie.
very true. Very true.
well, what's funny is he didn't even bring up your little production company, bruh. I did. You're
Yeah.
not even attacking the right person. But
And while she was there on panel.
right,
Yeah, she
you
was on
were that's the
panel.
reason you came in to defend yourself for some
We were
reason.
all there. We were all there. That's the thing I don't understand about it. And why are you so upset about that? It's your production
Right.
company,
That's a better question. Guilty people like that, they don't never bite back. You see all these people out here, they run their mouth about me, blah, 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 blah. I don't give them the time of day because it's not worth defending. I already know the truth. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right. My point about this is you're accusing Chris, who I am not, of doing something, which is then in turn causing people that don't know anything about me and don't know that I'm not Chris to assume that Chris is out here doing whatever nefarious activity you are accusing that individual of doing. That's the
Yeah.
problem. If you are making Chris look like he's doing shit because you have some opinion on either I am Chris or I'm Chris's friend, it couldn't possibly be that I'm a normal everyday guy that has common sense and an ability to look at something and go, okay, using people's own words for them and against them creates a very obvious scene. But that's not what you want to understand. You would rather spend your searching time while you're in Nashville discussing me and discussing Chris being me or me being Chris instead of concentrating on searching for Sebastian. And that rubs me the wrong way.
Well, it kind of makes you think it's just all for show, doesn't it?
And I encourage you, if you're on here watching or if one of your team is in here, please do the respectful thing and come in here and speak to me again. Because I've told you I'll speak to you respectfully like I have since the moment I talked to you the first time. And every communication you and I have ever had, ma'am, is recorded. Every single one of them. And they were on lives. We've never talked personally. We've never talked privately. So everything you're saying, I am going to be forced to prove as wrong, and then you're going to look like a liar after you
She is
just
a
got caught
liar.
up. After you just got caught up in another lie that you were telling, right? So at the end of the day, why do you keep doing this? Concentrate on your job.
Absolutely good. Great point. Great point. And it's gonna listen. This is dangerous on for her to do this because this is gonna blow back in her face and is gonna you're gonna cause problems for your name. And that's attached to your production company, your job, and all these other things. That's not good for your reputation to do stuff like that, okay? People are not going to bring you on board seeing that you're doing these things, especially if you end up in a court case or defamation of character or whatever else you're trying to do. When you're calling out the wrong people or filing false police reports or whatever you go to end up doing. I mean, it's insane. So there it is. End of story. I don't understand it either. A lot of people are saying it. Oh yeah, SRB, she does. She made a movie. I showed it here in my live the other day. She made a Friday the 13th like a fan film, and a couple other movies or something like that. But that's what she does. That's her. I don't know. Is that her side gig or is that her main thing?
I,
Which way does it go?
And
I
let me
don't
also
know.
say, I'm waiting on the audio of this. If anybody listened to it last night and has it, you can point me in that direction. But, ma'am, if you in fact made the comment about me that was included with pictures on the website and it was what I was told you said, then we have a real legal problem. So I really hope you didn't say what I was told you said. I'm not going to repeat it because I haven't seen it yet, but I hope you didn't say those words.
Yep.
People are so stupid. Like this case literally, like I thought Idaho got crazy,
Oh,
but
this is almost gone beyond Idaho, in my opinion.
almost hell. Like I disagree. I think it's there. Like I'm sorry, but these, as Sarge would say, these wackadoodles out here, they're embarrassing. Like I mean,
Hmm.
we're like the greatest country on earth, allegedly, which I find to be changing every day. And this is what you guys take from facts that have been put out. You guys are so hungry for drama and BS that you go and make up these ridiculous claims. And it's like, my God, like we are a free people. We got so much stuff to entertain us: music, art, whatever, sex. And none of you are doing any of that. You're just typing on the internet and going on panels saying, oh, I know that truth guy is Chris Profit. I'm not. Is that right?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Back up a second. I just thought of something. Wasn't Chris on a panel with you and Truth at one time?
Mm-mm.
No.
That never happened. I swore it was.
No, but I might make it happen. That's actually a
I
bang
was
up
gonna say,
idea.
if you're listening, Chris, jump up here real quick and sit next to him, and both of you can sing a song together and tell the difference. That's all I'm saying.
I've personally never spoken to Chris or Katie
Jesus, this is
or
it's just
Seth. I've never spoken to any of the three of them.
Well, what I'm telling y'all right now, like even if you did that, even if you did a panel and the both of you talked, it would just be some idiot out there who really needs a release, if you will, get
yep,
up there and say that's all that is somebody and maybe that's fiance and one of his friends. I mean, it's just people are so ignorant. Like
yeah,
it's so embarrassing.
And this
yep.
is why I didn't want to talk about it. So now that we have, I'm done speaking on it. I hope the best for her. I hope her and her dogs find Sebastian if that's the will of the Lord. That's just as simple as it can be. I'm not
Yes,
wishing anything bad on her. I think she's probably a good person who's confused on what's going on in this situation. But I will not stand for the defamation. I haven't defamed you in any way. So for you to come at me like that is really shady. And at the end of the day, I'm waiting for things to be shown to me. So if all of this turns out to be BS, which I don't think it is, then those people that told me the information, we're going to have an issue and I'll make an apology. But I don't think that's going to be necessary.
yep.
Did do you even know where they said this took place?
Yeah.
I think I remember hearing that.
I don't.
Yeah, Sam, you're welcome to jump up here with us. You guys don't
E-
mind that, do you?
No, either way, you know, is at the end of the day, I'm not gonna play this game of I mean, if y'all want to say always Chris, that's fine. There's one thing and making comments in the comments and making your assumptions, whatever, everybody has the right for their own opinion. It's different when you go on a panel and you're making direct accusations.
There you go. There's the link, Sam. Come on up.
I
Yeah,
do agree with that.
I
Truth,
agree too.
100%.
I do agree.
That's what I ought to start doing. I got fucking money. I ought to start suing all these people that say shit like it's Chris's cousin. Don't go watch her channel. I ought to do that. I ought to send out some freaking lawsuits. I got nothing but time
I
and
told I told you guys that happened to me, didn't I? I got an email. It was about almost a year ago. Somebody sent me an email and said I heard there was a group of people. They said we know that you and you're Brian Koberger's cousin or something like that. And I went, I'm glad you know because I don't know. I had to laugh. I said, thank you for sending me a troll email. I appreciate it very much. It's the way it was written, like they were serious about it or something. It was kind of crazy. So who knows? It is what it is. Where do you go?
I don't know.
It was interesting as all hell.
What?
Getting that email from somebody saying that I was Brian Koberger's cousin. I didn't think I looked. I didn't think I looked like him, but.
Shoot, I'd have been. You know what I would do? well, not in Truth's case, right? Because they're calling him someone specifically.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
if I were like anyone else, probably, and someone was like, "I know you're their cousin," I would just totally roll with it.
I think it's just a thing that they like to do when we handle these cases. If you don't agree with the masses on certain things, they want to put you in the other side of it and make that part of the thing. I think it's ridiculous. Whatever. Whatever. Stupidity is stupidity any way you look at it. So,
I, but that's the thing I don't understand, right? Like that, I think that's what honestly just makes me so mad is that we have really hit a bottom in society where we can't disagree and just leave the other people alone. You don't see things like I see them, cool. Doesn't mean you're wrong, doesn't mean I'm wrong. But
Right.
we don't have to be immediate enemies. Like,
Exactly.
how mature are we? I bet China, I promise you, they have spies that are like in our chat watching all of this crap and they just hee haw laughing
A
because I
100%.
know I would.
100%. Look at these idiots doing what they're doing to themselves. 100%. I agree with you. Yep. 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 So it is what it is. You can't do anything out here without hey there, Miss Andy. How
Yeah,
are you?
what's up?
How you doing today?
All right. Fucking earbuds aren't working.
What?
No, my earbuds aren't working.
Miss
Hang on,
Kimber.
I get
Hey Carolyn. Good to see you. Sharon. Thank you for Kelsey Hammonds. Yes, yes, yes. Can you hear me okay now, Andy?
I think the earbuds are connecting. I think I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, everything's working now. So what's up?
What's up? Terry, I can't click on your thing. It won't let me do it. I do have, I'll give you guys this real quick. I do have your
Where's Kimber?
it's right here.
I'm not here.
Hey, girl, hey.
Hey, girl,
Um
hey, I just got off work.
I have some info. If you guys want to hear this, it's up to you guys, whatever you guys are down for today. I was Miss Salty, as always, like I said, sent me part 1 and part 2 of Steven Stern's interview with law enforcement from February 27th.
Mm.
It's recorded. Do you want to hear it? Yes or no?
No, I don't care. I'm just bored and chilling and crocheting.
I've already heard it, but
Oh,
Did you?
Clue, can I ask you a question?
yeah.
What is your favorite cuss word? I would like to crochet you something. Is it cunt? Because I was gonna crochet
Yes.
cunt. Yes. Okay. All right. Good. Good. See, we got a lot in common.
Is
We
that
got same
technically a
taste
cuss
in
word?
guys, same favorite cuss word.
It is a cuss word apparently, but I like it because it offends every female who probably
Oh, I
isn't.
love it. Yeah, I love it. It's my favorite.
It
All
doesn't
right, do me
affect
a favor then, guys. Throw me a 1 in the chat if you want to hear these interviews, and put a 2 in the chat if you don't.
it doesn't offend me. I use it daily. See, I'm one of those.
Word truth.
I use it in a loving way. I call my friends cunts all the time.
I
It's
don't
a
know.
term of endearment.
It's not always bad. It's in the
It's not.
perception.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not always bad, but now it can be bad.
Yeah,
Well, it
Yes.
depends on who you're saying it to and how you're saying
Right.
it.
you
It
don't have
depends
to
on.
apologize, Kels. You didn't do nothing.
It's all about tone.
Yeah.
Oh, that's for sure.
Can you show your face just backstage, Sam, so that I can see you're a person and not a body part? Just one time, just for a split second, and then you can come up. That's all it takes.
No
Only one
peens
time.
on the screens.
No peens on the screens.
All right, you're good. You can cover up, Sam. I'll bring you up.
You can cover up.
I
I
see you
found that funny
waving. You
too.
froze.
Denny's
There you
flag.
go.
You can cover up now.
Yeah, you can take it down now. You're fine.
Dago, you got to show me how to do that. By the way,
Do what?
that green screen or what do y'all call it? A pink
The peen screen?
Yeah, peen screen. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, you just okay. Welcome, Sam. When you pull somebody up, they come backstage, right? Like when
Yeah.
I come. Okay. What you do is, you know how at the bottom underneath the block where we're all sitting in,
Yeah.
there's all these little different frames that you can frame it out. Like if I click this one or this one, it'll move us around like this, right? You see how
Can
it's
you
moving them?
Yeah.
can you
All right.
guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I can.
Oh my god, it's so amazing to talk to you all for free over the internet.
Ooh.
Absolutely brilliant.
It,
This is
Sam,
the first time I've ever used StreamYard, so that's why it's taken me this long to get in because I'm a complete noob.
Sam can just come up all the time.
I
you have an
know.
awesome.
Just
Your accent is absolutely awesome, Sam. I love it.
But obviously, so I've got StreamYard on one tab, and then I've got YouTube on the other. So I'm watching the YouTube side, so I can see chat.
Yeah.
Are you getting any echoes or anything?
No, but let me know if I'm echoing or if I'm just getting on anyone's nerves in general, to be fair.
oh
No.
no, you're perfectly fine.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
What,
Right.
where, what
With that
part of
accent, it's going to be hard to get on our nerves.
what part
I'm
of
so,
what part of the
so
UK are you from?
I live in Middle England.
Okay.
Let me know if I'm shouting as well. I'm so excited to be
No, you're
speaking.
fine. I'll tell you why.
Just a Clue and Cletus, they are, Clue is my girl. She is straight up the same kind of person as me, the straight up personality, the no beeps given, that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Absolutely love it. Love her attitude, love her sass. Cletus is hilarious. Sarge is hilarious. And I love Truth. I've got to say that you all have got the best heart in the business. Right.
Thank you.
I've been watching YouTube for a very long time. And I am genuinely a psychotherapist. I know people come on here and go, I've got this qualification, I've got that qualification, whatever. Truth, despite whatever faults he thinks he's got, or he's definitely got, he's a clever man. Such a clever man.
Yeah.
The methodical way that he describes things so that everybody can understand, whether you like it or not. And the same with Clue, to be fair. Dago, you have got such a good heart.
Thank you.
You really want to do the best for everybody. And, regardless of clicks and views and likes and money, and I just absolutely love it.
Thank you very much.
Let me know if I'm talking too much.
No.
No, you're absolutely fine. You're wonderful.
You're fine.
I appreciate what you said.
I
Very,
mean,
very much.
And it's a damn sight cheaper than ringing America. The last time I called America, it cost me 70, 80 quid.
Wow.
It's absolutely disgusting. My brother lives in North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
So my brother married an American girl. They were both in the army. So my brother was military police, and his wife, I'm trying not to mention names, she was a US Marine at the time.
Okay.
And they met on attachment. My brother was a bodyguard for a certain prime minister that won't be named. And that's how they met, because the wife was on attachment with one of your presidents. And he rang us one day and he says, Mom, I'm not coming home this week. I'm getting married.
Wow.
So that's what happened. And he's been out there for 15 years. I'm terrified of flying, so I haven't seen him since he left.
Amen.
Gotcha. I don't like it either. I hate flying.
Yeah, I'm not a fan at all. But I did, in the pandemic, I did put myself through a degree. Got my dual honours in psychotherapy, so psychology plus counselling. That's how I know you are all really good, genuine people. You know, I'm like Clue. I like Dolly. Dolly's good for shits and giggles. Pardon my French.
No, you're right. You're right.
You know, fair dues. Dolly's got to eat. He's making his money. Whatever he's got to do. But it's like you all say, you shouldn't be doing it on the back of these people's circumstances.
Their misery, right?
Regardless of what we all think, we've all got our own little theories. Do you know what I mean? You've got. I mean, yeah, we've got keyboard warriors. I sit here and I'm looking at real people. And Dago's a real piece. You're all real people. People in the chat. You could be of the persuasion where you sit and just think, you know, you've got a free for all, so your words don't mean anything to anyone. What you type, you can't be picked up for, but it's not a life that you're living. This is not a real thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
but
ma'am.
to someone somewhere in the world, it's very real. The names you call, the words you type, or, you know, like you say, all the stuff, the carnival that it's turned into, the circus it's turned into. This is a few people's real life existence. And you have to remember that they go to bed on this every day while we go about our lives. And it doesn't really mean anything, you know. I'll go to the market, I'll go and see my dad, I'll walk my dog, I'll do my gardening. But somebody else is eating, sleeping, and shitting this stuff 24 hours a day. And you all have to be very mindful about what you are saying to who sees it. And it's got to get down to the brass tacks. I really need them to find this boy. I'm not lying when I say I eat, sleep, and shit, Sebastian.
I get it. I think a lot of us do.
And I'm 4,000 miles away.
Right. I think a lot of us are in the same boat you are. I know Clue is. I know I am.
I know Clue. I know it drives Clue to distraction.
Yeah.
And, you know, the crap that everyone that they get. I mean, look at Truth. Like, Truth is not Chris.
No.
There's a couple of different octaves there.
Yeah.
If you get your cotton buds out and clean your ears, you can hear the difference in them two voices.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. It's called reality.
Absolutely.
It's not a fantasy world where, you know, and that's what I don't get.
It's not. And there's only a few. I know, because obviously I watch a few creators. You know, Dago, Clue, Sarge, a couple of others are my go-tos. I watch a UK creator called Michelle, and some of your panel will know the rest. And she's another British no BS.
Oh, Michelle Walks or Michelle After Dark?
Michelle After Dark.
I thought that you mentioned it, not me. Yeah. So, you know, and, you know, she does some very, very good streams and she keeps her chat in line. She's very, you know, no BS like Clue is.
Right.
It's don't get me wrong, it's a fascinating case, but it's not just a case. I know that, you know, we've all seen the circus and all the rest of it, but this is Chris's life, this is Katie's life, this is Seth's life, whether we like it or not, whether they've brought their own shitstorm, it's their life at the moment.
Yes.
And we all have to remember that. I totally understand Seth wanting to know every minute detail, you know. And when I'm typing in the chat, like I am very often, and the messages aren't coming through fast enough and you can't see the messages that I'm sending, and fair dues, you know, there's hundreds of people in here every night. It's so frustrating that messages don't get through fast enough. Which is why I asked if I could come up. You know, I know it's turned into a right circus, but you have to remember that this is their life.
Yeah.
They you know, no amount of drink, drugs, shouting, swearing, going for a walk, going off in the camper, going to work, nothing stops them from thinking about this 24/7. Where we can all switch off and go. Just go about our lives. They can't. And I just wish, like you all, I wish everyone would be more mindful about what they put out there, what they say, you know, what they do as a reflection. Because everything you do is a reflection of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people who are drawn to negativity are statistically more prone to be depressed. People who are drawn to negativity and they feed off because they feed off it for their dopamine. So they come on here and they think, this is my fix. This is how I feel better every day. I know it's really hard. Like Caroline, I can see Caroline in the chat. It's really hard to step away, Caroline. It's really hard not to take anything personally. We all feel the same way about this boy. We all feel the same way about this boy. We all want him found, and I'm 4,000 miles away. I wake.
That's
Go on.
what I was gonna say. Like, it's such a circus online, but what's crazy is it's not like that.
Yeah.
In here in the town, like it's not like that.
Yeah.
It's not like that in the state. It's not.
Yeah.
The state's not. The state's not like that. It's not like you come online and everybody's tearing each other apart and screaming and yelling and this and that and the other thing. And then you look here and it's in real life, it's not like that.
No.
It's
And
totally...
I can see that we all pick a chat. You can pick any of your creators, you can go in their chat. And for the time that you're in their chat, you're in a little microcosm. You're looking at a little screen, it's on your phone, it's on your laptop, it's on your iPad, whatever. You've got a little microcosm of what's going on. And people think that's it, that's their world. They're going to throw all their opinions into that specific chat. And that's it. Their opinion matters. They've got to get it all out. That's what they've been thinking about all day. And they've waited all day for you guys to come on to throw it at you all. And then when one person doesn't agree with another, they all start throwing names at each other because that's all they've got to, that's all they can do. You're so frustrated. They throw insults at each other. It's like Truth says about insults, you know, is that all you've got? If the worst thing someone can do is call him Chris, then hey ho. Do you know what I mean? If someone has a go at Dago like they did the other night because Dago was letting off some steam and having a laugh, it's like, please get a life, guys.
Right.
Everybody is allowed. Chris is allowed to laugh. Katie's allowed to laugh. Seth is allowed to laugh. Dago's allowed to have a laugh on Sarge's panel. Everyone's allowed to have a laugh. If you are lucky enough to get up every day and open your eyes and take a breath and get out of your bed and go about your life. So you are allowed to let off steam. Just remember who you are and how you were raised. And that's pretty much my message. You know, I don't like Truth getting upset. I don't like Dago getting upset. And fair dues is because I've been watching and listening to them for such a long time. And I know where all their hearts come from. And none of us, no one's got anything to prove to anyone. No one. Everyone wants the same thing. When you go online every day and night, you need to remember you want the same thing. And that's it. Like, I'll just get off my high horse now. It's that's how it is.
No, I appreciate you saying those things. I think we all kind of do because it's all true. You're right. We're all human beings. We're still here. And I think that's one of the things. First off, let me do something real quick. Moni in the middle. I see you. Hello, hello, hello. And thank you for being here. I'm sorry I didn't see you before. I think sometimes we're looked at. I'm not saying everybody does this, so I'm not claiming anybody in the chat that does this specifically, okay? But I think sometimes we're looked at differently than people look at the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Because of what we do. We're still human. We still laugh and cry and get mad and laugh. The same things everybody else does. Sometimes some of the stuff we do here is a little bit more sensitive for some of us because we're so much closer to it in some ways.
Yeah. Yeah. And a lot of people in your chat, they've got the lived experience.
Yeah, right. And I'm not saying that the people in the chats that come in here aren't, because I know they are. They're very passionate, very, very passionate. But everybody handles things in a different way. So, and I understand that. That's why I don't typically get real upset about certain things, because I get that people don't maybe realize, the things that some of us go through as creators, the attachments to these things, the emotional side to it and stuff like that. And just think that we're out here just to try to entertain people, when in essence, we take it personal too. I said that a long time ago with this case per se, that I almost feel like Sebastian is one of our children in some ways, because we've spent so much time and effort and put so much emotion into it,
Yeah.
And a lot of people are like, yeah. So at that point, a lot of people don't get it. There's also different types of people out there that I've come to realize that there's just not everybody is good. I look for the good in everybody. That's that's my downfall. I wear my heart on my sleeve.
I'm the same. I'm exactly the same.
Right. And I'm the softie in the community. I'm the one that everybody goes to because they know that I'm Mr. Tenderheart Bear, or whatever the hell you want to call it. But I am also human, and I have the ability to get angry and blow up and get sad and cry and whatever. I'm the same way, Everybody knows when I'm not happy, because then I get loud and I get different and I start saying words that I don't normally say and things like that, and then people get offended by it. Well, I'm human, you know what I mean? I'm allowed to feel that way sometimes too. So just as much as people were surprised because Clue, at one point in time, I think it was in here, she got upset. She broke down. She had to get quiet because it bothered her. She's human. Okay. Just because she comes off as a hard ass all the time doesn't mean she doesn't have feelings and she's not going to get hurt. Okay.
Excuse me.
Wait. Clue has feelings?
Wait a minute. Because you're trying to diminish my street cred right now.
Oh, stop it. Anyway, like I said,
hold on. I can prove I'm human. Okay. I can, because I got to go poop right now. So I'm going to mute.
And then there's that side of her, of course, too.
God bless that.
See what you started, Truth. Just see what you started.
When she shouted Cletus the other night in the loo.
It's a good thing, though, because things like this should be talked about. You know what I mean? Oh, did you drop down, Andy? You're still up here. Hold on.
And can I just say, I love Kimber's voice.
Thank you.
Whereabouts are you? Where are you from, Kimber?
I'm from Tennessee. I'm not far from Clue.
Kimber gets on my damn nerves. I'm just saying.
You get on my damn nerves too.
Good.
Okay, let's children be nice today.
First of all,
roughly where is Truth from?
I was born and raised in the United States.
He was born and raised under a rock.
He sounds like he's from Tennessee. Maybe Kentucky.
Bloody hell, Clue. That was a quick poo.
I think he's from West Virginia.
I'm in the bathroom.
Wow. Go F.
Andy, are you up
what
there?
Did you say? What was that? What letter of the alphabet was that?
F.
Guys, hang on 1 second. I have like 4 Andys in here. Andy, are you here?
Andy, get your yo.
Thank
Your
goodness we don't have
your
4
microphone or
trees.
something is not working.
Hey, good thing, Kimber. Shocker. Caroline's team Kimber.
Andy, are you there?
It's really nice to talk to you, Truth.
Good to talk to you too. I hope you're enjoying the Great British area.
Absolutely, we've had an absolutely cracking day today. It is actually genuinely my eldest daughter's birthday. We've been out for a full English breakfast this morning.
Well, first of all, happy birthday to your daughter. Second of all, did you say y'all be cracking?
We've had a cracking day's weather. That's what I meant. Sorry.
What's that mean?
Cracking means amazing. Cracking is good. It's amazing.
It's a beautiful day over there.
Yeah, it has been a very, very beautiful day today.
So basically what you're saying is your day's been the bomb diggity.
It has been the bomb.
All right, awesome.
Oh, I love the way she says bomb.
Can I say hello to Mom?
Yeah.
Oh, Mom. So I started following Mom when everyone was looking for Riley.
Yes.
We love Mom.
Oh, absolutely. Like, she's so cool and calm, and the way she explains things. And
she's all right for a Floridian transplant, you know.
And I really appreciated her son running around on our behalf.
You're muted, Mom.
It's all right. I can see her.
She's talking. But Mom, you're muted.
You're muted, Mom.
She's not said out.
I'm double muted. I've been at work too damn long.
Oh, there you go.
It's because I have a mouth at work and I'm used to muting both. So that way they don't hear me. Training sucks.
Got you. Thank you for joining us.
But thank you. Mini Monster is a rock star. He is absolutely an amazing person, and he was from the game community, and he's big on Discord and Twitch and all those gamer platforms. And I converted him to true crime, and his fiance has helped convert him to true crime. And now he's my little mini monster. But he was honored to go home to Nashville because that's where my kids were raised, was in Nashville. I lived there for 30 years. So it was a big honor for him to be able to go and do his part in Nashville. They handed out flyers. They talked to homeless people. They made it too late to do the search, but he was able to stream and kind of give people a look of downtown Nashville after dark, because it's a lot different when you come out of the city lights. So he did real good. I was real proud of him. Real
yeah,
proud.
He did a good job. I really enjoyed his coverage, even though obviously we didn't get the outcome that we wanted.
Yeah, that was actually his first time on panel. So,
Mom, aren't you Pascal's mom? Isn't that what I heard?
Oh no, sir. No, I don't have rascals.
I was just wondering. I didn't know. I was just wondering.
I think Mini Monster has a totally awesome mom.
Thank you, ma'am.
He really does.
He's pretty fond of me too. My investigator, he's too busy to come on my panel, but he is my pure redhead. He's got the fire orange red hair, and he's a giant. He stands almost 7 foot tall. And then you have Mini Monster, who's built like me, and he's my height, then a little teeny tiny thing. And then you have my giant, but he's took the Irish side completely and is almost 7 foot tall, and he's a big guy. But
wow. What are you having issues with, Gray? What do you mean color differences? Where? And Andy, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you guys hear me now?
There you go. Yep, you're good.
Sorry, I've never used StreamYard before, and my earbuds are cheap pieces of crap that I bought on Amazon. So.
No, you sound great, actually. The only thing I'll tell anybody that's never used Amazon before, if you're up here, don't touch anything else, because it'll boot you right back out of here. And then I mean, I'll bring you back. That's no big deal.
Yeah, that's the
You
problem.
can-
I was on my phone because I don't have a computer at the moment. So and somebody texted me and I went to check the text message and yeah, I ended up getting booted.
I do love Grey Pearl as well. She's very funny in chat. Very funny.
Yes, she is. She's
so
another
funny.
comedian.
I do love Grey Pearl. She's really funny in chat.
She's very
She's
funny.
You,
But you can kick me out whenever you want because obviously I don't want to take up space for someone else.
No, you're a
Might want
pleasure.
to-
You're
might want
an
to join
absolute
up.
you're an
Can we
absolute
do a favor?
pleasure, and I appreciate you.
It's
More the
very
merrier.
Can
It's
you
very
say-
easy on the fingers, and obviously it's it's not costing me a fortune in phone calls. Because I do really appreciate the work that you all do individually and collectively.
Sam, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you say just a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down?
Wrong part of the country, but a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down.
Oh, okay. I'm happy. I got.
Actually, if Nelly were to come up here, Nelly fits that bill perfectly. I don't know that I didn't even realize until I met Dinky and Nelly. Michael comes in here. He's from a certain part. Pamela comes in. She's from Lancashire. And
Lancashire. I love Lancashire. It's beautiful up there.
Yeah. And everybody, I realized at that point that like a lot of people in the UK have different variations of their accents. And I was like, which is why I asked you what part you were from, is when I learned that. It's pretty wild.
Because everyone thinks you're from London and everyone thinks you know the king or what was the queen.
Right.
But it's fair enough. You can drive from one end to the other in about 5-6 hours. So
there's Michael right there, actually. Hello, Michael. Good to see you. He sounds, I swear to God, when he first came in here, the first time he came on panel, everybody in here swore up and down this is Michael Caine. And the way he looked, he even actually looked like him that night in his video with the way he was talking. And I'm
you're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
Yeah. You're right. So that's who everybody thought he was. But we have a lot of UKers in here, and it's really neat because just like here in the States, we all have like Kimber and
did you call them UKers?
That's what I call them, UKers. Yes.
They call it USers.
I don't know.
You assers?
I think it would be pronounced users.
They should call us user or UAssers. Yeah, I get it. Michael's from Liverpool. Thank you, Michael. I couldn't remember.
Oh, Liverpool's a cracking city. Absolutely cracking.
Julie says she's from Nottingham.
Nottingham's nice as well. The sheriff of Nottingham.
Hey, by the way, did y'all hear about the woman that tried to, cut the guy's thing off and missed and hit his leg? Did y'all hear about that?
Was that
what?
In the UK?
This woman, this happened like 2 days ago. This woman tried to cut the guy's, off and missed it and stabbed him in the leg.
No,
did she get
his artery?
Well, no, she got his leg, but I was upset because, I thought it was going to be, a felony, but apparently it's a misdemeanor.
Oh, my.
Yeah, funny.
There's a lot of people confused right now.
I thought that was a genuine case then. I was like, did he live?
I'm
I
waiting
only thought about Lorena. Like,
Can I just make a quick statement? Real quick here, and everybody else, I'll be quiet. But Truth, there's something mentally detached with you. You understand that, right?
Listen, I understand what you're saying, but honestly, I felt like the way we clicked so well that you probably have one thing extra missing than I do. So I'm still just a little bit of.
We weren't talking about me. I know all about my scrambled brain. I'm just talking about you right now. That's all.
I just want to put out here that you are not a doctor enough to give me a diagnosis, as it was pointed out today. I couldn't do that. I'm going to go sit in my corner now because I feel like you have abused me.
Am I bullying you again?
You are bullying me.
Here, I'll give you a popsicle and you go sit down now. It's okay.
Damn it, Dago, you are so mean-spirited.
I know. I can't help
I'm
myself.
glad y'all see that.
So mean.
Whatever.
Dago has a dual mask. Y'all know what dual mask is, don't you?
Yes.
When he's on his channel, he's the sweetest guy ever. He goes over to Clues and he turns into a 1937.
I turn into what?
A sailor.
A what?
Do I need to say it for the third?
He said a sailor from 1937.
I was flushing the toilet in my defense.
Well, I'm
Oh.
glad that you flushed the
Well,
toilet. My
what,
question is, why don't we hear the water running where you're washing your hands?
Because I've
maybe
already
she
done that.
muted.
Maybe why is it that someone just has to jump up and make an excuse for it? At least give her the chance to make one up.
Well, I'm just trying to help her out.
You're such a brat, Truth.
Why is that?
Um,
Dago,
So,
her
Clue, do
book-
you need a peen screen?
Mm-mm.
You don't need a peen screen?
No, why would I need a peen screen? I don't have a peen.
To put up on your panel.
Yeah, of the day. You mean to say
Oh,
day?
probably.
So I've got a question in the chat. Jaguar's hooligan. Where
look at
is
that beautiful
Princess
woman.
Catherine and her children? Well, I'm assuming they're in London somewhere.
What?
Did y'all know that Queen Elizabeth, the first Queen Elizabeth, was actually a male? Did y'all not know that? The truth behind, or the story, the legend behind that?
What did you just say, first of all?
The original Queen Elizabeth, right? So here's the story. You always notice where she wore the high collars to cover her throat and all those things, right?
Oh, or
Well,
Adam's apple.
right.
Or his.
The reason was supposedly when Queen Elizabeth, I think it was Queen Elizabeth, maybe it was Queen Mary. Anyway, Queen Elizabeth, when she was being taken from one castle to another castle as a young infant, she died. And they were scared to tell the king. And so they replaced it with a baby boy because it looked as close to the queen as a baby because, you know, they're hard to tell apart. And so as Queen Elizabeth grew up and they realized, oh shit, we got to keep hiding the fact. And of course, the king never saw her without clothes on. So all the way until she died, it was said that, and they found out when she died, he was actually a boy. It was the first. Look it up. Y'all think I'm crazy? Go look it up.
I've never heard that.
Go look it up. It's not
And I love
not a
it.
conspiracy theory. It's written in history books. Now it's also argued, but it's there.
I assure you, nobody on this panel thinks that you are crazy, Truth.
I'd argue with that. There's at least one on here.
No, I assure you, we don't think that you're crazy.
Kimber, shut up.
He is a fountain of knowledge, so I won't dispute it until I speak to my dad tomorrow.
He's a fountain of something.
That's what I was going to say. He's a fountain of something, Mark.
Listen, I don't like to. Never mind.
Are you all? Any of you a fan of?
She's the only queen who was never married. She was never married, and you want to know why? Because he wasn't gay.
Right. Yeah.
That
that makes sense. That does make sense. Is anybody a fan of Camilla?
No.
No.
What do you all think about Camilla?
How about long live Princess Diana, the only true-hearted person to ever live on this earth other than Mother Teresa? And
Amen. Amen. Amen.
I actually agree.
And I'm definitely not a fan of the king. I promise you that much.
No. Y'all ever watch that series? What is that Netflix documentary thing?
The Crown.
Oh my Lord. If even a quarter of that is true, it's sickening.
I started watching that and didn't finish it. Is
Oh,
it
it's
still
so
going?
good.
It's about the whole monarchy, essentially, of
I know.
from Queen all the way through Princess Diana dying and Chlamydia.
Chlamydia.
I just think that anybody who comes in, and I firmly believe Princess Diana was probably pregnant. That's my belief. and they had to save face. I just think that it's so horrible that you took such an amazing person, and the fact that she was fixing to step in the front lines when it came to Palestine, and that was going to create a huge political versus royal battle that would have been very bad.
Yeah.
I just watched that whole thing, the conspiracy behind the whole Doty thing, and that night that happened, and his father came forward, and that was really interesting. If you haven't seen it, like the truth, well, what they're saying that the truth could be behind that actual scenario. And I was just when I was so much younger when it happened, and I didn't follow it, so I
Is
didn't
that where they're
actually.
trying to say that like the father was obsessed with the royal family and like tried to set up his son with her, and
So
then there was
they were
like all this
saying
crazy
they
stuff
were
with like he
saying
was trying to marry her and get her pregnant and all that, but she didn't really want that.
well, what I watched,
There's all kinds.
what I watched said that the king or Doty's father believed that the royal family was the one that did all of this. That Prince, not Prince, Charles's father. I can't think of his name right now.
Philip.
Prince Philip.
Prince Philip. Yeah. Anyway, that this documentary thing, the way it was set up was that it was believed that he set all of that up because of what look it was bringing to the family from Diana, so on and so forth, and that they were not going to have that happen, that union happen.
I think Philip was the only one who actually liked her.
Well, no, here's the thing. And you might be right. I don't mean to say no, but here's the thing. So essentially, I believe that Afayed, the father, was trying to get a contract in England. That there was some contract he was trying to get, and he had been shot down several times by the royal family for the contract, or the royal family was involved in having him shut down. So it was said that he actually set the two up as a revenge to the royal family, and they figured that if Dottie, I think it's not Dottie was the father. What was the son's name?
Dodi Al-Fayed.
Yeah, Dodi Al-Fayed. If he would have gotten at the time Princess pregnant, then they would have had to have changed the establishment of the rules with the father. That was what he was hoping. However, I have a hard time believing that, if you have to look at the royal family, it's very much organized and structured like the mafia. You understand what I'm saying? So there is no hit, so to say, that's going to be performed without the blessing of the queen. It's just not going to happen. And if you watch some documentaries about the monarchy and how it works, the inner workings, you'll understand nothing happens without the queen's approval, right? On top of that, when the queen died, why didn't she have a staff? Why did she have a wand? Because they didn't break a staff like they normally do when a queen or a king dies. They broke a wand. And it was the first time anyone that I know of that I've seen in research has ever seen them break anything other than the cane, right? Or the staff.
I think in this day and age, no one's breaking anything that costs that much money.
That's a lot of money.
I don't. We're talking about the queen.
Yeah. I know.
Did anybody see the letter? Did anybody see the letter that Diana had written where she basically predicted her own death?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you think of that? What's your process?
I think she was given a heads up by one of the paparazzi who truly loved her.
I've heard that theory as well.
If you notice, there were no paparazzi in that tunnel, but there were paparazzi sitting on the side of the road to that tunnel. There were cameras set up on purpose so they would see her go through that. And if
they were hounded, they were absolutely hounded. Literally.
I think the driver knew he was going to die that night, and he gave his life up, and his family was taken care of forever. And he knew going into that tunnel, he wasn't coming out the other side.
Henri Paul in.
Yeah.
And there was a part written where it blatantly stated, and I can't remember exactly where I saw it, but that they're planning an accident in my car so Charles can marry again. What?
Exactly.
But what I'm saying is Henri Paul knew that when he went in the driver, Henri Paul knew when he went in he wasn't coming out.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, they were also claiming that when he went in there, he was off that night and that he was pretty
He was off.
intoxicated.
He
Yeah, they
was
did
off that
say he
night.
was drunk.
He
Well,
was
wouldn't
off
you
that night,
wouldn't you
and
be
he was
drunk too?
intoxicated.
Right.
Wouldn't you be drunk too if you were told that this was your last night on Earth?
I mean, yeah.
Or just that you were having a night off. You thought you were having a night off, but you had to be somewhere nearby. So,
No,
you know,
he knew. But furthermore, I think the Queen knew before it was going to happen. And I think that it's very obvious the way that. So if you remember back then, and I'm a pointer on little things, if you remember back then, it wasn't 5 minutes after word hit that Diana was in a bad wreck, not even that she had passed, and they had already lowered guard at the castle.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
So, it to me that shows that you already knew she wasn't going to make it. And that's really sad. And on top of that, you didn't allow anybody to get access to her body.
yeah, it was very quick. I like to think, because I am just a UK citizen, that I believe the Queen is party to a lot of, should I say king now, is party to a lot of stuff, but the establishment that runs the monarchy, they do not let them know certain stuff. It's like they're not allowed to get involved in politics. They've got to be impartial, blah blah blah. I'm not entirely sure what she did know and what she didn't know. She's quite stoic. Prince Philip was more of the loose cannon out of all of them at the time. And I think he did do his best to stick up for Diana. He could see that, she'd got problems like everyone else.
See that? I'm sorry, Sam. Go ahead.
No, go on.
That's what a lot of people don't get, is that, and a lot of people don't understand it, but I know you do, Truth. I'm not speaking about you, but a lot of people don't get it, that the royal family is just they're like a showpiece.
Yeah.
They're like a set piece, because they have nothing to do with the politics or anything. That's all the establishment, because they don't have anything they're just a set piece. That's all they are. They're just for show.
That's true, but it's not true as well. And I'm going to tell you why. Because the royal family themselves own so much land in other countries, including the United States. And I mean strategic land. So they're, without fail, absolutely politically based as well, because the land that they own is A, all tax exempt all the way across the board. And B, most often when you find these large entertainment-based family organization, you know what I'm saying? They own those properties. Because, Florida just forced them to show their hand in owning the land Disneyland's on.
Yeah.
Right, but what I'm saying is they don't have a lot of control when it comes to laws over
masters of the states.
Masters of the states and things over there. They don't have, they're just for show over there. They don't.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I was brought up in the military.
They do. I mean, they do have a lot of money, and they do have a lot of things. I mean, the Queen, heck yeah, she could drive around without a driver's license. She could be arrested.
Yeah.
Shit.
I don't know how many of you guys have seen this specific thing since we're on this topic. This is actually really interesting.
That's Mr. Fayed.
Yeah,
that's Dodie's father right there. Yeah.
Now this guy, let's don't forget, Dodie's father was not a model citizen either.
No.
He was a very dirty businessman who made most of his fortune on people losing their lives.
Yes,
dude's sketchy as hell.
Yep.
Yeah, he made his money off the blood of others. He owned Harrods in London too, didn't he? Harrods of London.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he still does.
Yeah, the family. Well, he's dead now, but his family still does.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he died of either prostate cancer or rectal cancer.
Wow.
Oh, well, either way.
That just shows how much I pay attention to what's going on in my country. I mean, I stopped watching TV in 2020. I mean, I was too busy studying, to be fair. So I stopped watching general TV. I don't listen to the news. You know, I haven't got a TV license. Controversy. I don't pay for my TV license because it's all propaganda. I'm probably along the lines of Sergeant Cletus's domain. But
y'all had to have a license to have a TV.
Yes. I was just about to ask that.
What?
Yeah. So we've got the BBC, which is the most corrupt organisation on the planet. In my eyes, it's just my personal opinion.
Jimmy Savile.
Yeah,
you're not the only one that said that. I've heard a lot of people say that, actually.
Yeah, you're supposed to pay a TV license. I mean, back in the day, the BBC was formed to give us war information.
Yeah.
So, ergo, it was going to give us propaganda from the First and Second World War. And to be fair, not much has changed. They put a couple of programs on to keep you reeled in and give them an excuse to charge you money. But, if you can tick the boxes and say, I don't do this, I don't do that, I don't watch anything live, then, yeah, I don't.
Now, do you guys have to pay anything to watch what we do over here on the internet and stuff?
Yeah, and then they increase it every year as well. I mean, it's disgusting. Our another subject. Our pensioners get barely a FEDUs. We've got a health service and all the rest of it, which is on its knees, and our pensioners get a certain amount a week to live on. But your landline telephone and your BBC TV stations are some people's only lifeline outside of their house. And they charge them the earth to watch the TV and scare them to death that if they haven't got a TV license, they might get a knock at the door from an enforcement officer of some type. It's a load of crap. It really is a load of crap. People who are still old enough in this country that they fought in the Second World War should be able to watch telly for free. You should have a landline telephone so that they can still call their families or whatever. FEDUs were, technological age. We should all be able to, use a mobile phone, whatever, even the most basic. Well, some people can't use mobile phones. Some people haven't got smart TVs. Some people, they're not forward thinking like some people.
Mm-hmm.
And to charge someone to watch the telly and then pollute their brains with whatever propaganda, clickbait, or even just to keep you sedated. Do you know what I mean? It's like, let's watch, or let's think of something. You've got Love Island, or you've got.
How about here's one for you. Have you ever heard of or seen Mrs. Brown's Boys?
Oh yeah, they are hilarious. To be fair, we do like them.
I love that show. Love it.
You're supposed to have real life stuff like Coronation Street in EastEnders. It's the most depressing stuff you've ever seen in your life.
Wow.
Graham Norton's really funny. Graham Norton is funny. I do like some of the comedians, but I wouldn't necessarily go on the BBC to watch them. I won't give the BBC the time of day. The stuff that they put out in the pandemic, if I can say that word in here, the stuff they put out was absolute tripe.
Well, the interesting thing about the BBC is that when it involved Princess Diana's death, you got to remember. So the father, right? He had, I believe it was 1993 or 1994. He had something that went by the name of Cash for Questions. I think it's Cash for Questions Affairs or Affair for Cash and Questions. Anyway, essentially what it did is it disrupted the parliament and it revealed multiple names that he was using as informants, essentially, within Parliament. And the BBC broke the story, but if you remember, they were also a part of breaking the story that involved, Princess Diana's death, and then airing a lot of the photos that were said to have said, they shouldn't have aired, things like that. The BBC was really involved in that, but I believe that happened in '94, and then you have to remember 3 years later, Princess Diana is killed in the car accident with this gentleman's son. So you could see where the government, or at least in my opinion, the Parliament within itself, how they were disgraced. Now, mind you, Al Fayed's father owned Ritz Hotel in Paris, I believe, but he started out in the oil business. Failed. I believe he started out in the oil business. Failed in the oil business. I believe he ended up digging up molasses or something like that instead of oil. And then he went on to invest with his brothers, and then got investigated by, Parliament for basically money laundering things. But the point is, he had pissed off so many people within the Parliament and within the media. It just seems strange that 3 years later, it's kind of like they took a sacrifice, for no better terms.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty close on that. But he was worth like he died in, I think, 2023. I think 2023. But he died with like $2 billion net worth.
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy
Poor
stuff.
guy.
All right. Well, let's watch a little of this and see if anybody has seen this. 1 second.
They are withholding some of the documents at the request of the British Secret Service.
There's so many coincidences, so many odd things that just don't add up. Everything sort of smells.
Today's revelations may not add to the evidence, but certainly add to the intrigue. Her chilling prediction reads, "This particular phase in my life is the most dangerous. Someone, the name blacked out, is planning an accident in my car, brake failure and serious head injuries."
This is from Diana, in her own words, 10 months before she died.
Elle dit pas j'ai rêvé, elle dit pas je pense, elle dit on m'a prévenu. On veut me faire assassiner dans un accident de voiture. Ce qui est arrivé. Ou alors elle avait des dons de divination extraordinaires.
It was a complete game changer. Another missing piece of the jigsaw, Diana's fears that she'd be murdered. That fits in with what Al Fayed said. It also fits in with the large flash. That would explain that there was and then suddenly you're joining the dots.
The problem that the establishment will have with today's story is that they have not allowed a public inquiry into what happened to Diana in this country. And that has fueled already conspiracy theories for the last 6 years. And what today's letter will do is simply give credence to the view that there was more to it than meets the eye, and we should have some form of formal investigation.
Thank you, Michael. Now, and see, I've heard this too. Okay, where'd that go? I just had it up here. That it had already happened to her in the car before the accident. I've heard that in like four different ways, and
wow.
I was just like, whoa, wait a minute, what?
As far as I'm aware, she didn't die outright because there was a big hoo-ha in this country about someone taking photos of her as she was dying.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah, I thought she died in the hospital. Like they were able to get her to the hospital.
After the accident, right.
Yeah.
I think it's more likely she died between... I mean, they took forever to get her out of the car for a start. So,
so the pictures were released. Those have been, I mean, they came out, they were quickly tried to be scrubbed, but they came out and I remember seeing them. There was also a really grainy video that was real jumpy that came out. I'm probably somewhere around 2002 or 2003 it came out.
Right. I remember that.
I mean, it used to be, there was a site that had a lot of the more graphic accidents and things on it, and it was running the video.
Right. Yeah, sorry to stop that. When Michael put that up there, I remember having that conversation with somebody years ago about that, and I was like, really?
But can I just say as well, Piers Morgan is not the best person on the planet either.
No, but let's just take a second and look at how much aged. Jesus Lord.
And I'm not surprised because the man mustn't sleep at night with everything he's ever done.
Yeah, I've heard those stories too.
You know, he was responsible. He says he's not, but allegedly, you know, theoretically, he was part of the same organization that tapped the phone of, they got into a young girl's phone who was missing at the time. I think, I'm not sure, chat might tell you, was it Millie Dowler or phone tapping Millie Dowler? And it turned out that she was murdered by some weirdo that happened to be driving through the countryside while she was at her grandma's or something like that. So, you know, there was a massive search on in this country, and the news outlets, I don't know which one, but this man was somewhere involved. They tapped phones, and I think they listened to messages on this girl's phone allegedly about 3 days after she died, which is disgusting. Disgusting. And then they all covered it up, obviously, because the media, the media is responsible for so much crap. They ruin people's lives, from Diana to the parents of Millie Dowler, as far as I can remember. There you go. Used to visit a fortune teller 10 times.
David said he lives 2 minutes away from where Millie was taken.
I gotta take a second and read this comment because I busted out laughing, and I'm glad I had my mic closed. So I guess somebody asked what was going on, and Marie, Tennessee goes, Paula, because now, murdering a princess is keeping it light.
Yeah, well, it's actually still crime. So
yeah, it was an absolutely awful case. You know, the country was up in arms about this, and because her parents were told that she'd picked up her messages, which gave them hope that she was still alive.
Oh, that makes sense.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
But it turned out she was already gone, and it was these good for nothings.
Wow.
So yeah,
very sad. Very.
But 85% of the ordinary people of this country believe Diana was murdered with my son. It's not only me. And nobody moving for 6 years, no one is moving. You think that's fair?
9:30 this morning, and in Westminster, Michael Burgess, coroner to the Queen's household, prepares to open the inquest formally into the death of Diana Frances Mountbatten Windsor.
6 years on, British police officers will now try to determine what happened that night in a Parisian underpass.
That's a very interesting impact mark in the middle of that car.
Say that again.
It's a very interesting impact mark in the middle of that car for it to be going through a tunnel.
Yeah, I know. That was one of the big deals about it too. Hold on a minute. One moment.
It seems like it was just yesterday. It's been 28 years ago, right?
Yeah, I think when they have these inquests as well, I think pretty much they're a foregone conclusion, and they already know what they're going to write. You know, they can have, I think inquests are just lip service. They've already made their minds up what they're going to say.
It'll come out one day. I mean, that's just what it is. It'll come out one day.
It's like, you know, you dare question something, you're a conspiracy theorist. But 5, 10, you know, common knowledge is not that common. Do you know what I mean? But when it trickles out slowly, it takes 3, 4, 5+ years. It's like, JFK. I was obsessed with JFK. I still watch JFK stuff now.
Another one to talk about, the JFK thing. That's another crazy one.
I've been obsessed with that since I was 12 years old.
Yeah.
Obsessed with it for many years, Dago. We should definitely talk about that sometime.
Definitely.
I would love to do a show on JFK and the newest info and things like that. That's
who do you think killed him?
Go ahead.
Who do you think killed him?
I think it was mafia based.
No, but who do you think pulled the trigger?
Nobody that we've heard of.
I think it was the driver.
In the car?
Convinced of it. I'm convinced it was the driver.
The driver driving him?
Yes.
I've seen that theory because of the trajectory and all that. Yeah.
Well, not even that. You see it in the video, but if you slow the video down, there is an entire 3 frames missing from the video. But because it's so grainy, most people don't realize it.
I've seen that as well. I think it was the driver or the backup on the grassy knoll.
I don't think, but it was too precise, and it came from the front. You got to understand shit. You got to understand
projectiles.
You got to understand projectional rounds, and you have to understand what did Miss Kennedy do to the back of the car. If it came from a downward motion into the car, it would not have peeled that way. The bullet would have exploded at the base of the neck, not at the top of the head. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You're sitting at them from straight across, and you're turning your body. The gun has to be in an upward degree motion, which means it would go through the front and come out the top or upper top.
Because they got him in the throat first, didn't they?
Well, yeah, there were. That's the thing, is that was there someone that took another shot? Very possible. But at the end of the day, you have to watch what's happening. The Miss Kennedy jumped onto the back, and if you notice, all of the Secret Service leave the car. All right there, Secret Service is there. Now look when they come down by the grassy knoll. The Secret Service are gone. They've walked away from his vehicle.
Yeah.
Through the entire parade, they were on his car until that point of the parade. You remember what he was trying to shut down?
Yeah, oh yeah. Absolutely.
And that's it. That's the thing about establishment. It doesn't matter whether it's mine or yours or anyone else's. They will not have anyone doing good. They do not like anyone with socialist values. They just don't like it.
I agree with what was just said in the comments. Let me see who said it. Sorry. Let's see. Said, oh yeah, no Sherlock said, truth. The missing 3 frames is what our government shows all the incoming presidents after, just to let them know who's really in charge.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Well, you remember, Trump said 100% that he would release what happened to Kennedy. And then when he was asked about it in office, he said, I don't even want you. Like, I couldn't even handle it. You won't. Or something along those terms. And it was dead fast, because remember, he went on a couple of different Tonight shows and gave his word on it.
Yeah.
I do remember that. What made me wonder is because the way Trump was, if he couldn't handle it, shit, what was it then,
Do you think if they end up successful, and this isn't a political Biden-Trump thing, this is literally a question. Do you think that if they successfully lock him up, that he feel like he has no choice but to act with aggression as well and release confident or classified information?
I think he would.
I want people to think about that on the real.
Do you think they're trying to shut Trump down because he's a loose cannon for the world, so to speak?
I mean, that would be a personal choice if you think he's a loose cannon. I would argue the fact that what we have currently is a lot more loose. Not saying
I think it's because he refuses to play the game. Let me just put it that way.
Well, I agree with you there, but also, y'all know, I think the other side of that is when they tell you to look over here, you need to look over there. And Trump is the exact
Yes.
representation of look over there while they do this over here. It's
Right.
kind of catch-22.
Yeah. It's a bit like Seth. It's a bit like Seth, isn't it? Like he's a bit of a loose cannon, can't keep his gob shut. He just won't do as he's told.
Yeah, in a way, that's what it's all about to me. With that, he won't play the game, and that's dangerous for him because whether or not he has the power that he has and has the power he believes he has, they still have more power than Donald Trump. Period. It doesn't, and I mean they by the real government. Okay, a lot like what you were saying. This is my opinion, by the way. Nothing is about what I'm saying is anyway fact, but it's my opinion. A lot in I believe like a lot like you guys were saying about the royal family just being kind of a picture to look at per se. It's not what is actually being done in the background. Okay, I feel that our government's a lot like that too, that they put somebody in position as our president. We know that he doesn't make all the decisions. Okay, and I think it's just a puppet per se, for people to look at and to wave at and say, hey, there's our president, and everything else in the background is where all reality is happening. So
you believe
pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
I have a question from Terry Martin. Do I think all is okay with Catherine and the children? Yeah, I actually do. I think she's all right. I think she's getting the treatment that she needs. I think, the kids are obviously very well taken care of. I don't really believe what any media puts out about her. I'm not asked about a fake photograph or someone that struggles. I don't know how to use Instagram, so I wouldn't know where to start editing photos or anything like that. I just about struggled to get onto StreamYard tonight. I hope that Princess Catherine is doing great. She probably is. She's young, she's fit. She's receiving top-notch care, better than the rest of us would get. And I think more than likely she'll clear whatever she's got and she'll be fine. That's my opinion on Catherine.
But see, that's how social media pushes a narrative.
Yeah.
Right there. Because
everything is clickbait. Everything's clickbait. Every time you click on a news story or every time you go in a YouTube creators chat, you push up their algorithms. This is why we come in here every night. We like Dago's video and it pushes him up there so that he can spread the good word. Right. But every time you click on a news item from whatever, you push up their narrative. At the minute, everyone's going, oh, World War III. No, not World War, because it sells papers. It puts the fear factor.
Right.
My fundamental message to everyone is there's always got to be a bogeyman, right? Don't fall for it. It's not Russia. It's not China. It's not my government. It's not your government. I am not scared of anything on the outside of my front door.
Because that's just like when Kate had the surgery, there was speculation, and then of course they told her, they said she'd be taking 3 months off. Well, of course she's a royal, so everybody's like, well, who does it take 3? It probably might take a royal 3 months because they have that luxury if they're to take 3 months off.
I believe it's my personal opinion. No one's to be sued. It's all speculation. I believe that Kate has probably had a hysterectomy.
I think that's what it is too, and I think they keep saying abdominal, but I think that's what it is too. Being a woman.
She had such vile pregnancies. She had such a bad time carrying the heirs to the throne that she didn't really have much choice. And sorry for the guys in the groups, but when you either suffer from bad menstruation or you carry children with difficulty, when you suffer with the severe sickness in the first few months or sometimes the whole of your pregnancy, then you are more likely to end up needing something like a hysterectomy.
Right. But it's a shame that she had to come out of, I mean, not hiding, but she had to come out and actually tell people, hey, because people were like, oh, Kate's dead. They've killed her. And I'm like, oh, y'all stop. She had surgery. She's recovering.
You've forgotten she's human.
But the narrative was pushed, but nobody can think she's human. She's had surgery. Let her rest. She's just like us. If we have surgery, we need to rest.
Yeah, but with a history of Princess Diana, we don't trust anything coming out of that castle. Sorry.
That's probably what I think it is right there.
I agree with that statement as well. I do see that.
That goes right along with all the weird ass pictures of Meghan Markle with the weird facial thing, like that I watch these videos. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I like watching some of the weird, crazy ones that they put out there. I've watched videos where they have, oh my God, which one is Mark is married to Meghan?
Harry, and I think the video you're talking about is actually masks. It was some event where people were dressed up as them, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, they're actually lizard people."
Right?
No, it was people in masks.
Exactly. You can tell that it's a mask because the eyes don't move, nothing moves, and people are like, "She's not real. It's not this." And I'm like, "Oh, for God's sakes, you guys!
Because the royals are lizard people. Duh.
Yeah,
everybody.
Exactly what it is.
Hold on. It is not beyond that the royals could be effing lizard people. Okay, we are not about to start taking up for the royals.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is what it is. But let me play. I think this is the one I was trying to play the first time. If the show which you were talking about, Truth. I think I might be wrong, but who knows?
This looks like. I wonder if this is the.
I didn't really worry that much about my position. I would rather have been in a better one, but
So here was my thing with this, okay? When he was approaching this area, right?
Yep.
There was 1, 2. Where the hell did the car go? That's not even the right car. Hold on.
Should be the next one.
Yeah, I think it is. Hold on.
Much about my position. I would rather have been in a better one, but the way it was set up, all I could do is shoot crowd pictures along the route and shoot the motorcade ahead of me when we were on a curve, say like on Turtle Creek, or when we turned a corner. Then I had a chance.
All the Secret Service are gone now.
Something of the presidential cars up there in the front. As we approached Maine and Houston to make the right turn, I had just unloaded my camera. So we had prearranged for me to pass my film to a reporter who was standing at the corner. So I unloaded the camera, put the film in an envelope. As we rounded the corner, I tossed it out to Jim Featherston, the reporter. He reached for it, and the wind caught the envelope and blew it, and he had to kind of chase it.
Okay, now, because this is coming up here, I have a question based on the theory that I had talked about years ago. I can't remember. You know how Jackie turned around and jumped towards the back of the car?
Yes.
When he was shot?
Yes.
Okay. Are you up here, Jody? Jody? Jody.
There's 2 Jodys now.
Can you hear me, Jody? You're muted. And your iguana's growling. I don't know what the heck that noise is. It's what it sounds. Anyway, so there was the theory that I've talked to people about this. I told you I've been obsessed with it since I was 12. They told me, of course, it's a theory, that they believed that Jackie was involved, and that what she turned around to actually reach for was a shell casing that was not supposed to be there.
No.
And I said, why in the hell would they have the first lady doing something like that? That made
Here's where
no
it is.
sense
Listen,
to me.
if you watch what happened, it's real obvious what she was actually doing. I don't think she was going to grab the remnants of his skull at all, right? I think she was trying to flee the vehicle.
Yeah.
That's what
and
I
I
said
think she
because of
was
the way she
grabbed and
turned.
pulled back down.
See, I said the same thing because she turns almost completely around like she's trying to run from the back
It
of
was
the car.
immediate. She saw it. She saw him shoot it. She was looking. Watch. Just play. Watch it. Now notice on this entire caravan or entourage, however you want to put it, just how close the Secret Service cars are to the president's car, all the way through the city, through the entire parade route until you got on the roundabout area of the grassy knoll.
Right. Let me see if it's gonna.
My attention was on that. We were kind of laughing, at how he had chased my film across the street, and we heard the first shot. Tom Dillard and I looked at each other. The first thing we thought was it could be a gun. Then we heard two more shots closer together. I just looked straight up ahead of me because that's the direction the sound came from. And
that right there, because they've always talked about the sound came from the book depository, blah blah. When you shoot a gun, especially when you have buildings around, that sound echoes throughout those places, and it sounds. We've done this before. It sounds like it's coming from somewhere that it's actually not. It like the sound is thrown in a different direction. Does that make sense?
Sound.
My theory is not exactly like I think most people. So hear this out for just a second. So you're showing the window, which is very, very important. But think about something. If we are to assume that the mafia was involved, right?
Yeah.
And we are to assume that also another agency was involved, right?
Yes, sir.
And we're to assume that that agency is often dealing with double type agents.
Yes.
Right? It would make more sense to me that they had two planned assassins. One was the driver for one agency, and one was the shooter for the union. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Neither one of them knew about each other. Right?
I think, I agree with you, and that would have been done on purpose, right?
Right. So it was to guarantee the assassination.
Yes.
If it failed, now the driver might have known about it, but if it failed in that little area right there, then he was to carry it out as he was speeding away. Because everybody would be going crazy. And that's what happened.
Wait, say that one more time.
So you know
the
how
last part.
he goes to speed away as the round goes through the president's head.
Well, I mean, as soon as the president was hit is when he took off, right?
Yes.
That's okay. So I'm with you with that. Yeah.
So the everybody's looking the other direction at the shot coming from the building.
Yeah, right.
Everybody's turned to look at it now. No one's looking at the driver or the president. They're trying to see where the shots are coming from. That's when the driver turns. You can see the turn in the video, and especially there's a video that is frame by frame by frame, and you can see that the what was he, the governor that was sitting in front of him, or the vice president?
The governor.
Was the governor, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the governor, you can see he clinches up before the shot ever goes off.
As if he knew?
Yeah, or as if he saw the guy come. You just have to watch it. You'll see what I'm saying.
Okay. Because that
if they yeah, we'll see.
Saw two black men leaning out of the window of the 5th floor, looking directly up above them. My eyes went on up to the next floor, and there was a rifle. I could see the rifle in the part of the stock and it being drawn in the window. So then the car proceeded on rather jerkily toward the intersection. I looked to my left. I could see grassy knoll, the slope where all the people were. People were running different directions. People were covering up their children. I asked the driver to stop, and he let me out. So I got out. I ran back under the underpass, back up the hill. I was standing there. It was less than 10 minutes after the shooting. There were a couple of other photographers who came up to me. One I recognized as
So I believe this is the story about the guy in the bushes, right? and where they ran up and found everything at the bushes but didn't find the guy?
I think that's what he's getting ready to tell. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the most lunatic response to this, but yeah, go ahead.
We hitched a ride with a lady, and she took us to Parkland Hospital.
The one thing that's always been crazy about this video and the videos of that day is that if you watch the actions of the bike officers, the ones that are on the motorcycles, they're not acting crazy at all, like trying to move. You see the one that actually comes right up behind the president's car right before the shooting happened. Now, mind you, gunshots have already been going off. Why didn't the Secret Service immediately body on top of the president in that car?
That's what they're trying to do.
I thought it was due to confusion, truly, but because of the
confusion with the Secret Service.
No. I don't mean like there was multiple shots, right? And I think that's why everybody started to. That's when everybody started. And you're right with what you said. The first shot goes off, and everybody turned and looked a different direction. I've heard this theory before, by the way. And the driver turns directly towards him, and that's the way it was explained to me. The driver turned like this with his arm on the steering wheel, turned and put the gun under his arm and shot directly at the president.
Correct.
That's what I heard. But
so are you saying, is the theory that the first shot was kind of like a distraction to get everybody to look away and look around, and then somebody else?
I don't know if it was a distraction per se, but I think that whoever shot from the window was supposed to complete the job. They didn't, so there was a backup plan to make sure that it happened. Because it would have been a boxed-in area. You're right. The sound would have radiated off the buildings, and the only thing that would have got them caught was the fact that they used a barrel that could reflect the sun. That's what got them. Had they used a blacked-out barrel, it would have never been seen, but they didn't. So, that's why I always believed that person was probably from the Union, because he was less experienced and didn't get the job done.
Or he was just the fall guy.
Well, he was.
They
But he
knew
knew what he was doing.
They knew he was going to get caught all along. They had it set up so that he
well, you have to have that person to get caught. That's part of the whole thing.
Yeah. That's what sets it up for the driver. But I don't think Oswald was that guy.
Well, here's the thing. I heard parts of that too, because that was the whole scenario with Jack Ruby and Oswald. That the way that all went down, that he wasn't supposed to be the guy.
Well,
okay,
that was down like that, so he never went to trial, and none of the evidence ever came to light. I believe Jack Ruby was more likely to be involved in having those people up there than Oswald ever was.
That's exactly the point I'm making, because the way I heard it and what I understood from it was when you asked me who I thought did it, where did everybody go? Did people drop off?
I'm here.
Clue did.
I'm here.
Oh.
And I don't know what. Okay, I see you guys.
I'm
I
here.
just saw somebody was missing. And Jody, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, there. Hi, hon. By the way, welcome.
Hey.
Hi, Jody.
I heard when I said mafia, it was you said a 3-letter agency, which I know who that is. We all know who that is. And mafia. I said mafia. That's one and the same as far as I'm concerned at this time. Okay. That's why I said
I know what you're saying with that, but I have to slightly disagree. Do I think that they were in cahoots? Absolutely. But I think that only had to do with the mafia connection into the government. I don't think it necessarily had anything directly to do with that agency and the mafia, right? I think
right. That's not what I mean. Yeah, you're right. You're right. They're in specific situations. Let me put it that way.
Yeah. But I just think if you're going to have something like that carried out, you're going to need a fall guy. I don't think they ever intended on that fall guy being Oswald. However, when they arrested him, Jack Ruby, or it was for him to be the fall guy, but Jack Ruby realized he would get less time for killing the killer of the president than he would ever get for killing the president.
Yeah, he was going to be a hero, wasn't he?
Exactly. And not only that, you're a hero to the world, but now you're a hero to the underbelly of the government, and you're a hero to the people.
Yeah. What's really annoying about some of these cases is that they think you're dumb enough to accept it. Like, I never thought that Oswald was the man when the president was clearly shot in the throat first. But they expect you to believe that.
I'll take it a step further to you. I believe that Chris Kyle was assassinated.
The sniper?
Yep.
Why do you think that?
Because he had more sensitive information on the inner workings of our government and the SEAL team than I believe anybody else did. I believe he held the most kills for a reason because he was involved in operations that were never supposed to be mentioned. And my understanding is he had a book coming out that was going to detail the beginning days and some of the things that he was involved in. And I believe that that would have exposed some things. You also have to understand he was really good friends with another Navy SEAL who ended up transitioning for a while and then coming out of transition. And if I'm not mistaken, those two individuals were battle buddies. And if you think about what happened to that gentleman's life after everything happened with Chris Kyle, is when he did his transition and all that, you have to assume that he would believe that it had to do with something with, you know what I mean? Like you start going down the rabbit holes, you put one and two together. But I absolutely believe that he was killed. And I think if you look at his record of the operations that aren't listed, his, I believe they call like blacklists or whatever, like operations that you're not allowed to speak on, it is way, way, way longer than the actual missions he was allowed to speak on.
Absolutely.
Just personal opinion.
So,
well, what was the purpose of taking out the other guy, Chad, that was there?
Witness.
Well, why not take him out
Remember
though
the
when he was
operative.
alone instead
But
of?
listen, remember the operations and that, in my understanding, when you get to a level of operations, is you leave no man behind, dead or alive. So you don't leave anybody there that can implement anybody, cars, sounds, voices, anything. You know, I encourage people to understand something. Our government alone employs like 2,500 missionary or mercenaries on a yearly payroll. So what are those people doing? I just think about that. They're not just sitting on their couch doing nothing and collecting, you know, $500,000 a year.
Yeah, just look at where you've got bases all over the world in the name of peace. Really?
Yeah.
Like, you know, besides the British establishment and all the places we've ever conquered, in inverted commas, you know, next is the Americans with the amount of bases they've got all over the world. They send our poor men and women all over the world in the name of peace. And look at what's going on in the world.
Well,
and
I don't
a
know.
lot of it's secret.
I think personally, we can look at it that way if you want to, but I feel like I choose not to look at things like that because the men and women that are in the military made the choice to serve this country in whatever manner the government felt like they needed to. And even
I
though you
agree.
and I don't agree with it, the beautiful, amazing thing about our military personnel is they are us. And so I have a big thing about I may not agree with, you know, some of the things that are going on in our country, but there's one thing I'll never speak bad about, and that's our military servicemen and women.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I was born in Germany. My dad was in the army for 27 years. Back when, my personal opinion, back when they all deserve respect. They all deserve everything from then to now. I totally agree.
Absolutely.
But my dad went to the Falklands War.
Thank you, Doodle. Absolutely.
So that to me was when a war was an honest war in my eyes. Do you know what I mean? That
Epstein didn't kill himself, by the way.
Sorry?
I said Epstein didn't kill himself, by the way.
No,
No.
everybody knows that.
So yeah,
and neither did Marilyn Monroe either.
Kurt Cobain did not kill himself either.
No.
Yeah,
that I'm just putting it out there. I do respect the military. It's just a shame that they get sent out for ulterior motives. You know, they join for, like you say, you know, truth, justice, honor, peace, whatever, and sometimes that's not what they sent for. That's all I'm saying. You know, I love and appreciate every single one of them, your country and mine, all over the world.
David. Thank you very much, David. I appreciate that very much.
Is that 2 pounds?
Yes.
What is a pound value in US? Just out of curiosity.
What's the exchange rate? Is it one? I think for one of my pounds.
£1, $1, something like that. Is it even?
Yeah, no. What if I was to come to America? I would get more for my money. I think.
Yeah, I know it's worth more here than it is there.
Yeah, so one of my pounds would be $1.26 or something at the moment.
Something like that, yeah. I'm not exactly sure. Hi, Clue. Welcome back again.
Sorry, I was fighting with my maid.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna play this again. This is a virtual reenactment that shows this version of this, and I was curious what you thought of this one too, because I can't find that other one I was looking for.
Okay, and just to answer you, Country Brat, I'm just a little bit of a nerd and I've got autism, so I don't know a little bit about every subject, but I do like to study and educate myself, as everybody should do.
We appreciate your truth. You are, you are very thought provoking.
Okay, hold on a second. All right, going forward.
1963 was aimed at boosting his re-election bid ahead of the 1964 presidential vote. Thousands turned out to see the iconic leader and his wife Jacqueline travel in a motorcade through downtown Dallas. At 12:30 p.m. local time, as the president's open-top limousine reached Dealey Plaza, 3 gunshots were fired at the convoy. 2 bullets hit the president, 1 wounded him at the back of the neck and throat, the other caused a massive and fatal head injury. The president was pronounced dead at 1 p.m. in an historic announcement that stunned America. A government investigation found the shots were fired from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository by 24-year-old Lee Harvey Oswald. But the suspect was never tried. 2 days later, he was shot dead by local cabaret owner Jack Ruby during a prison transfer. The fact the identity of Kennedy's assassin was never proven in the courts has given rise to various alternative and unproven theories as to what really happened and who may have been behind it. A House of Representatives report in 1979 concluded there was a high possibility that 2 gunmen were involved.
So have you ever noticed when they talk about what happens in the intersection that the cameraman specifically points at the windows below where Oswald supposedly was and speaks of the 2 black gentlemen that were in the window, right? But nowhere in the reports, neither the judiciary report or the final JFK file report, did it ever speak of them ever interviewing those 2 individuals? And you would think that those 2 would be able to say if the rounds came from above them or not. All right, I'll appreciate it. That's cool. Leave me hanging.
Well, I'm sorry, Truth, but I went to my fridge to pour myself another vodka and Coke. So
I must have been boring. Everybody just left me.
Please
I'm
repeat.
here. What did you say?
Country Brats, you admit you're
I'm
a
here.
bullshitter.
I
Okay,
have a
sure.
lap full of wiener that keeps trying to pull my headphones out, so my apologies.
Okay, give me a minute here. I keep pulling up the wrong damn video.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to take them outside, so I'm going to mute myself for a bit.
You're fine.
Did Clue charge the maid? Did she charge the maid up?
Are you in here, Clue? Yeah, there she is.
Yes, she did.
Is that what was wrong with it?
No, for some reason, it got disconnected from the internet.
Like your live stream.
Right.
And you're right, no shit, Sherlock. Then Bush Sr. got a CIA director position, and Johnson agreed to go full on in Vietnam. And then, as you know, eventually Bush Sr. took the White House, followed by his son. And interesting enough, there's only one president that does not share a bloodline. Do you know who that is?
I don't
Anybody?
personally.
Trump. Trump is the only one that doesn't have the presidential bloodline. Even Obama has the presidential bloodline.
There's only one president that doesn't share the bloodline?
Yes. 110%. I'll put money on it. You let me know what you want to put on it.
Only one?
Only one. That's Trump. Trump's the only one that is not in the presidential bloodline.
Probably Trump.
He is, yes. Gray, I didn't see your comment. I'm sorry. I'll look up at it. It just says sorry. Must be before that. Okay, no, I didn't see I can't see your question.
Huh, that's funny.
Am I right?
What's the matter?
I don't know what's wrong with us today. Like, we're all in our own little space, but here in the same place.
Well,
I'm just saying,
I'm trying to make things work. That's all I'm doing.
I know Mom's over there Googling it, aren't you? Make sure. I mean, someone check it. Go for it.
And for some reason, every time something comes out of this mouth of mine, I rhyme.
You need to go record
You
that.
just rhymed again.
You're a poet and didn't know it.
Every time
My son's friend stopped by and I had to tell him he wasn't here.
Thank you, Doodle, again for that. And all right, I'm gonna go forth on this one. This is a different one, but this was interesting. A little bit of a news report on this too.
Decision by President Biden concerning documents related to the JFK assassination is raising new questions about what the government knew and when. The president late last month issued a final order certifying documents from the JFK investigation to be released. But the New York Times reports 4,684 of the files remain either partially or fully withheld from the public's eye.
On June 30th, President Biden washed his hands of the JFK matter and said that this would be his last order about JFK.
Jefferson Morley is editor of the blog JFK Facts. He says some of the files being withheld could shed light on the CIA's investigation before JFK's death.
What remains is about 4,400 documents from a variety of federal agencies, primarily the CIA, that still contain some redactions ranging from a word to a paragraph to a page to the whole document.
Morley says there's one name that's been a mystery all these years and was made public in the files, Reuben Efron, who worked for the CIA and was intercepting Lee Harvey Oswald's mail in the months before the assassination.
Reuben Efron died 30 years ago. So they're not protecting the name of a living person. They're protecting the operational activity that he was engaged in, which was reading Lee Harvey Oswald's mail. What it shows is that the CIA was running some kind of intelligence operation, we don't know exactly what, around Lee Harvey Oswald, the accused assassin, while President Kennedy was still alive.
It will now be up to individual government agencies to determine if and when more documents from the investigation are released in the future.
Watch breaking news. I just want to know if JFK, which I think so, had anything to do with Marilyn Monroe's death.
Yeah.
I think so.
Oh, possibly.
Oh, I definitely feel that was related. I'm not saying he did.
Well, I think it was obviously a hit on it.
Hey, Dago, go to on YouTube, go to Useful Charts. It's a page. And look up are all U.S. presidents related, and that'll give you. I think there's actually two other presidents that aren't, but that'll give you a complete diagram of what presidents are related to who and how they all go back to the original Mayflower and then before that.
So is that really true? Is that a thing?
We're about to see.
But doesn't that dishearten you as a voter?
No,
to
because
think that it's possibly fixed already.
I can't get upset about something I have no control over.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, I get that.
Well, I know I've seen this thing before.
Hold on a second.
This is where somebody showed me that all the modern popes are all related.
They are.
That wouldn't surprise me.
But if you
Right.
show this, it's really, really cool. It gives an amazing breakdown of the presidencies in relation.
I'm trying to find the president one. I don't see it in here. Wait a minute.
Just search it by that name.
It just disheartens me when they're all going on about democracy. This person and that person's a threat to democracy when it's already a done deal, by the sounds of it.
Well, we're actually not necessarily a democracy as much as we are what's the word I'm looking for?
Autocracy.
No, shit. I'm trying to think of the term, and I just had a complete brain stoppage. Did you find that, by the way, Dago?
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Okay.
Hold on.
Paladin says oligarchy. He's probably right there. He, she, sorry to misgender.
Or I thought it would be a good time to address the question, are all the US presidents related? You see, back in 2009, a young girl by the name of Brigitte Davignon made the news for having discovered that every single US president, except one, is the direct descendant of King John of England. Ever since then, whenever people come across this fact, they assume that something extraordinary must be at work. Some people even start wondering about whether there really are secret societies that control the world, or ancient bloodlines that continue to hold on to power. Well, here's the thing. The answer to the question, are all the US presidents related, is in fact yes. However, the problem is that we should actually be asking a different question. What we should be asking is, are all the US presidents more closely related to each other than any other random group of natural-born Americans would be? Because the answer to that question is no. For example, 2 weeks ago on this channel, I demonstrated how Mr. Beat and I are actually 11th cousins, even though he's an American and I'm a Canadian. This is because if we go back far enough, everyone in the world is related to each other somehow. And you usually don't have to go back as far as you might think. Today,
what did you say?
I said that's not necessarily true. I understand what he's saying, but the idea, and like I said, I don't always. I want more to look at the map than listen to his opinion. Although listen to it if you want to. You can't just say that would be like me saying that some random person in I don't know, Taiwan is my 277th cousin. If you'll watch how these family lines go, it's actually not as simple as that. But I just wanted to kind of point that out.
Okay.
Today's video is actually a 3-part collaboration between Genie Vlogger, Mr. Beat, and Useful Charts. In Genie Vlogger's video, he's going to explain why it is that most of us are more closely related than you think. In Mr. Beat's video, he's going to talk about some of the US presidents who are in fact quite closely related. And in this video, well, I of course am going to show you a family tree chart, one that includes 20 US presidents. And I'm going to show you the closest connections that I could find between those 20. Okay, I'm going to start off with Martin Van Buren, the 8th President of the United States. Remember how Brigitte Davignon's chart included every president except one? Well, some people assume that that one missing person was Obama, but it was actually Martin Van Buren. Van Buren was the first person of Dutch descent, as opposed to British descent, to serve as president. But just because he's not a descendant of King John of England, it does not mean that he's not related to other presidents. This is because most of the later presidents have mixed ancestry. just like most Americans today. For example, the
I might
two
need to try you
Roosevelts
and
had
find you a
Dutch,
shorter
British,
version.
and French ancestors. You can
I said I might need to find you a shorter version. This is going to take all day.
Okay.
Not your fault. I'm just trying to help.
No, it's fine. Let me bring it down real quick then. And what the hell was I doing then? Let me back up.
Truth's ADD is like, get to it already.
I can't find that other one. There's been somebody in the chat said, and I've heard the theory before, that JFK's assassination was very closely matched up with Lincoln's assassination.
Yes.
That was always an interesting theory to me. But
well, have you ever read the comparison between the Lincoln and the Kennedy shooting?
No.
All right, watch this. I'm going to read something to you. All right, so this is the coincidences between Lincoln and Kennedy. All right, so it is Lincoln and Kennedy each have 7 letters. Both presidents were elected to Congress in 46 and later the presidency in 60. Both assassins, John Wilkes Booth and Lee Harvey Oswald, were born in 39 and were known by their 3 names, composed of 15 letters. Booth ran from a theater and was caught in a warehouse. Oswald ran from a warehouse and was caught in a theater. The assassins were both Southerners. Both of the president's successors were Democrats named Johnson with 6 letters first name and born in 08. Both Lincoln and Kennedy were partially concerned with civil rights and made their vows strongly known. Both presidents were shot in the head and on a Friday. Lincoln had a secretary named Kennedy who had told him not to go to Ford's Theater. Kennedy had a secretary named Evelyn Lincoln, and she warned him not to go to Dallas. Both Oswald and Booth were killed before they could be put on trial. Here's even more. Both were elected to Congress in 46. Lincoln was elected in 1846 from Illinois, and Kennedy was elected in 1946 from Massachusetts. Both were elected to be president in 60. Lincoln was elected in 1860. Kennedy was elected in 1960. Both have 7 letters in their last name, Lincoln Kennedy. Both were concerned with civil rights. Lincoln felt strongly that all slaves should be freed and issued Emancipation Proclamation, which legally freed slaves within the Confederacy. Lincoln was concerned with racial equality and was the first to propose that what would be the Civil Rights Acts of 1964. Both married in the 30s to women who were in their 20s. Lincoln married November 4th, 1984. Lincoln was born February 12th, 1809, making him 33 years old at the time of his wedding. Lincoln's bride, Mary Ann Todd, was born on December 13th, 1818, making her 23 years old at the time of the wedding. Kennedy was married on September 12th, 1953. Kennedy was born on May 29th, 1917, making him 36 years old at the time of his wedding. Kennedy's bride, Jacqueline Boivar, was born on July 28, 1927, making her 24 years at the time of the wedding. Both were shot on, I'll talk about that. Lincoln was shot on Good Friday. Both were shot in the head. Yeah, there you go.
I remember hearing about that. I read
That's
that.
pretty much all of that put together.
I thought that was crazy when I first read that too.
That's pretty damn wild.
Isn't that insane?
Yeah.
Whoever's running this simulation's getting lazy and just replaying stuff.
Yeah, the Matrix needs to be reset, I think. Here we go.
At this point, it's just lazy writing. I mean,
yeah, it's almost like they couldn't come up with an original format, so we'll just do it again.
Yeah, let's just see what happened 200 years ago and just repeat.
Yeah, everyone's forgotten or everyone's dead, so let's do it again.
Exactly.
What's going on? Did I miss something?
I'm just being a smartass.
Oh, nothing new then. Okay.
Oh, look at Mom's pooch. No.
What did she say?
Look at
Oh,
Mom's pooch.
dog. Okay.
I wasn't being
It's her
rude. I wasn't being rude.
Minpan. She's usually not friendly. I don't know what's wrong with her.
I've got a staffy.
40
She's
some
told me
pills.
upstairs on one of the beds.
Started with Marilyn's close friends right after she died. No one believes that she chose to down 40 some pills. And get this, none of the capsules were found in her stomach only hours later. Did a potential love affair with JFK and his brother Bobby lead to her demise? Did the CIA or the mafia take her out to get revenge on the Kennedys? Did she know too much about aliens or other top secret government subjects? Or was Marilyn Monroe among the first in a long line of opioid deaths that have plagued the country since the days of black and white movies? Only a handful of people can say they know for 100% certainty what happened to Marilyn Monroe on the night of August 4th, 1962, and they're all dead. Otherwise, all we have is a bottomless rabbit hole of sources, theories, notes, phone calls, pictures, videos, reports, drugs, and money that try to answer the same question: who killed Marilyn Monroe? Before we dive into the theories surrounding Marilyn's mysterious death, let's unpack the official narrative they want us to believe. On August 4th, Marilyn called her psychiatrist, a Beverly Hills doctor, Ralph Greenson, who had several film stars like her under his care. She wasn't feeling great after a phone call from a close friend of the Kennedys warning her to stay away from Jack and Bobby. Dr. Greenson got Marilyn to calm down after a few hours of therapy. She was already taking a lot of drugs. We're talking amphetamines to keep herself slim and attentive, barbiturates to help her sleep and take the edge off. She wanted to walk down Santa Monica Pier, but Greenson advised against it. Instead, he insisted that the housekeeper just take her for a drive. Marilyn called it a night around 8 p.m. She put on some Frank Sinatra records. She called a few friends to see who was up. Around 3 a.m., the housekeeper noticed that Marilyn's bedroom light was still on and the music still playing. She knocked, but Marilyn didn't answer. They called Dr. Greenson, afraid something bad had happened, and when he arrived, he broke into Marilyn's room through the window and found the actress naked, face down on her bed. There were empty pill bottles scattered around the room, including anti-anxiety medications and sedatives. She wasn't breathing, but she still had the phone clenched in her hand. Marilyn's primary physician, Hyman Engelberg, arrived just before 4 a.m. and pronounced her dead. The toxicology report found lethal levels of prescription drugs in her body, and based on her history with mental health and therapy, they called her death a probable suicide. She was only 36 when she died, but Marilyn kept an updated will in case something happened. She wasn't married, she didn't have any kids, and she died with a net worth of about $800,000, maybe $7 million in today's money. But this is bizarre. Through an odd chain of death, marriage, and inheritance, the bulk of Marilyn Monroe's estate ended up in the hands of an unknown 28-year-old Venezuelan actress named Ana Mizrahi. Here's what happened. So Marilyn left all her physical property and 75% of her intellectual property to her acting coach, Lee Strasberg. She always saw Lee and his wife Paula as her surrogate parents, although she did leave $100,000 to the care of her estranged mother. According to Anthony Summers, author of Goddess, The Secret Lives of Marilyn Monroe, the Strasbergs took Marilyn under their wings and gave her privacy and companionship. Now, Paula died of cancer in 1966, and a year later, Lee remarried Ana Mizrahi. But when Lee died in 1982, Ana inherited everything he owned, including Marilyn Monroe's image and likeness. Now, reports claim Ana made millions of dollars in licensing revenue in the years since, selling Marilyn Monroe usage rights to brands like Coca-Cola, Mercedes-Benz. At the end of the day, Ana had the most to gain from Marilyn's death, but that doesn't mean she had something to do with it. They never met. Anna just stumbled into the right person at the right time. The best conspiracy theories surrounding Marilyn's death concern those with something to lose, like President Kennedy and his brother, acting U.S. Attorney General Robert Kennedy. There are a few conflicting stories about when Marilyn and JFK first met. According to Vanity Fair, they met in November 1961 while she visited the Santa Monica home of Peter Lawford, a fellow actor and JFK's brother-in-law. However, one biographer, James Spada, says Peter introduced the two in 1954. According to Esquire, most Maryland historians believe they met in March of 1962 at a party at Bing Crosby's house. In Don Spoto's book, Marilyn Monroe, the Biography, he writes about a conversation between Marilyn and her personal masseuse, Ralph Roberts. According to him, Marilyn called him from Bing Crosby's party asking for massage advice, as one does. And he swears he heard President Kennedy's voice, and he even spoke to him briefly. Now, Marilyn assured him that this party was her only affair with JFK. However, the most public display of any relationship between Marilyn and JFK was her sensual rendition of Happy Birthday on May 19, 1962, at the president's Madison Square Garden birthday party. So was Norma Jean just playing a character that night, or were there some romantic undertones to that song? And when JFK finally took the stage, he said, "I can now retire from politics after having Happy Birthday sung to me in such a sweet and wholesome way." In an interview with People magazine, her biographer, James Spada, touched on Marilyn's other political relationships. He said it was pretty clear that Marilyn had had sexual relations with both Bobby and Jack. There's also speculation that Robert Kennedy was at Marilyn's house the day she died. The Bobby Kennedy topic came up in 1983 when biographer Anthony Summers sat down with the BBC and Marilyn's housekeeper, Eunice Murray, the same housekeeper who knocked on her door in that early morning hour of August 5th, 1962. And apparently, Eunice put her head in her hands off camera and said, "Why do I have to keep covering this up?" Anthony asked what she meant, and Eunice replied, "Of course Bobby Kennedy was there. Of course there was an affair with Bobby Kennedy." Well, she would know. And as long as we're talking about the housekeeper, why was she washing the movie star's sheets right after the body was found, just as the police were showing up? In the years since, there's been 7 rotating theories surrounding Jack and Bobby Kennedy, the CIA, the Mafia, and Marilyn Monroe. The first came to light in 1964 when anti-communist writer Frank Capel suggested in his book, The Strange Death of Marilyn Monroe, that Robert Kennedy had her killed to cover up their love affair. Apparently, Capel's book was important enough to warrant a memo from the FBI to Robert Kennedy. In that memo, the FBI informed Robert that Capel's book made allegations about their affair and that Robert was there the night she died. In 1975, writer Anthony Scaduto, who's written acclaimed biographies about Bob Dylan, Frank Sinatra, and Mick Jagger, he posed a new theory. In his book, Who Killed Marilyn Monroe?, Anthony suggests that Robert Kennedy had her killed over a secret diary. Now, Marilyn wrote down all sorts of sensitive information she overheard during her time with the Kennedys, and that didn't sit well with the acting attorney general. Anthony's theory also blends in the death of Jimmy Hoffa and how all roads lead back to Robert Kennedy. In Goddess, Anthony Summers suggests that Robert Kennedy broke off their affair. Marilyn freaked out. She's calling all these places. She's making a big fuss. He didn't like it that she's threatening to go public. So he and his brother-in-law opted to stage her suicide. Now, it's a widely accepted fact that Peter was the last person she spoke with over the phone. He says he called to invite her to a party that night, and she sounded so out of it that he got worried. Her last words to him were allegedly, "Say goodbye to Pat," his wife, "say goodbye to the president, and say goodbye to yourself because you're a nice guy." As that theory goes, Peter and Bobby Kennedy enabled her prescription drug use to the point that she overdosed, and then Marilyn died on her way to the hospital. But again, where are the capsules in her stomach? But in this theory, the two men got FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover's help to hush it all up, bring her back to her house, and stage the suicide. But what would J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI want with Marilyn Monroe? Well, in 2012, the Associated Press, through a Freedom of Information Act request, got their hands on Marilyn Monroe's FBI file. Oh, yeah, they're keeping close tabs on her. She was always left-leaning and very free-spirited, which at the time put her on Hoover's radar as a potential communist because, of course. And her marriage to playwright Arthur Miller, who's famous for works like The Crucible and Death of a Salesman, well, that wasn't helping her I'm not a communist case at all. The AP got their hands on a piece of Arthur's file, too. And in 1956, the New York Daily News received an anonymous tip that he was a Communist Party member and the group's cultural frontman. Now, he and Marilyn's marriage was called a cover-up, and Monroe herself had drifted into communist orbit. So, did the FBI see Monroe as a threat and decide to take her out? A cultural icon beloved by the world with left-leaning views who could influence everyone who was so enamored with her? I mean, they'd kill Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr. later that decade, allegedly. So who's to say that Marilyn wasn't the first domino in a long line of coordinated assassinations perpetuated by the United States government? Oh my God, don't you love a good conspiracy theory? Now, Matthew Smith, in his book Victim, The Secret Tapes of Marilyn Monroe, takes the government assassination theory a step further. He suggests that the CIA knew about Marilyn and Kennedy because at this point, come on, who doesn't? And they killed her to get back at Kennedy for the Bay of Pigs fiasco. But what if the CIA had something to do with it? And instead of using their own agents, they simply used their go-to street thugs, the mafia. In their book, Double Cross, the inside story of the mobster who controlled America, authors and Chicago Mafia insiders Chuck and Sam Giancana talk about how their brother and godfather, Sam Giancana, the king of organized crime in Chicago and Sam's namesake, how he had a hand in Castro, Kennedy, and Monroe. Now, this theory follows a similar storyline that Marilyn was about to go public about her and Robert's relationship, among other sensitive government secrets. So Sam and his family accepted the contract on her life and did the job. They broke into Marilyn's home shortly after Robert left on the night of August 4th. They pinned her down and, like a team of skilled surgeons, inserted a rectal suppository filled with barbiturates enough to kill her. The ex-mobsters write about how the fast-acting suppository was the perfect delivery method because it left no needle marks and the whole thing just looked like she overdosed. According to Chuck, the secret would have died with his brother, but before Sam was gunned down in 1975, he confided in him about how he killed Marilyn Monroe. And Chuck passed that story down to his son Sam, saying it's part of American history, a part which the government seems determined to hush up. It's also suggested that Giancana ordered the hit on Marilyn to get back at Robert Kennedy and his crusade against the mob. All roads really do lead back to Bobby Kennedy. Among the most plausible theory is that Marilyn Monroe was an early victim of the opioid crisis. She died of an accidental overdose after lying to her doctors about her current prescriptions. At the time, actresses like her were plied with all sorts of drugs to keep them thin and attentive. Studio doctors were handing out pills like Halloween candy, and HistoryNet quotes one 20th Century Fox doctor as saying pills were seen as another tool to keep the stars working. The doctors were caught in the middle. If one doctor would not prescribe, there was always another one who would. Now, during an interview with Ben Hecht, a Hollywood screenwriter, Marilyn called herself the kind of girl they find dead in a hall bedroom with an empty bottle of sleeping pills in her hands. Finally, there's the fan favorite theory that JFK told Marilyn Monroe about aliens and UFOs, and the government had them both killed before they could leak the information. Now, the theory even made its way into the second half of American Horror Story double feature. In a scene from episode 8, Inside, we see JFK and Monroe lying in bed and talking casually about a deal between the US and the aliens. It's a good one. Everybody with a typewriter and a book deal claimed to be an expert on Marilyn Monroe and all the theories surrounding her death. But ultimately, the truth probably died with the Kennedys, Hoover, Giancana, and her doctors. And since nobody wants to believe the official story they're trying to sell us, Marilyn Monroe will remain at the center of every conspiratorial conversation, forever young, for generations to come. So what do you think? Who killed Marilyn Monroe?
Okay, so there's just a real quickie thingy there about that stuff. But does anybody realize how the Kennedys have all been, they're all gone. Like even as far as Junior in the plane crash, or wait, yeah, it was a plane crash. He was flying the plane himself, I think, and he died. Every single one of these people, except for what was JFK's daughter's name? Carolyn.
Yeah, Caroline.
I think she's the only one that didn't. Jack Senior, which is JFK's father. JFK, Bobby, and there was one other one that didn't. He ended up being a senator. What was his other brother? What was his brother? The other brother's name? Not Bobby, but not. Damn it! Who was the other brother? Not Teddy Kennedy. Thank you, Juju. He's. I think he was. Him and Carolyn were the only ones that didn't, weren't they?
The only two that didn't what?
That didn't die.
Yes, I believe so. But I
Okay.
didn't Teddy
Yep.
Kennedy have like a plane crash or something, but survived it? Am I wrong about that?
I think you're right because JFK Jr. is the one that died in the plane crash, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Caroline's the only one still alive today.
Yeah,
Well,
Carolyn is the only one.
Robert's alive, but he's the what? Nephew?
Robert. Oh, the
Yeah.
other one. The other one, yeah. And
Yeah.
don't forget Maria Shriver because she's a Kennedy too.
Yeah, Ted was. Remember? Do y'all remember the case that Ted Kennedy was involved in?
Mm-hmm.
That was a crazy case as well.
Yeah, but that whole family. Teddy died of brain cancer. There you go. Thank you, Arctic. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. The cousin Carol. Yeah, the cousin killed a girl. Gray says no. That's JFK Jr. Ted up covered up. Oh, that's it. Yes, that's what he's talking about. Gray. Teddy covered up killing via a drunk driver. That was it. Bingo. The whole family, though, the Kennedy curse thing. It's like it's real deal shit, guys. It's crazy. The thing I was thinking about when we were watching that, there, like you had mentioned earlier about Kurt Cobain. I was thinking about a documentary I watched a long time ago when I was still a teenager.
Soaked in bleach.
Huh?
Soaked in bleach.
No, not that one. That was a good one though. But where they talked about, which I don't know the validity of it. I was younger. It was before Cobain because he was still popular when I was a kid. But Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin, and there were Jim Morrison.
The 27 Club.
That was part of what this story was about, but there was way more than that involved in it. I can't remember which one of the Gibb brothers, and quite a few other people.
I think it was Robin.
Robin Gibb, thank you. Who said that? Andy? Yeah, Andy.
Yeah.
Damn, you got.
I know my music.
Yeah, right.
And my conspiracy theories.
There's quite a few other like musicians. There were a few actors that were involved in this, and they were
John Lennon.
The Lennon thing, they said they tried to put into this story, but they separated that one specifically because of who killed him or something. There was a few other people though that were involved in this. I can't think of the rest of the names, but they were the documentary thing about that was a whole conspiracy thing that separated their death from what actually happened. Well, what we know as being the reason why they died. And said that they were all part of. You know how people are calling Hollywood? They're saying that there's handlers in Hollywood and in the music business and stuff now. There was a version of that then when all of those things went down, and that it's always been a thing, and that they were part of some kind of a conspiracy back then, and that's why they all died. I can't remember. I was trying to think of the damn basis and the name of it while I was sitting here watching that, and I couldn't remember it, so I didn't know if anybody else had seen it. Damn it. 27-year. The 27-year-old club. Andy Gibb. River Phoenix in there too. He was 27, wasn't he?
I think he was younger. I think he was only like 23, 24 maybe.
I can't remember, but I can't remember that damn documentary. I hope I didn't put everybody to sleep. guys
You
are all
put me to sleep.
You know, that ain't hard to do. I'm not edgy enough.
I
For
don't
you.
believe that Clue ever sleeps, to be fair.
Oh, she does.
I can run on like 4 hours.
I think Clue's Superwoman.
Well, thank you. I think.
Brian Jones, Kurt Cobain, Amy Winehouse, Jimi Hendrix, Jim Morrison, Janis Joplin, Kurt Cobain, I guess, is part of that.
It makes you wonder why you would ever. I don't think any of these people want to be famous. They get famous. It's a side effect of what they do. But absolute damn shame about Amy Winehouse. If you ever look at her story,
I did. I watched her whole documentary. Anything music related, I've watched it because I'm.
yeah,
you know,
she's such a talent, you know. But she was running to the ground. Her boyfriend was an absolute cretin, and you know her dad just leached.
Robert Johnson. That's who I was thinking of. The guy that they based the movie Crossroads on, Robert Johnson. He was part of that. Remember that movie about he supposedly sold his soul to the devil to be able to play the blues the way he does?
Yeah.
That guy. I figured Cletus would be the one to answer that. He was in the 27 Club too. That was based on true, somewhat loosely based on a true story. If you ever saw that movie, it had Steve Vai played in it. The Crossroads with Ralph Macchio. Anybody? Other than Cletus, I know Cletus knows it.
No, I feel
I
like
don't
I'm
know
too
it, but I
young.
know of other musicians. They say apparently sold their souls at the crossroads, like Bob Dylan.
Yep.
I feel like I'm kind of too young to be on this panel right now.
I just like old music. I think we're no, actually, I think I'm younger than.
I think Jody's probably the
Just an
youngest
old
one in
soul.
here.
That's what I was about to say. I'm 31.
Definitely, yeah.
God.
And Andy's not far behind. If you're
35.
Yeah, see?
35 in August. Just an old soul.
I don't feel young.
Yeah, there was a slew of those people that there was this story that was I was watching one time. They were talking about musicians that quote unquote sold their soul to the devil that had no musical talent when they first started in music. That something happened somewhere down the line and they became music prodigies. What the hell's his name?
Never did have any talent, so that didn't work for him.
Who?
Bob Dylan.
No, he still don't. He was the worst vocalist I've ever heard in my life.
Hey, I love
reminds
Bob
me of
Dylan.
the show Supernatural, where they got the Crossroads demon and they sell their soul for like whatever, you know, like you said, they have no talent and then they, you know,
Right.
get to be singers. So I was like,
That was
Crossroads.
the story behind Robert Johnson was that he always liked listening to the music and he could never play a guitar. He picked up a guitar after this happened one day and just started playing like it was nothing.
To be fair, Bob Dylan can play a harmonica like a motherfucker.
Bob Dylan's talent is truly writing music. He can't sing for shit. Sorry,
He's a great lyricist. I love his music. I've seen him like 5 or 6 times. I've met him.
He's not dead. He's not dead, is he?
No, he's in his 80s. He's getting up there. He's actually on tour with Willie Nelson right now. I was trying to get tickets.
When I seen him, he was barely like functioning on stage, but playing a hell of a one-man band.
Oh yeah, no. Anytime I've seen him, like he dances his little butt off up there with his keyboard and plays the harmonica like crazy.
I have no
So maybe he just sold his soul for the ability to play the harmonica.
I don't know who that is. Who is Bob Dylan?
I was asking him.
Are you kidding me? You don't know who Bob Dylan is?
Obviously a musician, but
I'll show you. Hold on.
You can guarantee all the old souls now that are getting up there, they're probably pumped up to the eyeballs full of drunks just to
He's got
Bob Dylan. I mean, come on.
He's got the weirdest voice out there too.
I know that song.
Ooh, can you bring up the video of Subterranean Homesick Blues? That'll show you how good of a lyricist he was or is. He's a great writer.
He don't look like that no more.
It doesn't help.
They're actually making a movie about him with that Timothy Chalamet playing him. I love Bob Dylan. I think Allen Ginsberg is in this video too, just like chilling in the background.
Hold on, Clue. Do you know the band The Wallflowers?
I think so.
That's his son. I've met him too.
Jacob
Dylan gives the best hugs. Oh my God, he hugs you like you are his best friend he hasn't seen in 10 years.
I really
Such an
thought
awesome
before you
person.
said the word hug, you were about to say something else.
Yeah.
The way you started to say it, and with the I'm like, wait a minute. Oh.
No, I don't know him that well. Fun fact. Bob Dylan introduced the Beatles to drugs. Bob Dylan is the person who introduced the Beatles to marijuana. Fun fact.
Bob Dylan wrote songs for people you would never believe that they performed.
He was also kind of out of his mind on uppers so much that he would just write, and then other people would sometimes get a hold of what he wrote and record it, and he'd forget that he even had wrote it.
I heard a story.
Joan Baez would record some of his songs, and he'd be like, "Oh, I heard that new song of yours. I loved it." And she's like, "You wrote it, you idiot."
I heard stories that he would be on like psychedelics, and he wrote songs that he never knew he ever wrote.
That too. He also wrote. I haven't read it yet, but he wrote an entire book that's just like amphetamine fueled ramblings with no punctuation or anything. It's called Tarantula. It's an interesting person.
Yeah, I heard that same thing, April, that he was horrible to her. I don't know what that whole story is, but I've heard that throughout the music.
Oh, he's an asshole. He has abused just about every woman he was married to, allegedly. And yeah, like affairs. And when I saw him, I met him outside his tour bus, and he had probably 5 or 6 women waiting on the bus that were my age.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I guess he can still get it. But he's an interesting person, definitely. And he's the one who introduced the Beatles to cannabis. So you have Bob Dylan to thank for the trippier stuff later on.
I'd like to know who introduced weed, cannabis, whatever, to Willie Nelson, because that I knew forever and ever and ever. I never knew Willie Nelson did that, and the day I found out, it put me in culture shock. I'll tell you right now, because I couldn't.
He's probably one of the old blues musicians.
Right, I couldn't picture old ass country western Willie Nelson smoking weed, and like that's all he's ever done. And it's like, what?
I can't picture that man not high.
So back in the day, Willie Nelson and Conway Twitty got drunk at Twitty's place, and that's up towards Hendersonville. Be Twitty City as kids let it go, but they got drunk, and they decided that they didn't want to get a DUI, but they wanted to go to Tootsie's in Nashville, which is right beside the Ryman, which is actually the Grand Ole Opry, not the Grand Ole Opry at Opry Mills. That's not the Grand Ole Opry. Ryman is the Grand Ole Opry. So they drove a lawnmower downtown Nashville. Conway Twitty drove while Willie sat on the hood of it and got pulled over by a Metro police officer. And they asked him what the hell the two of them were doing because they were so drunk they could barely stay on the lawnmower. And he said, well, we're not driving. He was like, you're still driving a lawnmower. It is illegal and it's a DUI. Well, don't you know who we are? That is a true story.
I believe it just as much as the story that I watched the story. I was a huge Toby Keith fan.
Never smoke weed with Willie again.
That's a true story, though. He
yeah.
When he first got involved in music, the story he told in a documentary they did about him, he was in Nashville. He had just got into music, and he was in whatever these groupings of these performers were, meeting people. Willie was one of his all-time, idols. And they were in a back room somewhere. Him, Toby, and 3 or 4 other performers, artists, whatever. And Willie lit up one of his Wonder joints and started passing it around. And Toby said the next thing he knew, he woke up the next morning, completely missed out on everything he was doing, face down on the couch. And that's where the song "I'll Never Smoke Weed with Willie Again" came from. He said it was the realest, most strongest shit he's ever touched in his life. And I said, well, Willie has the money to be able to do that, I guess. But, and who was it that just said that Willie can outsmoke Snoop? Yes, Snoop even said that he would never mess with Willie, which I think is hilarious. Isn't Dylan and Petty related? I don't think so.
No, but they were in a band together with Roy Orbison and George Harrison. It was Traveling Wilburys.
That's
another guy. I can't remember his name though. I always forget the other.
Wait, I thought that was Chris Christopherson, Johnny Cash.
Nope.
No, I'm
Traveling
thinking
Wilburys was Roy Orbison, Bob Dylan, Tom Petty, and someone else.
Yeah, you're right. Who was? No, it wasn't Bob Seger. Who is?
Chris Christopherson, Johnny Cash,
Waylon Jennings.
That's the Highwaymen.
Highwaymen. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I don't know why I get that confused. That's right. Didn't Willie quit smoking?
He did.
He did.
I heard he did, and he does edibles now. I don't know if there's any truth to that or not, but I heard he did.
That's what I heard too. Those lung issues from years and years of chain smoking joints, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, he still gets high.
But I heard he does edibles now instead of smoking.
Kenny
what I've heard.
Chesney and Tim McGraw stealing and riding police horses and got arrested. That's funny.
That was
That's
Kenny.
hilarious.
That was Kenny Chesney and Tim McGraw. They did that in New York.
You guys ever see the video of Tim McGraw going after some guy in the audience during one of his concerts? He saw like a guy hit the woman that he was with, and he stopped mid-song and just like went into the crowd and was ready to like wail on this guy. And security grabbed the guy and pulled him out, and the guy tried to go after him, and he went up and was like, he had his arm back, he was ready to pop the dude. And then he just went right back into the song like it was nothing. And it was Indian Outlaw, and it was so perfect because the next line was "Ain't looking for trouble." And he just went right back into it. It's great.
So I understand why Clue wanted to resurface her driveway while she was in Dago's. Really? So are you bored, country? Is that what you're trying to say? Okay.
What? Well, hold on. What? What did I do?
Fucking rude. Cute. Moving on. Anyway.
Okay.
You didn't do it. It says I see why Clue wanted to resurface her driveway when she was in here.
Why does my driveway need resurface?
Something maybe must have been a statement you made about being bored while you were in here, I guess. Whatever. I don't give a shit. I mean, we're just looking at different things and talking about different things, though.
Yeah, we're just being like music nerds and talking about music and conspiracy.
And if that's boring for you, then bye-bye.
Come back another day. Yeah, come back another day. We're just chilling today.
Country brat. Everyone's allowed a night off.
Where did Truth go?
Everyone's allowed to chill their beans and do whatever they want.
He just left.
Left us.
So how are you all feeling after a week of sleuthing? Or whatever you've been doing?
I feel great.
It's Friday.
I don't care. I don't care. Don't disrespect my mods either. Like I said. Anyway, I'm fine. I'm a little burnt out on the whole what we've been talking about for 3 days before this, but it is what it is. You get that way sometimes.
I'm burnt.
What?
I'm burnt.
From the sun?
No, I've been looking stuff up.
Have you?
The Sebastian Rogers stuff is really it's gotten insane. So I think a lot of people are burnt out on it.
I've had to go places that made my eyes hurt.
I wouldn't even know where to start. And sometimes I do sit here and feel really helpless that I'm like 4,000 miles away and that I can't be useful or I can't be whatever. But, you know, I'm here to listen to anyone that needs listening to because it's one of your fundamental human rights to be listened to. So yeah, just everyone be nice to each other and be nice to themselves. And if you wouldn't accept shit, don't give shit out. It's that simple.
I'm still trying to figure out if that body well, okay, Dago, you don't know about it, but they found a body 2 minutes from my house like earlier this week, but they haven't said if it's foul play or not. But this woman apparently was reported missing, but they haven't said how long she was missing for before she was reported missing. But it was like she was reported missing. The next day is when she was found, passed away, like in a ditch off to the side of the road, like in some bushes.
What was her name, Jody?
Heather Michelle Clemens.
Clemens?
Yes, like Clemons. And I'm just like, we go jogging in my neighborhood a lot, and if it's foul play, they haven't said, and I'm like, oh, that's scary.
Where?
Kings Mountain.
There you go.
Not as scary as the thought of going jogging.
I agree with that.
You kill me.
Just keep an earbud out.
Have you got a dog, Jody? Can you take a dog with you?
I got a dog, but he's like 12, so.
When did that happen, Jody?
I think she was found either Tuesday or Wednesday. I know I was picking my son up from school, and I saw like all the cop cars, and then later on that night.
Let's see if this is the right thing. This might be.
You want to hear something crazy that happened in my town? So we were driving down the highway and there were like all these cop cars and, all, first responders. And we were like, holy shit, what happened? And we got home. Turns out, of course, because I'm so into true crime and everything, I was like, oh my God, it's a dead body. Somebody got murdered. But some guy got in an accident and he was driving so fast, he went through several trees and died from the impact. But after that, a fucking bear came out and dragged his body out of the car and ate him.
Oh no.
That's horrible.
Oh, that's
so that's what happens in my neck of the woods.
Oh my.
Dang.
That's the way to go right there.
Right? Wow. I'm sitting here like, why is there no trail cam? Could you imagine?
That's like that movie I watched, the Coca-Cola bear. I don't know.
Where's the trail cam? I want to see that.
Right?
I mean, that's the final destination moment right there, isn't it?
I would be like,
that's the true circle of life right there.
And if you manage to be lucky enough to live through it,
right?
you would be forever famous.
So people in town were all pissed off because the cops, I guess, weren't supposed to tell people exactly what happened. They were supposed to just be like, oh, it was a car accident and he died. They weren't supposed to say anything about the bear. And then the cops, when they got there, they found the bear still there eating him. So they killed him. And then the EPOs were pissed off that they shot the bear when the EPOs should have. And it's this whole thing.
So is this the one you're talking about?
No. If you just search, remains found in Kings Mountain, or you can do remains found in Chancellor Street, Kings Mountain.
Hold on.
And we all sit here on the other side of the pond thinking America's this really scary place. You've got all these animals that would eat you in a heartbeat. And
y'all have bears there?
The most dangerous thing we've got is probably a grass snake or what. You know what I mean? Apparently you're more likely to be killed by a cow in the UK than you are anything else.
But
people
here are more
Over dangerous here.
than the animals.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Say,
no, I
over here
agree.
in
I agree.
North
You've got
Carolina,
scared.
we got bears, sharks. We got it all in North Carolina.
You've got my brother lives in North Carolina,
I
and
love it.
since he became an official citizen many moons ago, he loves it. He is in his element. You can tell he's ex-military because he just loves his guns.
Was she missing? Was she missing before she was found?
Yeah, Heather
Okay.
Michelle Clemens. I mean, I don't know who she is, but
Chancellor Street.
yes, yeah.
Okay, this is the right one. Hold on.
So is this the person that was missing that got ate by a bear?
This is the only one I could find. News report I could find on it, but hold on.
No, the guy that got eaten by a bear was in a car wreck.
Oh, okay.
He was speeding.
You say a body found near the side of the road in Kings Mountain was a missing person that they have been looking for. Deputies say yesterday they determined the body found on Kansler Street was that of Heather Clements. They say she's been reported missing since Monday. The Sheriff's Office and Kings Mountain Police are working with the State Medical Examiner's Office in this investigation to determine the cause of death. We'll update you when we learn more.
Yeah, I don't know how long she was missing, before she was reported missing.
Okay, they said she was reported missing that Monday beforehand. That happens around here all the time. Like, that's no big damn deal.
Right, but I was wondering, sometimes, like with my cousin, or like she's a distant cousin, but she's been missing for like 20 years now. And like, so her family, she was kind of estranged from her own family, like her own sisters and stuff. But she wasn't reported missing until 4 years later, so they don't know the exact date that she went missing. But it's been 20 years and nobody's found her or her car.
Gotcha.
That's
but I was
awful,
10 when that happened.
That's horrible.
That is absolutely awful. It's like people that die alone and they've never had anyone to check on them. And, sorry guys, trigger warning. How has someone not been missed? How does someone live such a solitary life that they've never been checked on? So, a neighbour hasn't knocked on, or it just pains me how people can walk past people in life and never pay attention to anything. It really makes me sad.
I know. That's another like personal story.
Yeah, it's another story. Yeah,
because my dad lived an hour away. Well, my son was 3. He just turned 3 at the time. So I had a toddler. He lives an hour away. And we would call each other like once a week. But like when we did call each other, like we would be on the phone for hours. So like a once a week phone call would last several hours. And that was how it was. And the week my dad died, I kept meaning to call him. And well, we didn't know he took his life, but he was alone in the house for a week.
Oh, I think I conversed with you the other night in chat.
Probably.
Yeah,
you don't have to talk about that.
Yeah,
if you're not.
I mean, you absolutely don't. But take a deep breath, take a minute. It's absolutely not your fault.
I just feel like I just wanted to call him, and I kept meaning to, and I just kept getting busy.
But then we're all guilty of that. That's life, unfortunately. We've all got the but what ifs. It's absolutely not your fault. I mean, I can't make anything better for you. But when someone's made that decision, they've made that decision. There's nothing you could have done. And I think I said that to you the other night in chat as well. It's absolutely not your fault. People have actually checked out a long time before they've checked out.
Yep.
and he would not want you to be constantly upset by this.
I just want you to know that you're not alone. It was a similar situation with my brother, where like I feel like I could have done something if I had known. So, like you're not alone. I'm just gonna say that.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And you know,
we're all here for you.
The only I mean, and I do swear by it. Grief is for the living. Because regardless of whether someone's, you know, taking their own life or they terminally ill, or they are not suffering anymore. They've got no more demons. They are not in pain. Grief is for the living. And they want you to live your life because they couldn't live their lives the way they wanted to.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You are absolutely not on your own. It is not your fault. There's nothing you could have done.
Thank you.
And the best thing you can do is live your life to the fullest that you can do.
And you know, you're surrounded by everybody here and all these people that absolutely 1,000,000% care. So you're not
That's
alone
right.
at all.
That's right, Dodie, and you can't beat yourself up about it, honey. I know it hurts, but you can't beat yourself up about it. I know
I
you
know
probably do.
one thing that helps me a little bit. I mean, my brother was only he's 7 years older than me, but what I try to do now is I try to do things that I know he wanted to do but never got the chance to. Whether it's part of my wanting to go back to school. I was talking about it yesterday in chat for mortuary science. Like that was something that he always wanted to do but wasn't able to. Traveling to different places, and I just try to experience the things that I know he wanted to but didn't get the chance to. And that
Yeah.
kind of, I feel like he's there with me when I'm doing those things.
Yeah, you've just got to make sure that you enjoy it too. You have got to do it for yourself as well as anybody else around you. If it's for your betterment, then you can absolutely do that.
Even if
Absolutely.
it's just something like going to our favorite city that we would go to visit, just little things, or going to see a band that maybe I didn't love as much as he did, but he really wanted to see them, so I'll go see them, stuff like that. Just
Yeah.
or I continue to do things that we would do together, and kind of honor his memory, and it's just kind of a way to keep his memory around and feel like he's still kind of with me in a way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Thank you for being here with us, Real Talk. I appreciate you. And I agree with what was just said as well. Somebody had asked me through email, because we do paranormal stuff on Fridays, about this here. So I'm going to play this real quick, unless anybody has something unless they don't want to, you don't want to see it. But this was based on recommendation by somebody. It was kind of interesting as well. So. All right, here we go.
You got the sound on?
What'd you say?
I
We
don't
can't
hear
hear
you.
it.
Oh, duh. Sorry.
Is this the Jersey Devil?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
All right. Let's see if this works now. Sorry.
You are, traveller. You've come back to Cryptid Central for more, I see. I don't suppose
Is
you'd
that
be
better?
interested in hearing me talk about another cryptid, would you? Because today, I'll be talking about my personal favourite, the Jersey Devil. The Jersey Devil, sometimes referred to as the Leeds Devil, is a legendary cryptid that makes its home in the forest.
Can you guys hear it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Areas of Pine Barrens, South Jersey. Eyewitness reports describe the Jersey Devil as a flying, bipedal creature with hooved feet and bright red eyes. The common description is of a wyvern-like creature with a long, horse or goat-like head, large, bat-like wings, long horns, small arms with sharp claws on its hands, legs with cloven hooves, and a forked tail. People who have seen the beast report that its movements are quick and bird-like, and it emits a high-pitched, blood-curdling scream. The story of the Jersey Devil begins in 1735 with a Pine Barrens resident named Jane Leeds, who has come to be known as Mother Leeds. The legend states that Mother Leeds had given birth to 12 children and, after realizing she was pregnant with a 13th child, cursed it in frustration. Later that year, on a stormy night, Mother Leeds was in labor. After giving birth to a seemingly normal baby, the 13th child quickly transformed into a creature with hooves, a goat's head, bat wings, and a forked tail. Growling at everyone in the room and screaming its high-pitched scream, it lashed anyone who came near it with its tail, before leaping from its cot, flying up the chimney and heading out into the pines. In later years, the Mother Leeds of the story would be identified as one Deborah Leeds of Atlantic County, New Jersey, on the grounds that Deborah Leeds' husband, Japhet Leeds, named 12 children in the will he wrote during 1736, which would seem to coincide with the legend. Some cryptozoologists today consider this story to be folklore rather than the true origin of the beast. The people in 18th century New Jersey were highly religious and deeply suspicious, and so they came up with an explanation that made sense to them. The creature that had been haunting them was a devil. Today, it is more commonly thought that the Jersey Devil, like most cryptids, is an animal, albeit one that is yet to be officially catalogued. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, there were many sightings and incidents involving the Jersey Devil. In circa 1820, Joseph Bonaparte, the elder brother of Napoleon, is reported to have seen the Jersey Devil while hunting on his Bordentown estate. During 1840, the Jersey Devil was responsible for several attacks and killings on livestock. Similar attacks were reported during 1841, accompanied by tracks and terrible, high-pitched screams. In 1909, there appeared to be a spike in Jersey Devil sightings, with newspapers publishing hundreds of reported encounters from all over the state of New Jersey. Among these encounters publicized were claims the creature had attacked a trolley car in Haddon Heights and a social club in Camden. Police were called and they shot the creature several times, but their bullets had little to no effect. During this period, it is rumored that the Philadelphia Zoo posted a $10,000 reward for the creature, and that they had constructed a specially designed enclosure for the creature in the event of its successful capture. In December 1925, a New Jersey farmer shot an unidentified animal as it attempted to steal his chickens, and then photographed the corpse. Afterward, he claimed that none of the 100 people he showed it to could identify it. The photo, however, has since been lost. In 1927, a taxi driver in Salem City encountered the Jersey Devil while changing a flat tire. The man told the police that a large, winged creature suddenly swooped down from the sky and began to attack him, and when he dived back into the cab, It began pounding on the roof of the cab as if it were trying to get in. On July 27, 1937, an unknown creature with red eyes was seen by residents of Downingtown, Pennsylvania. It was compared to the Jersey Devil by a reporter for the Pennsylvania Bulletin newspaper. As well as there being numerous sightings of the Jersey Devil, there have also been reports of mysterious deaths that the creature is thought to be responsible for. In 1980, Chief Forest Ranger Alan McFarlane came upon a rather grisly scene on a South Jersey farm where several pigs had been killed. He reported that the backs of the pigs' heads were eaten and their bodies were deeply scratched. Strangely, however, there were no tracks around the bodies. With no tracks on the ground, this would suggest that whatever killed those pigs had the ability to fly and chose to perch on top of the pigs while it ate their brains. Strange stuff indeed, and these are only a select few of the encounters people have had with the Jersey Devil over the years. There's a lot more information out there to be found, traveller, though I wouldn't recommend a camping trip into the Pine Barrens. Something tells me that the Jersey Devil isn't fond of intruders.
Okay, so that was Frozen. Sorry, guys. Hey, buddy. Hey, guys. Well, this stream has been all over the place today.
That reminded me.
Today's stream brought to you by ADHD.
Mm-hmm.
Have y'all heard of the Devil's Stomping Ground in North Carolina? It's like this, yeah, it's like this circle, empty, nothing grows in it. And like the legend says, obviously nothing grows in it, and in the middle of the night, the devil himself is supposed to come out and stomp around. And if there's anything in the circle, the next morning it's supposed to be thrown out and nothing will grow there.
I've read about it. There's one in Romania too that's supposed to be like really messed up.
And
It's
speak
like
of the
a haunted
devil's heart
forest
has
in like
been
a remote
fat.
clearing.
I want to go to the Devil's Stomping Ground. I've been wanting to for years now, but it ain't that far away. I just haven't done it.
You're talking about this?
Yeah.
Let's see what we got. I never heard of this, so it's my first time for this one.
Brings us to the heart of North Carolina, the Piedmont, the center of the state, if you will, to the Devil Tramping Ground Road. Why do they call it the Devil's Tramping Ground Road? Because there's a little piece of real estate down this road where nothing will grow. And supposedly, Satan himself will come up and tramp the ground, and that's the reason nothing grows there. Let's go check it out, talk about it a little bit. Good afternoon, friends. Welcome back to the channel. Hitchhiking Yeti here. I have made it to the spot. The real estate is right here behind us in the woods, the Devil's Tramping Ground. Let's take a walk up there and go look at this legendary spot. This sits right here in the middle of North Carolina. So I'm just going to kind of give you a quick pan around of what this place looks like. So right up here in the very center is the tramping ground area. This is the place where nothing will grow. And I don't know, you know, it looks like it's a very sandy soil here.
I was about to say that looks like it's sand. That's why.
I was going to say, is it because it's peat? Not a lot of stuff grows in peat anyway, does it?
Yeah.
I have no idea. There's a video somewhere where, like, I don't know the word for these people, but they come out and they test the earth and like the pH levels with the dirt and everything. They went out there and did it, and like did a bunch of reports on the soil levels and stuff. It's in another video. Maybe this guy talks about it, but it's really interesting, I think.
And I'm a coast guy, so I know how hard it is to get stuff to grow in sandy soil. But this is it. This is the Devil's Tramping Ground. I do know there's a lot of people in the past that came out here and camped out overnight, and they've done like paranormal type testing and things like that. And there's even a story that I read where somebody was out here camping out, and sometime after midnight, their campfire like shot 20 feet up in the air. There's all kind of tales like that and stuff. Is it true? I don't know. I'm not here to prove anything. I'm just here to show you and let you decide what you think about this. I can tell you one thing that was very interesting about this place is there was a professional news group, a local news group, and they got a scientist or like a geologist to come out here, and he has actually tested this soil on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
And supposedly when he tests the soil, it comes back that things should grow here. It was like the ground is fertile. It should work, but it never does. So it kind of, that is probably the most interesting part about this place to me is like when science can't like explain why things will not grow in this spot. I think that's the most interesting part about this.
Longtime soil scientist Rich Hayes first tested this circle of nothing almost a decade ago.
Perhaps there were some elements in the soil that was inhibiting plant growth.
But those results didn't say so.
I can't explain it scientifically.
Or why a compass shifts when he walks straight through it.
See how it's reading on this side of the zero?
Crazy. With the landowner's permission, we asked him to retest it. These results again showed nothing to prevent growth, and the soil inside the circle is now more fertile than outside, thanks to bonfires.
I've mapped a lot of soils. I've mapped soils in 5 different counties in North Carolina. This is one of the only areas I've come across that I really can't explain.
So I'm kind of a rookie at this whole Devil's Tramping Ground thing. So let me get this straight. That's the highway out there. Right here's where he comes out of the ground and he walks in a circle. So where does that path lead? Is that where he walks off when he's done? You know, with his little seance. So last year, I made the pilgrimage to a place here in North Carolina, another legendary spot called Gravity Hill, which is kind of close to Salisbury. It's on the other side of Salisbury, North Carolina. And that was really an interesting video, and I will put a link down in the description below for you to go check that out if you like paranormal stuff. I think it's a kind of a really cool place to go visit one time. And then this place right here is not very creepy at all. I kind of felt like when I got here, it would be a little of a spookier feel to it, but it's not. It's just a, an area where nothing grows. And they call it the Devil's Tramping Ground. I think that's kind of cool. And even the road's named Devil's Tramping Ground. So, and friends, this was a short video, but that will pretty much do it for me. There's not a lot I can show you here. It's just an interesting, like, roadside attraction here in North Carolina. Hello, friends. Welcome to the channel today. So today, my adventures have brought me to Rowan County, North Carolina. And to be more specific, this is called Richfield Road. And this place, this hill right here behind me, they call this Gravity Hill. And Gravity Hill has a lot of folklore to it, and it's pretty neat to hear about it. You actually can come here, stop your car, put it in neutral, take your foot off the brake, and your car will actually go up the hill. So it's pretty interesting. We're going to give it a shot today to see what happens. There's actually this is the South, so we have a story for everything. So actually there is a story I'm going to tell you about that I read on Google, and I've heard other people talk about it too. And it's actually the story, the haunted part of this whole thing is there was a lady driving down the road with her child. Their car stops in this area. They can't get it to start back up. And unfortunately, she gets out of the car. The child gets out of the car. They try to push the car up the hill and off the side of the road to get out of the way. And then a speeding truck comes through, not seeing the car in the middle of the road with them pushing it, hits them, kills both of them. So kind of the ghost story to this whole thing is when you're out here and you're in neutral and you take your foot off the brake, you start rolling uphill. Well, supposed to be that their ghosts, their spirits are actually pushing you up the hill. So you can believe that if you want. I think it's a pretty cool place anyway. So let's go get in the truck and see what happens when we release the brake after we put it in neutral, and just kind of see what happens. I'm kind of excited about this. So let's do this right now. All right, guys, we're driving down the road right now. I'm looking for the spot. And right here it is. They actually got it spray painted. It says start. So we're going to stop here. And if you can see, I'm in drive, RPMs, mile per hour. Whoops, now we're in neutral. Okay. So I'm going to release the brake. And here we go. And hopefully nobody's behind me. And you know what? The cars.
That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. So we're moving along, as you can see, at a pretty good clip. I'm not giving it gas or anything. We're still in neutral. As you see, the RPMs are not changing. The miles per hour, about 5 miles per hour. We're moving pretty good. Look at this, man.
What the heck?
Now I'm telling you, to move this fast up a hill, that woman's child is probably grown up. So you got 2 adults pushing now. So we're at a pretty good clip up this hill.
That is absolutely nuts.
There's a park in Nashville, and I can't remember which park it is. I don't even know if the park's still there, but if you go, there's a hill there, and if you park in a certain spot and you put it in neutral, it will pull you back up the hill.
That is a little bit crazy.
That was crazy. I've not heard of that one.
Yeah, that's new to me. This is one of my favorites right here. Let me see if you guys. I know you guys have probably seen this.
And I've been out there at night, and it's done it.
That's wicked. Hold on a minute.
Is he okay? Is he searching for something?
What's the matter?
I just wondered if you were all right, if you were just searching for something.
Oh no! I'm trying to set something else up real quick.
Okay. So I live right on the edge of the moors, in the middle of the UK. Without giving it away, it's not really hard. And apparently we've got things like moors cats, but I've never seen one in 30 odd years. And I know if you've ever heard of Myra Hindley and Ian Brady, there is stories that they have disposed of some of their victims not far from where I live. That kind of thing. Without saying it, without getting your channel in trouble. And I do have a massive theme park near where I live as well, not to give too much away again.
I didn't hear the last part of what you said.
I say I do live near the moors where Myra Hindley and Ian Brady disposed of some of their victims. And I also live near a massive theme park, which is not hard to search for because there's only a few in the UK. So yeah, we've got some interesting stuff in the UK.
Yeah. Right. Absolutely. I've always been interested in because I love the paranormal stuff. Paranormal ghost stories, whatnot. Around here, but I've always wondered if this stuff goes on over in the UK as well. I mean, I've seen different variations of things, yes, but You just don't know. You know what I mean? Holy hell! Mama Bear's been a member for 19 months. Good lord.
Hi, Mama Bear.
Okay, let me see here. Um, one second. Wait a minute. I actually played a video game not that too long ago that was about. Oh wait, about a haunted amusement park that was completely abandoned. It was pretty wild. Those are the only types of video games I play if they're like scary or whatever. But
Yeah, I've just seen someone in chat mention Jack the Ripper. That was quite interesting because there was some suggestions that Jack the Ripper may have been someone who was strongly linked to the UK monarchy. So that was interesting.
I did a story on him. I had a series I was running about a year ago. Now Mama Bear's in here, she might remember. Or a couple people, Carolyn, a couple people might remember. And it was about the true crime, true stories behind like movies that Hollywood puts out. And Jack the Ripper was a big one, and I covered that story. There was like 5 different theories behind it that was one of them. So I thought it was kind of interesting. Does this place look familiar to you, Sam? This is called Old Camelot. It's in England.
Which part of the UK is Old Camelot? I'm assuming it's down south.
It's an abandoned amusement park over there.
It doesn't look familiar, but it's probably like south of Birmingham.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I never heard of this before. That's what I was looking at something real quick, but hold on a minute.
I love to hear Sam talk.
I love to hear you talk.
Yeah, I was told that before that we haven't.
Oh my gosh.
And I think I've just kicked my heels up at baby Firefly. I'm pleased about that. I'm very pleased about that.
Here we go. I'll do this since we're always looking at stuff that's in the United States that's paranormal. Let's try jumping over the pond and see what they got over there.
Public house. Some believe it holds echoes of a sinister past.
Welcome to Watch Mojo UK, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 most haunted places in Britain.
Tower of London is famous for being the place where prisoners lost their head.
Before we begin, we publish new content every day, so be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. For this list, we'll be looking at some UK locations notorious for sinister sightings and things that go bump in the night. Have you ever seen a ghost? Tell us the tale in the comments below. Number 10. Duntelham Castle Ruins, the Isle of Skye. This ruined castle rises from the rugged coastline of Trotternish, Skye's most northerly peninsula. The last living inhabitants of the castle, the MacDonald clan, were reportedly driven out by the spirits in 1730. At night, it is said you can hear a woman's screams amidst the ruins. This is believed to be the ghost of a housemaid who dropped her young charge from a high window and paid the price for her tragic mistake. Her voice is sometimes joined by the wails of Margaret, the spirit of a woman rejected by her husband. In the courtyard, the ghost of Donald Gormore wrestles with phantom enemies. His foe, Hugh MacDonald, haunts the dungeons, where he met his death by starvation. Number 9. The Drovers Inn, West Dunbartonshire. Travelling down to the mainland, the Drovers Inn not far from Loch Lomond may be worth a stopover if you're feeling brave enough. Guests at the inn have often borne witness to ghostly happenings. You might hear the screams of a murdered Georgian man, Angus the Drover, on his nightly walkabouts. And don't be surprised if you wake to find a spectral family waving down at you, or spot a deceased regular sitting by the fireside. If you're easily spooked, perhaps avoid room 6. Overnight guests have often felt the presence of a drowned child, icy cold to the touch, and laid beside them in bed. Number 8. Whitby Abbey, Yorkshire. As the setting for Bram Stoker's Dracula, it's not surprising that this northern seaside town has a sinister reputation. St. Mary's Churchyard reportedly plays host to a traditional horse-drawn hearse, lit by torches and driven by a headless coachman. A crowd of spectral mourners complete the picture. The apparition is said to appear whenever a sailor from the town is buried within the grounds of the churchyard. On the cliff above, Whitby Abbey.
What's the matter, Alicia? Why you saying damn it, Dago? What I do now?
I love you, Papa.
I love you too, buddy. Oh, take care, Salty. I just saw that. Thank you for stopping through. I don't see. Oh, you got. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm sure you don't want to miss this stuff. Andy loves this stuff. There you go. It's in the chat, hon.
It remains the favorite haunt of its founder, St. Hilda, who has been spotted in an upper window. But if you hear a cry for help, that may be the spirit of Constance de Beverley, a young nun once bricked up inside the abbey walls. Number 7, Ancient Ram Inn, Watton-under-Edge, Gloucestershire. Nestled in the heart of Gloucestershire, this 12th century inn was built where two ley lines meet, on the site of a possible pagan burial ground. Visitors have often reported over 20 different apparitions, from a witch burned at the stake to a mounted Roman centurion.
Family home since the 1960s, evidence suggests that this was a pagan burial site, the scene of both witchcraft and human sacrifice.
The ghost of a monk regularly haunts the bishop's room and has driven out guests in the middle of the night.
Heavy footsteps have been heard walking across the floor when there's no one here.
You may hear the wailing of a priestess or encounter a lost little girl in the basement. But you better watch out for the succubus, who's been known to push guests onto the bed.
Front room. This is where John Humphreys has been attacked several times by the incubus and succubus.
Number 6, Skird Mountain Inn, Monmouthshire. In the shadow of Skird Mountain stands the oldest inn in Wales. A pleasant stop for an afternoon drink, but a frightening place to spend the night if you're attuned to the paranormal. The upper floor was once a courtroom where over the years 182 people were condemned to death by hanging.
182 people lost their lives to the hangman's noose.
The sentences were carried out on the stairs of the inn, and you can still see the marks from the rope scored into the hanging beam.
People have found rope burn marks around their necks where previously there were no marks at all.
It seems as if some nasty spirits have been left behind. Guests have woken in the night feeling like they've been strangled. One woman even fled her room with wet hair, screaming that an unseen presence had held her underwater in the bath.
She was really distressed, absolutely hysterical.
Number 5, Treasurer's House, Yorkshire. Treasurer's House is a National Trust property in Yorkshire, dating from the 12th century. But the spirits that haunt the place are even older. Harry Martindale was 18 when he was called out to fix the boiler in the cellars of the house. Imagine his surprise when a trumpet sounded and a stream of Roman soldiers, looking rather tired and dirty, marched straight through the cellar wall.
And I saw that a figure had come out of the wall. What I was looking at was the top of a helmet.
The engineer fled upstairs where he met the curator of the house. Taking one look at his face, the man guessed, "By the look of it, you've seen the Romans." This is just one example among many sightings of the soldiers. Archaeologists have since discovered that the cellar floor is built 18 inches above an old Roman road.
And the Roman road runs 18 feet below ground.
Number 4, Pluckley, Kent. According to the Guinness Book of Records, the sleepy village of Pluckley is the most haunted in England. There have been reported sightings of 14 different ghosts. You may catch a glimpse of the old schoolmaster who was found hanging in his rooms and now haunts the school grounds. Or hear the screaming man who met his untimely death at the brickworks.
Are you the screaming man who haunts these woods? I'm going to take a picture, and I request that you show yourself in front of my camera.
The woods are supposedly full of phantoms, as is the local pub, where the dogs bark at unseen figures and avoid one of the upstairs rooms.
Even the dog has got her suspicions. She doesn't like going up the stairs.
A spectral carriage has also been seen trundling down the village main street.
And then it just disappeared into the night. I mean, I've heard of Pluckley being haunted, but until we actually see that, I didn't really believe it until then.
Number 3, Pendle Hill, Lancashire. In 1612, 10 women were accused of practicing witchcraft during the notorious Pendle witch trials. They were sentenced at Lancaster Castle and put to death on Gallows Hill, high above the town.
The day after the trial, the 10 convicted prisoners were brought to a place still known as Gallows Hill.
It's said that their presence and an abiding feeling of anger can still be felt in the surrounding area of Pendle. Separated from the Bowland Fells by the River Ribble, Pendle Hill is dotted with small villages and farmsteads. But locals are wary of the hill at night, where ghostly figures have allegedly been spotted. The hill's summit.
Yeah, I covered the story behind the entity as well, Wendy, way back. I covered all of these movies and stories behind them all. That one is absolutely, completely real. And it, from my understanding, was still at some point happening. So it was pretty wild.
It is also the site of an ancient Bronze Age burial ground, so perhaps the alleged witches are not the only restless spirits in this lonely place. Number 2, the Tower of London. It's not
I want to go there so
this
bad.
historical place of execution is thought to house its fair share of ghosts.
And was
It
originally
is absolutely epic in there. It's epic.
But it's
Yeah,
It's
I've
got
always
such a crazy history. Oh my god, I would love to go.
Like
that was
the security at that place is absolutely unreal because that is where the real crown jewels are.
yeah.
And
And
the
yes,
security
by
is
the way,
unreal.
where did it go? Heather Dawn. Yeah, people send me pictures. People send me things to analyze, voice recordings, this and that, because I've been doing paranormal investigations for years. So if you ever have anything you want to send me or anything like that, feel free. I love it. Love it, love it.
torture and executions that make this castle so haunted.
In the tower's grim heyday, many memorable figures traveled through Traitor's Gate to live out their final days. It may have been months or years, but the end was usually the same, an appointment with the executioner. There are at least 13 ghosts thought to haunt the former palace. Across the ages, some have claimed to see the phantom forms of Anne Boleyn and the murdered princes. But more sinister are the unknown apparitions. The white figure on Tower Green, the faceless young woman in the Salt Tower, and the nameless thing that stalks the guards as they walk their rounds.
Ghost stories or Victorian melodrama? Who knows?
Number 1, Culloden Moor, near Inverness.
There you go.
On the 16th of April.
Yes, ma'am.
To give you some fun facts about the Tower of London.
Please do.
We got a personal tour one year. All of the beef eaters that you see in that uniform, they are all ex-military servicemen.
Right, okay.
And they live on or near site. And there's two cottages. There's 2 cottages in the ground that the royal boys can go and stay in anytime they want to.
Oh, wow, okay.
We got a personal tour because my dad's ex-military. and he struck up a relationship with one of the Beefeaters who turned out to be ex-RAF.
Mm-hmm.
And he took us on a tour. He took us into that little church that no one gets into, where Anne Boleyn and all of the other beheaded wives are allegedly buried in the floor. He took us down into the basement. He took us into the officers' mess, where the public don't get to go. It was just mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing. I've got pictures as well. I could probably send them to you.
Right.
It was absolutely mind-boggling. But the
Where
royals,
did-
the
do
royals
you know
can
where-
go and stay whenever they want.
Do you know where the name Beefeater came from? I'm sure I could look it up. I just now thought of that. I've never
I'm
known.
not too familiar now.
Okay, I'll have to look that up one day. I've never paid attention or thought about where did that come from, but I'm curious to know.
I mean, what people are they calling that?
These guys that they show here, I'll show you real quick.
Isn't that a brand of gin?
So like a soldier?
They're like guards, I believe.
Yeah, they are all ex-servicemen.
Right. These guys here, and they're what the hell is it? Beefeater. What is it? Isn't it a brand of alcohol?
It is, because I have a picture of me with a massive bottle of it. I should have bought
It's gin.
Gin, that's it. Gin. That's what I thought. Yeah, I always wondered where that name came from. I'll have to look it up and figure it out. It's interesting.
And you can get personal tours from these guys. These guys, if you go to the gates, pay your entrance fee.
Yeah.
They will take. You can pay to go on a personal tour, and say personal, I'm talking 5 to 10 people. But if you got a family of 10 rock up, you get your own person, and that's what we did. And it turns out this guy was ex-RAF, my dad's ex-army, and they just hit it off. So he took us to places that the public doesn't get, because they've all got keys. They've got keys to everywhere. And it was just such an amazing day.
Got you. I bet you that'd be wild. Yeah, this place I've always wanted to go to, and the Notre Dame Cathedral is another place I wanted to go through too. I mean, before it burnt, of course, but I don't know. It's pretty wild. Just some of these buildings. First of all, I love European architecture. It's probably the most beautiful architecture I've ever seen in my life. I was telling Michael about that. Castles and the build like that. This tower here and all the buildings over there, the older ones, they're just amazing, and it's amazing to think of how they were built. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they are. They're beautiful.
Beefeater, the name comes from beef was part of their pay, back in the day, and also like a French word. Don't ask me how to say the word. It looks like buffetier, but I don't speak French. But that means guard in French for the medieval period. So that's kind of, I had to look it up because I was wondering too.
Yeah, the architecture in this place is absolutely off the chain. And where one of the bedroom, all of the interior is original, where they would, they'd put the king if he was in danger, that kind of thing, when he wasn't living in a palace somewhere else. It's all original. These Beefeaters know their history. They can tell you some stories, and they make it. If you can get over, if you ever come over to England, go to London and pay for a private tour, they will absolutely blow your socks off. It's brilliant.
I can imagine. Yeah. Borg, I covered the Ohio Grassman before, which I actually spoke with somebody that says they swear they've seen the Ohio Grassman. That's here where I live. 1 second, guys. Okay, sorry. And they swore they've seen this. The Ohio Grassman is Ohio's version of Bigfoot. Okay. Where it comes from, it's probably the same place the rest of them come from. It's not as prominent as like the Yeti, the story. I mean, the Yeti, the Sasquatch, the Bigfoot. But
You've also got the skunk ape of Florida.
the skunk ape down in Florida. Yeah. Trying to. I don't think this is the right one, but let me check this here. See if this is just to give you guys a quick look. Hold on here. And it doesn't. It's not covered in grass. For anybody asks. Yeah, I covered all of this stuff a year or so ago. Hold on a minute. Did you drop off, Kimber? Looks like it. Hold on.
Man, it got dark on me quick. What is that? Looks like eye shine. Whistle? Fuck. Whistling was a bad idea.
That looks like someone in a bear suit.
What'd you say?
It looks like someone in a bear suit.
That's the worst one I think I've ever seen. Yeah, that's pathetic. I've seen a lot of these because I follow all this crap. I would love to see something to make me believe something. I mean, I've seen Sasquatch. You know, I've seen pictures of Cletus multiple times. But
Rude.
oh my god, he knows. Shut up. I love you, Cletus. He knows it.
I've
Anyway,
only seen the back of Cletus on a video that we won't.
all you gotta do is when you see the beard, you'll realize that it is definitely Cletus is definitely related to Sasquatch somehow.
He looks like someone from ZZ Top to me.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Man's tall with a beard.
Yes, and he's super tall.
Thank you for joining me for
super tall, and the only thing is he's really skinny. So, and he's probably I think he wears a size 32 shoe. So there you go.
A 32 shoe.
But he's a good human, so that's all good for us.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Yes, you can be Bigfoot, you could be Grassman, as long as you got a good soul like Cletus. That's all that matters.
That's right.
Antarctica. That's I'm gonna tell you there, good guys. One of these days I'm gonna do it too. Antarctica and places like that. That's where the weird shit's at. That's where the real weird, strange things are at because nobody sees it. Nobody goes there to see it. There's very few videos of things that have been seen in those places too.
It's too cold for me. I'm not going.
It's flipping cold in Antarctica.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you guys knew, but it's not. We talked
for
about
another episode of Dread Captures.
Sorry, we talked about this. What the hell?
What the
fuck was that?
That's an inbred dog if you've ever seen one.
I'm saying.
Poor thing.
But you're not like humans are not humans, but people are not allowed to go to Antarctica. Did you know that?
There's weird government stuff, I swear, up there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
And
you gotta have
UFOs and stuff, like hidden bases and stuff like that. I think, in my opinion, that's what I think.
What's wrong
Yeah,
with the
I think
dog on the screen?
Go on, Kimber.
Oh, I was wondering what was wrong with the dog on the screen. Never mind, he's okay now.
Definitely inbred. That's like overbreeding 101.
chupacabra.
But I think it's too cold in the North Pole and the South Pole. You know, barely anything survives
That in
apart
his
from,
years of experience, he had
apart from a scientist.
I agree. I do agree.
I saw somebody brought up the Alaska Triangle. That's an interesting one too.
Yeah, it definitely is.
There was a case that, well, I was watching like a series on it, and one of the things that baffled me the most, that like I could not find an explanation for, was people were hiking up some mountain and they found a fresh orca carcass on the mountain 2 miles away from the coast.
An orca carcass?
Yeah. So it's like, how did a whale die and end up on a mountain miles away from the ocean?
How did they date it? By chance, did they date the carcass, or was it bones, or was it actually like skull tissue?
No, it was fresh.
I was going to say it's not a couple of 100 years ago, and now they're going to blame it on climate change.
No, it was fresh when they found it.
I heard a story about something like that where they found an animal in a completely different region than it could ever be. Being
I
fresh,
mean, a
like,
whale
something dropped
on a
there.
mountain.
Yeah, there was things where they blamed it on alien abductions, where they've taken animals from one place and they've dropped them other places. You know what I mean?
Yeah, along the same lines as like the cattle mutilations and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. What the hell am I playing here, by the way? Oh, here we go. Sorry.
So the noise might be linked to a traditional Scandinavian method of calling livestock. It's known for its melodious and powerful tones. However, this theory brings more questions than answers. The video was filmed at night in a secluded part of the forest. Despite searching, the ranger found no evidence of anyone camping or living in the area. And he has no idea what or who could have made these sounds. There have been a variety of speculations, but the mysterious sounds are still unknown. Let me know in the comments what you think. A journey that started off as normal quickly turned into a startling experience. And boy,
I would give anything in my power to go to Skinwalker Ranch right now, Heather. Absolutely right now.
Really?
Oh, hell yeah. I want to go there to prove that it's bullshit. I would
go in a heartbeat.
That's why I would go. I mean, we watch all of them, and we've even started beyond Skinwalker Ranch, and it's like,
Yep.
I mean,
I think it's all a ploy to keep people off their property is all I think it is.
I mean, why would that's kind of going to work in reverse, because you just said I would give everything to go there.
But they don't bring people, like they don't allow the real part of the property that supposedly has all the bullshit go on. They don't bring people in and let these things happen to people, so on and so forth. And I think it's all bullshit. Complete bullshit, in my opinion.
Go where?
Skinwalker Ranch.
Where's that at?
What state is that in?
Utah.
Utah. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Isn't it in part of the Badlands? What they call the Badlands?
Yeah, yeah. And here's the thing: for them to make a show out of it, put it on TV.
Yeah, it's about as real as Mountain Monsters, which
100%.
that show's actually funny if you watch it. But yeah, purely for entertainment purposes. It's nothing legit going on there.
Yeah, it's a bunch of crap, in my opinion. I mean, I go there purposely to see if something would happen, and I know it won't, because it only happens when they want it to happen. You see what I'm saying?
Mountain Monsters is a fun show to watch, though, if you haven't watched it. It's so ridiculous.
I love it. I used to love the show.
I love it. It's so ridiculous.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
The thing with Skinwalker Ranch is, like, when they do some of the stuff, fiance will be sitting here like, no, you didn't. No, it didn't. Like, he knows, right, from what he does, that, like, that wouldn't happen that way.
The only thing about Skinwalker Ranch that's ever, like, really caught my attention is the cattle mutilation, and the way it's done is so precise that it weirds
It's
me
like
out.
surgical. It's like things were cauterized and cut
It's
out.
it's,
Yeah.
it's too perfect. Like when they especially with the ones where you've seen like exactly a half of their head and their skull sliced off the way it is, and it's perfect. There's nothing jagged. There's no. It's just it. That's the thing that weirds me out just a little bit. Like
It
laser
looks like it
precise.
had to have been done with a laser. Like it's that
Exactly. Yeah.
precise and perfect. Yeah. It's creepy. It's weird.
That is one of the only things that has ever caught my attention there. But like Cletus says, all the crazy stuff that they do. My son has worked in construction and this and that since he was a kid. He'll sit and watch it and he'll start laughing like that didn't happen. They didn't do that. This doesn't work that way. This doesn't go that way. It's funny as hell. But it's all this. It's a show. That's all it is. Just like did anybody ever watch the what the hell is it? Mystery of Oak Island?
Yeah.
Again,
That's the thing is all these paranormal shows, they're just shows because actual paranormal investigation 90% of the time is boring. Nobody's going to watch it. You see it with the old Ghost Hunters episodes. They had so many episodes where they didn't catch a thing and people would be like, this is so boring. Why do people watch this?
And look
exactly.
at it now. Every time
Yeah,
they go out, something
every
happens and it's
single
like,
time. Yes, I'll tell you
Yeah.
one thing though that I know for an actual fact. The Ghost. I think it was just called Ghost Hunters. The one the one it was called Taps, TAPS.
Yeah, with Jason Hawes.
Yeah, okay. And Grant, whatever. That one thing, that one episode they did, based on what I was told from the place they got that, it's real. When they caught the Shadow Man at the Moundsville Reformatory, I was there, spent the night there, went through the whole tour, did everything, and the person that gave the tour, they were there when they filmed that episode. We were there a week and a half after they were there and filmed that actual episode. They told the tour guide told me that they scared the shit out of 5 people when that thing happened. And I said, how could they have made it happen? You know, we all asked that and questioned it because we doubted it. They were like, the woman telling us the story, you could tell she was petrified just telling us the story. And that was the episode where they caught on camera at the end of the main hallway that takes you to the cafeteria, the shadow. It was like a 6-7 foot tall shadow in the doorway, coming against the inside of the door. And this woman, I got a vibe from her that she was scared to death. Everything else I've ever seen, other than some maybe some EVPs or stuff like that, I feel like it's all just
I think that in the first couple of seasons it was legit, but like I said, they would get too many people that weren't watching because it was too boring.
Well, here's the thing. Every episode, every time they go somewhere, they get something. Come on, guys. We're Clue and Cletus.
Yeah, it doesn't happen like that.
Right. They've done it. I've done it. A lot of people I know have done it. I've been to multiple places and I don't get shit. And I'm okay with that because they don't do this all day, every day. Now, there is a place.
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say there is a place in Kentucky that I will say I could almost bet you that almost every time you go there, you're going to get some kind of something from that place. Okay. But
Are
go
you talking
ahead.
about where we go?
Yeah. The Octagon House.
Oh, yeah. I will legitimately say every single time we've gone there, we have caught something. Like,
yep.
The first time we went there, and it was like the first place we ever rented out the entire place by ourselves. Like, we had gone a few times and gone with a big group, and it was like, this is BS. Like, I can't hear, like, on this recorder, is that somebody coughing, sneezing, scratching their ass? Like, I don't know what this noise is. So we just decided we were going to rent the places out. And the first time we were there, I was in the parlor, fiance's in the dining room, and we hear this, like, I don't know, it was like a bang upstairs, and like and this is a brick house, strong as I don't know what, the entire place shook. Like, it was crazy. Then the last time we went, We had been there the night before. We rented it 2 nights in a row, and we were there the night before. Everything was good. Then we came back the next night. Fiance and I were outside, and we still smoked, right? So we were smoking on the porch, and all of a sudden, they have these Christmas tree lights all
Mm-hmm.
over the porch. All of a sudden, they turn on, and they're like turning on and turning off, and part of the string is lit up, the other part isn't, or one part's lit up, the other part's flashing. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
You guys, she's not bullshitting there. It's on the screen now. The place that she's talking about. This
That's
place.
Bear.
I'm
That's
sorry.
Bear. That's Bear.
Oh yeah.
I
I
want all of you guys to come out and go ghost hunting with me.
I did a live stream, okay, with another
Oh,
channel that went inside this place. Molly was with us too, and I was streaming this the whole night. We did it was probably an 8-hour stream while they were in here with another channel completely. There was 4 other people inside doing this whole thing, and I'm not kidding you, and I'm not just saying this because I'm a huge skeptic, which is why my wife and I started our ghost hunting group that we have. Okay, years and years and years ago. There's mannequins in the basement of this place. And Clue even attested to this when I started talking about it. We didn't even know that the other person knew about this place, me and Clue, okay? We started talking about it. She said that she believed it too. I was watching on the camera from my computer filming this. Molly was here with us, okay? They were in the basement. It was nighttime, so on and so forth. There is a mannequin. There's female mannequins in this basement, okay? I swear to God, my right hand to God on all my grandchildren, this mannequin's face changed. It's not a living thing, folks. It was not a real person. I fact on God, the face from the facial expression it had as we were watching this thing, its expression completely changed, and I was like, "What the hell just happened?" I fell completely out over this. I couldn't believe it. And it was crazy insane to see that because I don't believe this. I think there's a scientific answer for all this stuff. I always have until there isn't. And Molly,
I
like I
don't.
said, Molly saw it happen. She was in here with us and saw it happen. So go
Oh
ahead.
yeah,
Sorry.
them
Oh no,
things are
I'm sorry.
creepy. Ugh.
I was gonna say I got 2 stories where one is my sister. So like growing up, we lived on the same property. Like when we were kids and everything, she would say, "Mommy, why is there 2 black people in the kitchen cooking grits?" And she would see these 2 people cooking grits in the kitchen, and she would always experience like weird stuff. Like one time she was walking to the bathroom. I wasn't home, so I didn't see this, but when I came back home later that day, she was telling me about it. My mama was too, and they were saying my sister was walking to the bathroom, and she said it felt like someone had pushed her, like the back of her head even moved, like when you get pushed and your head just kind of like jerks. So she said she went to turn around to my sister's got an attitude, so she went to turn around to like with her fist raised, and like there was nobody there. She's always seeing something at that property. It was crazy, but that's her experiences. Mine was a little different. It's crazy because like I'm not gonna cry or anything, but I was telling Clue the only ghost or spirit or whatever you want to call it that I've ever seen. Now this is the wild part. So how I was telling y'all we didn't know our dad had passed until he was found, right? So when I was telling y'all that week I was planning on calling him, well, obviously it would have been, too late at that point when I was outside and I was playing with my son, and I was sitting on the porch stairs, and we live at a corner street. So there's a road in front of us and a road to the side of us, and people always walk to the store that's in front of our house. Well, I was sitting on the stairs, and out of the corner of my eye, I seen it looked like a man walking kind of near our yard, and it caught my eye, so I turned to look, and there was no one there, and it that figure or whatever, it was, my dad was like 6'1", so it was a taller person, and it just looked like they were wearing a white t-shirt, and that's kind of like how my dad dressed. And I turned to my son and I was like, Remy, I swear I just saw a ghost, and it looked like my daddy. That's crazy. And I was like, I'll call him in a minute. And then, like I said, I got busy playing with him and I was outside, and then that's when the next day was Monday. So I got the call about what happened, and it, later on, or like a week later, it dawned on me what I had said and what I had saw. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, I had literally said out loud that I was like, I saw a ghost, and I said it looked like my dad. And then I didn't even know that he was already gone at that point. But like the coincidences of saying that, and there was no one there. There was no one walking.
It's crazy.
I've
It
heard
was.
that. I've heard of that before, actually, from other people talking about that.
I even got up off the stairs and like peeked around the corner because it tripped me out. I was like, there was no one there.
Mm-hmm. I've read stories and heard stories of people seeing people before they knew they had passed. Like ghosts
Yeah.
before they knew they had passed. That seems to be a thing. So,
Is that Jodie that just spoke?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I have a similar story to yourself.
Uh-huh.
And this is not for a pity party or anything like that.
Oh no, yeah.
So I'm absolutely up to my eyeballs in study at the time, 2022. I'm at the end of my degree, so I've got, 1,000,001 words to find. I've got 2 other projects on the go, and you could absolutely not write it. But one of my uncles was dying of liver cancer. He put up a valiant effort, and we'd seen him a few days before. I was grateful that I got to take my mum to see him. Then on the Monday, and then my uncle died. Unfortunately, he died after he put up such good effort. And within days, I laugh at it now because I have to laugh at it. My uncle died one day, and then obviously because we were in a epidemic, and it took a while to organize the funeral. So his funeral was going to be on a certain Wednesday. Then my dad's sister was rushed into Birmingham Women's Hospital on the Monday. So I saw my parents on the Sunday. My auntie was rushed into hospital on the Monday. My uncle's funeral should have been on the Wednesday. And we all went to bed on the Monday night thinking, we hope auntie makes it through the night. And we tossed and turned. Evidently tossed and turned. Hindsight's a wonderful thing. At 2:30 in the morning on the Tuesday, I got a kick in the stomach. Like the wind was absolutely knocked out of me. And I texted my sister, not expecting her to answer. She only lives across town. I texted her, I was like, I've just had a kick in the stomach. I hope auntie so-and-so is okay. And she replied, she was like, yeah, I really feel like I've been winded. And I said, hopefully our cousin gets in touch with us in the morning, because I'm trying not to mention names. And we got up on the Tuesday morning, 10 to 9, my phone's ringing. My bathroom's downstairs. I went to the loo. I put the kettle on. My phone's ringing. It's my dad. And I'm thinking, he's going to tell me it's my auntie because it's his sister. That feeling I got was my auntie. And he said, no, it's your mum. You need to come home. You need to come now. And I'm not even kidding. By the time I got across town in my pajamas, bare feet, I just got my keys and went. got to my dad's, and it was my mum. My mum had passed suddenly, unexpectedly, but we felt it. So at 2:30 in the UK, I felt it in my stomach. My sister felt like she was winded. My brother lives in North Carolina, 5 hours behind us, and he said he got the wind knocked out of him too. So I can absolutely believe that you do feel loved ones leave you. Like, it's just, and I would never have believed it. I'm the biggest skeptic on the planet. But this is what happened. I was winded, my sister was winded, my brother felt it in North Carolina. We automatically assumed it was my auntie because she was in such a bad state. But it was my mum. And she just absolutely, my uncle was not going to be buried without his big sister. That's what we believe. He was literally holding the door open for my mum. He was not going without his big sister because she'd looked after him all their lives. So I absolutely believe that you probably saw your dad. Your dad was telling you that he was leaving.
No.
That's my supernatural, if you like, my lived experience.
Oh yeah, I agree. Like, I feel like, yeah, you can definitely, I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, there, like basically there is things you can't explain is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
I'm just not very good at explaining
it's
it.
absolutely unreal. There's no, because you couldn't write it. You know, a soap opera could not write this crap that people live every day. And this is what I'm saying, you know, even going back to Sebastian, you just can't surmise anything in any situation. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter if it's real life or paranormal, or there's just no explanation for anything. It's just, these are people's real lives, real experiences. And for people to come out and poo-poo them, you know, to disregard what people live and what people feel. But I really believe that you feel your loved ones leave. And I would never have believed in a million years that my mum's death would have affected me like it has. I don't even remember the end of my degree. I don't even know how I got it. Like, it's all a blur. I feel like a lot of the time I feel like I've got imposter syndrome, so to speak, because I just don't believe I've got it. I don't remember getting it.
Right. Makes sense. Absolutely. And like I said, I've heard of that stuff happening a lot. So this here, mannequin right here, I swear, I'm pretty sure, Molly, this is the one, right? But you see how this space is. I'm telling you, with everything in me. I know it was dark, but they had on night vision cameras with night vision lighting on it, all that stuff. You could see it all. Her face changed, and it was not that same face. I'm telling you, I still can't get over. Every time I look at this, it creeps me out because it's the only thing I've ever seen that I cannot clearly and wholeheartedly explain. It blew my mind. I mean, and these, like this mannequin, when they went up and around it, when it was still like light and you could see it clearly, these are realistic looking. Okay. She was, yeah, that was the thing. The crew of people that were in the house there. Okay, just to tell you a story. The guy, one of the lead investigators that was in there was going around this mannequin in the basement and kept getting these miserable, unhappy feelings from this mannequin as if it was a person or something. It was so weird. And then like fear feelings and stuff like that. And like I said, during these situations, he's not saying anything. I'm looking at this going, what the hell? And then he gets this vibe, this feeling. It like we were kind of opposite each other with what we were seeing and feeling. And I'm completely doubtful to these things until I saw that happen. And I still, to this day, I'm sitting here looking at this, getting like goosebumps because of it. creeps me out still. It's so weird. The story behind this whole building, I'll have to, like, if you guys are really interested in it, I can come in and we'll do a show on it and give the whole backstory and everything. But the story to this is really quite insane. And the entire property itself, there's barns, outbuildings, and um, the way that the property sits, it's right on the ley lines, like right on, directly on, and that's what everybody believes why. So it's very interesting to say the least. But seeing that happen, I can't even tell you. I can't even tell you. We felt the change in her from exactly. The mediums and the sensitives, we'll just say it, that were involved in the investigation that night. There was a lot of us online here that were following it and streaming it live and watching everything and moderating, as there was many people there doing it. It was pretty wild. And it was a sad story. The story behind this mannequin represents a person that was there at one time. That goes into the story, which is why it's so crazy. What did you say, Tomboy? You can what? I can tell you a baby monitor story. Interesting. Yeah, Molly says she had a lot to say. That's for sure. The mannequin did. Very much so.
The mannequin, did she speak or did her face just change?
It was the vibe that was coming,
The
like
vibe. Okay, the vibe.
feeling that was coming off of her. People were getting, people that were watching it, not even there, were getting the same thing, and people that were here, they weren't even communicating with each other. We're saying the same things at the same time. It was so weird. The whole thing was crazy out there. Weird.
People actually get possessed in that basement.
Yeah, it's been talked about. I don't know how many times it's been talked about.
Yeah, there's one room down there that, like, when we do our Estes method thing, the, like, answers, like, if you say something or ask something, the answers are always like it's an actual conversation. Like, the last time we were there, fiance went under, and we were all sitting at the table just talking, like, asking questions and stuff, and he was like, "It's a problem," and I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Your mouth."
I know.
Oh God.
How very rude
I
of
would have
the
started
spirit.
laughing.
I was like, "Okay," and I mean, it like did not like me talking whatsoever. And then he all of a sudden threw the headphones off, and he was like, "Ugh." I'm like, "What's wrong?" He was like, "The voice on this like just totally changed." He was like, and then I just saw the most like wicked looking face, and I'm like, "Okay," but it was like cussing me out, and it was like, "You bitch." Like, okay.
She was like, "That's not my man. He would never speak to me like that."
Yeah, like, I mean, it was crazy, like,
What
but
was
and
you
I mean,
asking him?
he has no idea, right? Like, what we're saying. It's so loud in the headphones. So
That's
it
what I was
was
gonna
just,
say. What was you saying to this guy?
I don't
Damn,
know.
I didn't know ghosts still could get PMS.
Yeah, and then we would go upstairs, and like we were in like the surgery room, and it was all like I'm talking to the person who was in a whole other room, right? And you could just hear him commenting back. He's like, you're beautiful." And then the last time we were there, I got my daughter, she went under, and it said my name, and then it said her best friend's name that was, and she was like, "Get him." And we're like, "Who?" And it was like on the couch, Logan. I was like, "What?" It's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's mental.
this place is no joke. Like, of all the places that I've been to and all the places, and I haven't even physically been in this place yet. I've been there via cameras and stuff, right? Of all the places I've been to, ain't nothing ever made me feel as uncomfortable as this. Like, I again look for the scientific explanation to shit, right?
I've never been there either, but that place is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
Me and Kimber are
Just
going. We
something
gonna get
off.
some edibles and we gonna go. I got look. I got kicked in the graveyard. I'm not kidding. I was just sitting there. You know, we were like, we had our little REM pod out and we had our little EVP thing and we were just talking and something legitimately kicked me. Then we were walking back to the house. There's no trees around the path now since it doesn't look like it does anymore on the screen. They've done a lot of work out there, but they made this like really nice walkway and there's no trees and stuff. And like a stick legitimately comes out of freaking nowhere and hits me like right in the chest and falls right on the ground. I was like, what the hell did I do?
And it's not just the house, you guys. It's the whole property. People have seen, I'm not lying, aliens, ghosts, ghost creatures, ghost horses, all sorts of weird shit at this place. The whole property is crazy.
This is the place I told you I got bit in the barn outside. And I got back, like, I felt like something pinched me. So I thought, oh God, I probably just got bit by a spider. And I go inside and there's legitimately teeth marks, both like all sets, like right around my arm. It made a perfect circle and you could see the like where it was like in my skin.
Sounds a lot like the Hinsdale house in upstate New York too, where they've got like everything. They say that there's like demonic stuff, there's Native American curses, there's apparently there had been like two brothers that were serial killers that lived there, and there's all kinds of stuff, aliens and UFO sightings and
everything
monks chanting.
Where at?
Hinsdale House, upstate New York.
I've heard about that. Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
like this place because everything around this place, everything surrounding it is something. It doesn't matter. Everybody that goes here and has ever been here for any recount of anything they've done there's some kind of a story that they tell about something. This is the only place I've ever. This is in Kentucky, Heather.
That guy on the screen, Bear, he has the wildest story, and he's told us this story twice. I personally have a really hard time believing it, but nevertheless, it is intriguing, right? So he and a buddy went out in his truck to the field behind this place. They used to own all that land, and then they sold off the field behind it. But they went out in their truck, and they cut the engine off. And he tells a story about how all of a sudden the truck just lifted up and starts moving backwards
Oh hell no.
while there's like lights off in the distance. And I will say that barn is probably the craziest place in the world.
Yep.
Because we sit out there and you see like what seems like lightning, right? They're just little like peep peep, and it's like bright blue light, and you constantly see like little tiny shadows running in the slats of the barn.
Oh my God. I definitely need new knickers.
You guys, I'm telling you, this place is not. It's the creepiest place I've ever seen, heard, read, been involved with ever. And everybody I've talked to that's been involved in this place, even people just watching it online, had some form of a weird ass, crazy, unexplainable experience. And it's not like I said, it's not even just that you could be on the property and something happens. I've had people tell stories about there's wells, a couple wells on the property, about something that has to do with the well, one of the wells. The barn is really crazy. There's another building out there. I can't think of what the hell it was, but there's been things happen there. There have been literal. I can't find them on here. I was looking for them, but people that have like footage that they recorded on their cameras and their phones of like what UFOs, weird apparitional type things, different types of mists. Clue is not the only person that has claimed to have been bit by something at this place. People have been talked about being breathed on, whether they're feeling breath on their neck and stuff. It's crazy, completely crazy. And the story that I was told was by the people of the group that went there that I streamed for, that It has something to do with the house itself, the shape of the house, the property. Like I said, the ley lines for the property are the big part of it. The way they're all laid out and everything, and the corner of the area that the property's set on, basically, for sure. So,
Is this the house where there's like a giant geode or like a giant crystal like embedded in the ground on like in the basement? Because there's some
no,
house that has
not
no.
that I know of.
Okay, because I remember like seeing some kind of paranormal show a long time ago, and there was this house that had like a lot of freaky shit going on, and there was like this massive quartz or geode or whatever that was in the basement, like kind of sticking up a little bit out of the dirt floor, and they thought that had something to do with the activity because
I don't.
quartz holds on to the energy and all that.
Well, I'm gonna be shutting it down, Tomboy. Do you have a minute? If you're still up here, you can tell real quick.
Oh yeah, I got a minute. They could wait. They know how to eat. I don't feed them.
Okay, go for it. Go for it.
All what 5, 6 of us were at the hospital the night that my mom died, and my sister wanted us to go over to her house afterwards and everything, and have coffee with her and everything. And I'm like, no, I think I'm just gonna go home. So we go home. The girls are downstairs in their room. I don't know what they're doing. We're upstairs, and I'm telling them they need to turn the TV down. And Shelby's like, what? And I'm like, you need to turn the TV down. And she's like, the TV's not on. I'm like, whatever. So I get up and I go downstairs, and the baby monitor that was plugged into my mom's room was sitting by her wheelchair in the living room. It wasn't plugged in, but it was playing jazz music. I'm like,
did it have batteries in it?
No.
Yeah, I'd be freaking out.
That's crazy.
Well, so I'm like, all right, Mom, go to bed. Just go to bed. So literally in 30 seconds, it just stopped. And then it was like a week later, we were upstairs doing something, and all of a sudden the other part of the monitor pops on, and it's playing Janet Jackson Control. I just shook my head and I said, you know what? This is enough of this shit.
Mm-hmm.
I put them things in the box.
Yeah. Yeah.
Were your kids really little? Were they little at the time?
No, they were teenagers.
Oh, okay.
They still freak out though, because every once in a while they'll hear their doorknob jiggle.
I mean, they say that you should absolutely trust your animals or your small children.
Yes. Very true. Very true. Very true.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I had an experience sitting right here real quick before we go that a lot of people in here actually saw. It was recorded. Molly actually recorded it. I was sitting here doing a live stream, and a lot of you guys have seen my grandkids that come and go. They're running around. My granddaughter's 7. She's got tiny little hands and fingers. I was sitting here talking about something, and because she does it all the time, I felt a little tap, like I get, like she'll do when I'm doing this. She'll come over and go, Papa, and tap me, and I'll talk to her. And this happened right here, guys. I still can't get over it because I've never ever had an experience that in depth. I'll just put it that way. So I turned like this, and then I heard and saw her in my living room, which is 2 rooms away. And I just kind of froze and went, guys, something just happened to me. And Molly recorded, like screenshotted it, like right as it, like she was watching the stream, but she went back and screenshot it, right? And another creator, I'm not gonna name it, or yeah, that's right, name it, because I don't talk to it anymore. But Anyway, she did the same thing, and she caught it from her side, watching me too. No lie, what Molly sent back to me, and that creator sent me the same thing. Right here, this whole area right here, like went. Okay, like you know, if you're driving down the road and you're looking at the road ahead of you, and it's hot outside, you can see the heat coming off the road. Like it kind of like looks like a gas type thing. If that explains, I don't know if I'm explaining it right.
Yeah.
That's what this area right next to me looked like. Right at the time that happened, okay? And you could see my camera made some kind of a weird, I don't even know how to explain this. For those of you that were in here, you guys know what I'm talking about. It got like ripply. Yes, it was very weird. You guys, I'm not lying. They watched me do this at the exact time I was tapped. I looked, and then like I said, after that, then my granddaughter comes in here. So there was nobody in here. I've never been touched like that before in my life, ever. Like it freaked me the hell out.
That's what she said.
Mhm. Yeah.
Matron.
And then Molly was like you said, you could tell it touched him a couple times because it took me off guard. As if anybody's tapping you, you're gonna look, you know? Because when it first happened, I kind of went, and then I want to say it happened twice, but I'm telling you, the main one was the one. It felt like two little fingers tapping my arm, little tiny fingers. It was so weird. And I'm sure I have the video in here. I'll have to show you guys one day. It's on one of my live streams, and I'll pull it and I'll show you guys. No bullshit. That's the only time I've ever had an experience like that, and I'm still freaked out about it, thinking about it. There's something in this house that's not right. I'll tell you that
I was
much.
just going to ask if your house, if there's like a history of paranormal activity there, or if maybe you brought something back
No.
from an investigation.
The house itself was built in, I think it was 1910, I think. Okay. Don't quote me because that could be wrong. It's a very, very old farmhouse. It was the only house on my road for the longest time. The rest of this was farmland. And my understanding is that the original owners both lived and died in this house. Okay. That's the one that's when it happened, Molly. That's the one. That was the other thing. That's why the other creator sent me that video. When that happened, I think that's the same time, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was the same video. My voice changed through the live stream. When I was talking, they recorded it, and the recording of it said it sounded completely different. It was very weird. All of that happened at one time. So
That's crazy. You'll have to post it.
It was beyond crazy because I didn't believe it. I played it back. Yes, my voice goes a different octave or something while I'm talking. It didn't happen in real life, but it happened on this video. It was so weird. But that is, I'll find it and show it to you guys. Maybe I can have it for next Friday. I don't know. Crazy, crazy, crazy shit. I think it was Molly because I think that's why that creator sent it and said, "Listen to your voice. Your voice changed." And I was like, "Are you sure?" And I played it back, and yeah, I did. And then Molly goes in and she screenshotted everything, and that's when we saw like the ripple thing going on next to me. The whole thing was crazy. So anyway, all right, folks, 5.5 hours again. Here we are. You probably do have it, Molly, because you save all that stuff. We'll get it together and I'll show it to you guys. And I promise you guys, none of it was altered, none of it was changed, nothing, because I don't know how to do stuff like that with videos.
Hang on, Dago. Heather,
Yeah.
I figured he would backpedal on that story because I figured that was a bunch of bull.
The new idiot Stephen Crabtree has backpedaled the alleged video. That, of course, we knew that last
yeah,
week.
he makes a video saying he basically freaking lied.
Did he really?
Yeah.
He basically says I
I don't
lied.
know if he says he lies, but like verbatim, but he did make a video.
This is also the guy that Tony said, I got no reason to doubt him. He's a good guy.
Oh, God.
Clue, you didn't get struck, did you?
No, I can go live now. I don't know.
They didn't delete any of your lives, did they?
No,
I didn't think so.
nothing happened. I just, I contacted him. I was like, The hell are y'all doing, dude?
I think it's her bandwidth. Her internet was not allowing it to stay up.
No, it was YouTube today.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
What was the deal?
I don't know. I just messaged them. I was like, look, y'all gonna have to fix this for real. I'm over it. I was like, don't make me take my amazing business elsewhere.
Don't make me take my amazing stuff somewhere else.
Rumble Dumble. Yep. All right,
Yeah.
cool.
Then they just looked at probably my like 9,000 subs. They're like, we don't care.
Oh, good. I'm glad there was nothing wrong though. Hopefully they.
And I was like, damn it, Clue, I've done all my housework so I can sit here and watch you. I was like, someone needs to pick up a butt hurt form on the way out and stop interrupting my viewing.
Right. Well, I'm sorry if everybody was bored today. Like I said, I really didn't have a plan. We just kind of said, whatever happens. Whatever we do, whatever we look at. So if anybody was bored, my apologies.
No. And I'm sorry if I bored anybody.
Oh no, you're fine. I was good after we got past president. I'm sorry.
Well, it has been an absolute blast talking to.
I wasn't very good at. I didn't like history in school very much.
I love history.
And then when True said Mayflower, I'm like, oh my gosh, we're going back to the Pilgrims.
No, I really appreciate getting to talk to all of you.
Absolutely.
It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure, Miss Sam. I love to hear about. I love talking to people from across the pond, hearing about.
I love talking to you guys as well.
And different things. And I have one question though. I've had some friends that have visited. Do y'all have ice?
What?
Yeah, we do. We generally just put it in drinks and things like that.
Yeah,
no, I didn't know because I know I had some friends that visited over there one time and they didn't serve it like it drinks in the restaurant a lot.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
I heard that about Europe.
Yeah, Europe in general, right?
Yeah.
Just don't go to England and ask for an iced tea.
Well,
you'll get kicked out so fast.
Don't forget though, but like over in all of those places, they drink their beer warm and they drink their liquor warm too. So I mean,
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that UK was in Europe. I'm not.
Yeah, we're not anymore. I'm really sorry.
But no,
Yeah.
I heard that they didn't. I heard that they didn't serve it like, if you got a Coke, you didn't get a glass. Like it wasn't ice.
I think most of them, if you're going to pub these days, they'll automatically put ice in your drink just because it means less drink. Do you know what I mean? Or it waters it down and you're going to buy more. I don't know about beer. I don't really drink beer.
What?
But I'm a vodka and Coke girl.
Oh no.
Well, I didn't know. 'Cause like I said, I know my friends when they went over there, they went out to eat at a restaurant and they said, they asked for an iced tea and they were like, it was warm tea, And
oh heck
yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. It's probably costs
and then they said they didn't put ice in at the restaurants a lot, and then they said they didn't have like a lot of air conditioning either.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of air conditioning because the UK is freezing cold for 6 months of the year.
Right.
I remember seeing something a while back where people were like freaking out because there was a heat wave and like people aren't used to the heat out there. And I saw on the news that like all these people were dying because nobody had air conditioning and it was so hot. And I checked the weather and it was like 83 degrees Fahrenheit.
No way.
Oh yeah, because you all go on Fahrenheit, don't you? Where
they
I
do
go.
Celsius over there, yeah, right.
Centigrade.
It was like, what? It's not even 90. Like,
Yeah,
but
so
yeah, if you're not used to it,
Yeah,
and
but
you
you're
get older people, the elderly,
Okay.
more sensitive.
And if they're not used to it, they're not acclimated to
Right.
it. And then one day you're used to cold weather, and then you wake up one day and it's 83. That's a heat wave to them.
Yeah, but it blew my mind that there were so many people that were passing away because of it. It was so hot and nobody had air conditioners and they're just not used to it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Jody and Andy and Kimber and Tomboy and Truth and Jesus, I had a lot of you guys today up here. It was a big panel. Everybody else, I can't remember if I missed anybody's name, but I really appreciate you joining me. Sam, it's wonderful to have you up here for the first time. Everybody that's been up here, you know you're always welcome when I have these panels. Always welcome, and I appreciate you guys very much.
Thank you.
Always. Bye, Clue.
Oh, wait, did I ever tell you guys about the time Oh shit! I tried to draw.
And she screwed it up. That's okay. It's still funny. Sam, again, thank you very much for joining me. I appreciate you. I hope you guys all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your night. Everybody in chat, once again, thank you guys so much for joining us today. It was a very interesting, strange, weird, all over the place show, but it was absolutely fun and amazing to hang out with you guys as always. I hope you guys all have the very best night you possibly can, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves and to love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves, guys. You guys are the beautiful people and the reasons why I do what I do. And once again, mods, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you guys for doing everything you do. I couldn't, wouldn't, nor should not ever try to do this without you. Everybody, have a great time tonight doing whatever you're doing. And I'll see you guys all very, very soon. Good night and God bless. Bye-bye.